Have you ever wondered why in the Bible, in the books of Joshua and 2 Samuel, there are mysterious references to a text known as the Book of Jasher? A book spoken of with respect by the ancient patriarchs, yet later left outside the official canon and gradually lost in the mist of history. Why was it considered banned? Could it be because it preserves truths too unsettling about the origins of humanity? Today, in response to a request from you at Light of the World, we are going to take a journey back through time, opening the hidden chapters of ancient manuscripts here on Sleep Codex. You will encounter an Enoch very different from the one most people know. Not only a man who walked with God, but a powerful king who ruled humanity in peace before vanishing in a blazing chariot of fire. You will be astonished by the striking beauty of Joseph in Egypt, a beauty so overwhelming that even the most noble women of the land were said to be so captivated that they unknowingly cut their own hands while gazing at him. And perhaps most disturbing of all is the revelation about the Watcher, the Nephilim. The Book of Jasher suggests that the corruption of the world did not stop with the heavenly beings taking dossiers of men. It describes a deeper chaos when humans themselves began crossing the boundaries of creation, mixing animals in unnatural ways to produce strange and monstrous creatures. A corruption so severe that God chose to cleanse the earth through the Great Flood. Even the Tower of Babel, its purpose may not have been merely to reach the sky. According to ancient traditions, it represented an organized rebellion, an attempt by humanity to challenge heaven itself. So now, allow your mind to grow quiet. We are about to step through a doorway into a world of hidden traditions and forgotten stories. A world of ancient accounts that many readers have never encountered within the familiar pages of the Bible. The mysterious origins and the hidden ban. Before we journey into the unsettling mysteries of the pre-flood world, there is one question we must pause and consider. What exactly is the Book of Jasher? And why would a text once mentioned within the Bible itself disappear from the Bible that people read today? The Book of Jasher, or Sefer HaYashar in Hebrew, is usually translated as the Book of the Upright. In ancient Jewish tradition, it is often described as a long chronicle recording the history of humanity, from the moment Adam first received the breath of life, continuing through later periods of Israel's history. No single author is credited with writing this book. Many scholars believe Jasher emerged from a long process of preserving memory across generations. In the ancient world, history was rarely written immediately. Instead, it was first carried through oral tradition, through battle songs, poetic tributes to the patriarchs, and sacred historical accounts. Over time, scholars and prophets are believed to have gathered these traditions and recorded them into a longer written narrative. Some Jewish traditions even suggest that the earliest records behind Jasher may trace back to the era of the patriarchs themselves. These accounts were believed to have been preserved within ancient religious centers, before gradually disappearing through the upheavals of history. Yet the most remarkable aspect of this book is not only its content. What surprises many readers even more is that the Bible itself acknowledges that a book called Jasher once existed. In Joshua chapter 10, verse 13, when describing the extraordinary moment during Joshua's battle, when the sun stood still in the sky, the text asks, "Is this not written in the book of Jasher?" Once again, in 2 Samuel chapter 1, verse 18, when King David teaches the lament for Saul and Jonathan, the text states that this song was also recorded in the book of Jasher. These references reveal an important truth. During the time of the prophets and the kings of Israel, a text known as the Book of Jasher was regarded as a trusted historical record. This also means the book must have existed at least as early as the 10th century before Christ, if not much earlier. And this leads to an unavoidable question. If the authors of the Bible themselves referred to the Book of Jasher, why does it not appear in the biblical canon today? The answer is not simple. For centuries, this question has remained a subject of debate among scholars. As early church councils gradually formed the list of books recognized as scripture, many other ancient writings were not included in the final canon. Some texts were lost over time. Others were considered secondary traditions. Still others were set aside because their contents were not seen as essential to the core teachings of the faith. The Book of Jasher appears to occupy a very unusual position. It was not entirely rejected, yet it was not preserved within the canon. And this is where the story becomes more complicated. Many modern readers say that Jasher was banned. Yet from an academic perspective, the situation is more complex. The absence of the book from the Bible likely reflects several factors. The complicated history of its manuscripts, questions about textual authenticity, and the differences between early Jewish traditions and the theological frameworks that were later standardized. Even so, what makes Jasher remarkable is the way it retells familiar biblical events with greater detail. Figures such as Noah, Abraham, Joseph, and Nimrod appear within broader historical settings, accompanied by additional stories preserved in ancient Jewish traditions. For this reason, many historians of religion do not view Jasher as simply a forbidden book. Instead, they see it as a window into a world of ancient traditions that once existed alongside the biblical texts. Yet, as soon as we begin exploring this book more deeply, another challenge appears. That challenge turns the entire subject of the Book of Jasher into what scholars often describe as a true academic labyrinth. Throughout history, there have been individuals who exploited public curiosity about lost scriptures by producing counterfeit texts. One well-known example occurred in 1751, when an English printer named Jacob Eliv published a book that he claimed was the genuine Book of Jasher. It was later proven to be entirely fabricated, and Eliv himself was convicted of fraud. This event caused many readers to assume that every book called Jasher must be a forgery. But the reality is far more complex. The version of Jasher most often discussed by researchers today is not Eliv's text. Instead, it is a Hebrew manuscript printed in Venice during the 16th century, later translated into English in 1840. Scholars generally recognize this work as a collection of ancient Jewish traditions belonging to the literary tradition known as Midrash, a body of writings that expands upon and interprets the stories found in the Bible. Researchers continue to debate whether this manuscript could be the same Book of Jasher, known in the days of Joshua and King David. Yet, many scholars also acknowledge that numerous stories within the text reflect very ancient Jewish traditions that may have circulated within Israelite communities for thousands of years. So when we speak about the Book of Jasher, we are not simply talking about a single book. We are speaking about a layer of ancient memory surrounding the history of the Bible. A collection of stories passed down across generations. A text once mentioned within the scriptures themselves, yet gradually fading into the shadows of history. And it is precisely at this intersection between history, tradition, and lost manuscripts that the true journey into the mystery of the Book of Jasher begins. And now we begin to open the first chapter of these sealed records. A chapter about a man who walked between two worlds, a man who saw what human eyes were never meant to see. Welcome to the hidden story of Enoch and the earliest generations who lived after Adam and Eve were driven out of the Garden of Eden. Chapter 1. And God said, "Let us make man in our image after our likeness. And God created man in his own image. And God formed man from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul, endowed with speech. And the Lord said, It is not good for man to be alone. I will make him a helpmeet. And the Lord caused a dansate, the deep sleep, to fall upon Adam, and he slept. He took one of his ribs, built flesh upon it, formed it, and brought it to Adam. And Adam awoke from his sleep, and behold, a woman stood before him. And he said, This is bone of my bones, and it shall be called woman, for this has been taken from man. And Adam called her name Eve, for she was the mother of all living. And God blessed them, and called their names Adam and Eve in the day that he created them. And the Lord God said, Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth. And the Lord God took Adam and his wife, and placed them in the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. And he commanded them, saying, "From every tree of the garden you may eat, but from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in the day that you eat thereof, you shall surely die." And when God had blessed and commanded them, he departed from them. And Adam and his wife dwelt in the garden according to the command which the Lord had given them. And the serpent which God had created with them upon the earth came to them to incite them to transgress the command of God. And the serpent enticed and persuaded the woman to eat from the tree of knowledge. And the woman listened to the voice of the serpent and transgressed the word of God. She took from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and ate, and she also gave to her husband, and he ate. And Adam and his wife transgressed the command of God which he had given them, and God knew it. His anger was kindled against them, and he cursed them. And the Lord God drove them that day from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which they were taken. They went and dwelt at the east of the Garden of Eden. And Adam knew his wife Eve, and she bore 2 sons and 3 daughters. And she called the name of the firstborn Cain, saying, "I have obtained a man from the Lord." And the name of the other she called Abel, for she said, "In vanity we came into the earth, and in vanity we shall be taken from it." And the boys grew up, and their father gave them a possession in the land. And Cain was a tiller of the ground, and Abel a keeper of sheep. And after the passing of some years, they brought an offering to the Lord. Cain brought from the fruit of the ground, and Abel brought from the firstlings of his flock, and from their fat. And the Lord turned toward Abel and his offering, and a fire came down from heaven and consumed it. But unto Cain and his offering the Lord did not turn, nor did he incline to it, for he had brought from the inferior fruit of the ground before the Lord. And Cain was jealous of his brother Abel because of this, and he sought an opportunity to slay him. After some time, Cain and Abel his brother went one day into the field to do their work. Cain was tilling and plowing his ground, and Abel was feeding his flock. And the flock passed over the part of the field which Cain had plowed, and Cain was greatly angered because of this. Cain approached his brother Abel in anger and said to him, "What is there between me and you that you come to dwell and feed your flock in my land?" And Abel answered Cain his brother and said, "What is there between me and you that you eat the flesh of my flock and clothe yourself with their wool? Now therefore remove the wool of my sheep with which you have clothed yourself, and repay me for the fruit and flesh which you have eaten. When you have done this, I will depart from your land, as you have said." And Cain said to his brother Abel, "Surely if I slay you this day, who will require your blood from me?" And Abel answered Cain, saying, "Surely God who made us upon the earth will avenge my cause. He will require my blood from you if you slay me, for the Lord is judge and arbiter, and he repays every man according to his deeds. If you slay me here, surely God knows your secret thoughts, and will judge you for the evil you have declared this day." When Cain heard the words which Abel his brother had spoken, the anger of Cain was greatly kindled against him. Cain hastened and rose up. He took the iron part of his plowing instrument and suddenly struck his brother and slew him. And Cain spilled the blood of Abel upon the earth, and the blood of Abel flowed upon the ground before the flock. After this, Cain repented that he had slain his brother. He was deeply grieved and wept over him, and his sorrow troubled him greatly. Cain rose up and dug a hole in the field, placed his brother's body in it, and covered it with dust. And the Lord knew what Cain had done to his brother. The Lord appeared to Cain and said to him, "Where is Abel your brother, who was with you?" Cain dissembled and said, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" And the Lord said to him, "What have you done?" "The voice of your brother's blood cries to me from the ground where you have slain him. For you have slain your brother and have hidden the matter before me, imagining in your heart that I did not see you and did not know your actions. You have slain your brother without cause, because he spoke rightly to you. Therefore cursed are you from the ground, which opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall no longer yield its strength to you, as it did in the beginning. Thorns and thistles shall it produce, and you shall wander upon the earth until the day of your death." At that time, Cain went out from the presence of the Lord. He went wandering toward the land east of Eden, he and all who belonged to him. And in those days Cain knew his wife, and she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Enoch, saying, At that time the Lord began to grant him rest and quiet upon the earth. At that time Cain also began to build a city. He built the city and called its name Enoch, after the name of his son, for in those days the Lord had given him rest upon the earth, and he no longer wandered as before. And Arad was born to Enoch, and Arad begat Mechuel, and Mechuel begat Methuselah. Chapter 2. And it was in the 130th year of the life of Adam upon the earth that he again knew Eve his wife. She conceived and bore a son in his likeness and in his image, and she called his name Seth, saying, Because God has appointed me another seed in place of Abel, for Cain has slain him. And Seth lived 105 years and begot a son. Seth called the name of his son Enosh, saying, Because in that time the sons of men began to multiply, and to afflict their souls and hearts by transgressing and rebelling against God. And it was in the days of Enosh that the sons of men continued to rebel and transgress against God, increasing the anger of the Lord against them. The sons of men went and served other gods, and they forgot the Lord who had created them upon the earth. In those days, the sons of men made images of brass and iron wood and stone, and they bowed down and served them. Every man made his own god and bowed down to it. The sons of men forsook the Lord throughout the days of Enosh and his children. And the anger of the Lord was kindled because of their works and the abominations they committed upon the earth. And the Lord caused the waters of the river Gihon to overwhelm them. He destroyed and consumed them, and destroyed a third part of the earth. Yet even after this, the sons of men did not turn from their evil ways, and their hands were still stretched out to do evil before the Lord. In those days there was neither sowing nor reaping upon the earth. There was no food for the sons of men, and a great famine prevailed. The seed that they sowed in the ground turned into thorns, thistles, and briars, for from the days of Adam this had been declared concerning the earth, because of the curse of God upon it for the sin Adam committed before the Lord. And as men continued to rebel and transgress against God, and to corrupt their ways, the earth itself also became corrupted. And Enosh lived 90 years and begot Canaan. Canaan grew, and when he was 40 years old, he became wise, possessing knowledge and skill in all wisdom. He reigned over all the sons of men, and led them to wisdom and knowledge. Canaan was a very wise man, with understanding in every kind of wisdom. And with his wisdom, he ruled over spirits and demons. Through his wisdom, Canaan knew that God would destroy the sons of men because of their sin upon the earth, and that the Lord would one day bring upon them the waters of the flood. In those days, Canaan wrote upon tablets of stone the things that would take place in the future, and he placed them among his treasures. Canaan reigned over the whole earth, and he turned some of the sons of men back to the service of God. When Canaan was 70 years old, he begot 3 sons and 2 daughters. These are the names of the children of Canaan. The name of the firstborn was Mahalalel, the second Enan, and the third Mered. And their sisters were Adah and Zillah. These were the 5 children born to Canaan. Lamech, the son of Methuselah, became related to Canaan by marriage, and took his 2 daughters as his wives. Adah conceived and bore a son to Lamech, and called his name Jabal. She conceived again, and bore another son, and called his name Jubal. Zillah, her sister, was barren in those days, and had no offspring. For in those days the sons of men began to trespass against God, and to transgress the commandment given to Adam, to be fruitful and multiply upon the earth. Some of the sons of men caused their wives to drink a potion that made them barren, so that they could preserve their beauty and prevent their appearance from fading. And when the sons of men caused their wives to drink this potion, Zillah also drank with them. The women who bore children appeared undesirable in the eyes of their husbands, like widows whose husbands were still alive, for the men attached themselves only to those who were barren. In the course of time, when Zillah had grown old, the Lord opened her womb. She conceived and bore a son, and called his name Tubal-Cain, saying, After I had withered away, I have obtained him from the Almighty God. She conceived again, and bore a daughter, and called her name Naamah. For she said, "After I had withered away, I have obtained pleasure and delight." Lamech had become old and advanced in years, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see. Tubal-Cain his son led him. One day Lamech went into the field with Tubal-Cain his son. As they walked in the field, Cain, the son of Adam, approached them. For Lamech was very old and could see little, and Tubal-Cain was still young. Tubal-Cain told his father to draw his bow, and Lamech shot an arrow that struck Cain from a distance and killed him, for he appeared to them to be an animal. The arrows entered Cain's body, even though he was far away, and he fell to the ground and died. Thus the Lord repaid Cain's evil, according to the wickedness he had done to his brother Abel, according to the word the Lord had spoken. When Cain had died, Lamech and Tubal-Cain went to see the animal they believed they had slain. And when they looked, they saw that it was Cain, their ancestor, lying dead upon the ground. Lamech was deeply grieved at what he had done. And clapping his hands together in distress, he accidentally struck his son and caused his death. The wives of Lamech heard what had happened and sought to kill him. From that day forward, the wives of Lamech hated him because he had slain both Cain and Tubal-Cain. They separated from him and would not listen to him. Lamech came to his wives and pleaded with them to listen to him about this matter. He said to his wives, Adah and Zillah, "Hear my voice, wives of Lamech, and attend to my words. You have imagined that I slew a man with my wound and a child with my stripes, though they had done me no violence. But know that I am old and gray-headed, and that my eyes are dim with age, and I did this unknowingly." His wives listened to him in this matter and returned to him after receiving counsel from their father Adam. Yet they bore him no more children from that time. Knowing that the anger of God was increasing in those days against the sons of men, and that he would destroy them with the waters of the flood because of their evil deeds. And Mahalalel the son of Canaan lived 65 years and begot Jared, and Jared lived 62 years and begot Enoch. Chapter 3. And Enoch lived 65 years and begot Methuselah. And Enoch walked with God after he begot Methuselah. He served the Lord and despised the evil ways of men. The soul of Enoch was devoted to the instruction of the Lord in knowledge and understanding. He wisely withdrew from the sons of men and remained hidden from them for many days. After many years had passed while he was serving the Lord and praying before him in his house, an angel of the Lord called to him from heaven, and he said, "Here I am." And the angel said, "Rise, go forth from your house, and from the place where you hide yourself, and appear to the sons of men, so that you may teach them the way in which they should walk, and the work they must accomplish, in order to enter into the ways of God." And Enoch rose according to the word of the Lord, and went forth from his house, from his dwelling, and from the chamber in which he had hidden himself. He went among the sons of men and taught them the ways of the Lord. At that time he gathered the sons of men together and made known to them the instruction of the Lord. And he caused it to be proclaimed in every place where the sons of men lived, saying, "Where is the man who desires to know the ways of the Lord and good works? Let him come to Enoch." Then all the sons of men gathered to him, and all who desired this came to Enoch. Enoch reigned over the sons of men according to the word of the Lord. They came and bowed before him and listened to his words. And the Spirit of God was upon Enoch, and he taught all the people the wisdom of God and his ways. The sons of men served the Lord throughout the days of Enoch, and they came to hear his wisdom. All the kings of the sons of men, both great and small, together with their princes and judges, came to Enoch when they heard of his wisdom. They bowed before him and asked him to reign over them, and he consented. In total, 130 kings and princes assembled, and they made Enoch king over them. They were all under his authority and command. And Enoch taught them wisdom, knowledge, and the ways of the Lord. He made peace among them, and peace was throughout the earth during the life of Enoch. Enoch reigned over the sons of men for 243 years. He practiced justice and righteousness with all his people, and led them in the ways of the Lord. These are the generations of Enoch, Methuselah, Elisha, and Elimelech, where his 3 sons and their sisters were Melchah and Naamah. Methuselah lived 87 years and begot Lamech. In the 56th year of the life of Lamech, Adam died. He was 930 years old at his death. His two sons, together with Enoch and Methuselah, his son buried him with great honor, as at the burial of kings, in the cave which God had shown him. In that place, all the sons of men made great mourning and weeping for Adam, because of this mourning for the dead has become a custom among the sons of men to this day. Adam died because he ate from the tree of knowledge, he and his children after him, just as the Lord God had spoken. And in the year of Adam's death, which was the 243rd year of the reign of Enoch, Enoch resolved once again to separate himself from the sons of men and to hide himself as before in order to serve the Lord. Enoch did this, though he did not completely hide himself from them. He kept away from the sons of men for 3 days, and then appeared to them for 1 day. During the 3 days that he remained in his chamber, he prayed to and praised the Lord his God, and on the day when he appeared before his people, he taught them the ways of the Lord and answered all that they asked him concerning God. He continued in this manner for many years. Later he hid himself for 6 days and appeared to his people on the 7th day. After that he appeared once each month, and then once each year, until all the kings, princes, and sons of men began searching for him and desired to see the face of Enoch again and to hear his words. Yet they could not, for all the sons of men feared Enoch greatly. A divine awe rested upon his face, and no one dared to look directly upon him, fearing they might be struck down and die. Then all the kings and princes decided to gather the sons of men together and go to Enoch, thinking that they might speak with him when he appeared among them. And they did so. And the day came when Enoch went forth, and they all assembled and came to him. And Enoch spoke to them the words of the Lord, and he taught them wisdom and knowledge. And they bowed down before him, and they said, "May the king live, may the king live." And in some time after, when the kings and princes and the sons of men were speaking to Enoch, and Enoch was teaching them the ways of God, behold, an angel of the Lord then called unto Enoch from heaven, and wished to bring him up to heaven, to make him reign there over the sons of God, as he had reigned over the sons of men upon earth. When at that time Enoch heard this, he went and assembled all the inhabitants of the earth, and taught them wisdom and knowledge, and gave them divine instructions. And he said to them, "I have been required to ascend into heaven. I therefore do not know the day of my going. And now therefore I will teach you wisdom and knowledge, and will give you instruction before I leave you how to act upon earth, whereby you may live." And he did so. And he taught them wisdom and knowledge, and gave them instruction, and he reproved them. And he placed before them statutes and judgments to do upon earth. And he made peace amongst them, and he taught them everlasting life, and dwelt with them some time, teaching them all these things. And at that time the sons of men were with Enoch. And Enoch was speaking to them, and they lifted up their eyes, and the likeness of a great horse descended from heaven, and the horse paced in the air. And they told Enoch what they had seen. And Enoch said to them, "On my account does this horse descend upon earth. The time is come when I must go from you, and I shall no more be seen by you." And the horse descended at that time, and stood before Enoch, and all the sons of men that were with Enoch saw him. And Enoch then again ordered a voice to be proclaimed, saying, "Where is the man who delighteth to know the ways of the Lord his God? Let him come this day to Enoch, before he is taken from us." And all the sons of men assembled and came to Enoch that day, and all the kings of the earth with their princes and counselors remained with him that day. And Enoch then taught the sons of men wisdom and knowledge, and gave them divine instruction. And he bade them serve the Lord and walk in his ways all the days of their lives, and he continued to make peace amongst them. And it was after this that he rose up and rode upon the horse. And he went forth, and all the sons of men went after him, about 800,000 men. And they went with him 1 day's journey. And the second day he said to them, "Return home to your tents. Why will you go? Perhaps you may die." And some of them went from him, and those that remained went with him 6 days' journey. And Enoch said to them every day, "Return to your tents, lest you may die." But they were not willing to return, and they went with him. And on the 6th day, some of the men remained and clung to him. And they said to him, "We will go with thee to the place where thou goest. As the Lord liveth, death only shall separate us." And they urged so much to go with him that he ceased speaking to them. And they went after him and would not return. And when the kings returned, they caused a census to be taken in order to know the number of remaining men that went with Enoch. And it was upon the 7th day that Enoch ascended into heaven in a whirlwind with horses and chariots of fire. And on the 8th day, all the kings that had been with Enoch sent to bring back the number of men that were with Enoch in that place from which he ascended into heaven. And all those kings went to the place, and they found the earth there filled with snow. And upon the snow were large stones of snow. And one said to the other, "Come, let us break through the snow and see perhaps the men that remained with Enoch are dead, and are now under the stones of snow." And they searched, but could not find him, for he had ascended into heaven. The first 3 chapters of the book of Jasher are not merely a summary of history. They read more like a magnifying lens that focuses on the darkest corners of the world before the flood. If the book of Genesis gives us a distant panoramic view, Jasher brings us down to the ground itself, allowing us to hear the breath of Adam and the blood of Abel soaking into the earth. Everything begins in the Garden of Eden, where the breath of God had only just formed human life. Yet that beauty was soon overshadowed by betrayal. The book of Jasher describes the horror experienced by Adam and Eve, not only in being driven out, but in the overwhelming emptiness they felt when the gates of paradise closed behind them forever. That sorrow quickly turned into brutality with the birth of Cain and Abel. Here Jasher fills one of the most mysterious gaps in early human history, the final conversation between the 2 brothers. It was not merely a moment of sudden anger. It was a tense debate about justice and about the presence of the Creator himself. When Cain finally raised his hand, it was not only the death of a man. It was the moment when darkness was officially granted passage into the human world. Cain fled carrying the mark of a murderer and eventually built the first city, a civilization constructed upon the foundation of sin. Time passed, and as the descendants of Seth began to multiply, the world entered an age filled with chaos and strange developments. The book of Jasher paints a chilling picture of humanity turning away from God and beginning to worship lifeless objects made of metal, wood, and stone. Violence increased. Famine spread across the land, and nature itself seemed to turn against those who had corrupted it. In the midst of this growing darkness, a mysterious figure appears, King Canaan. He was not only a ruler, but also a remarkable mystic, a man who was said to converse with spiritual beings and perceive the future. Within the quiet halls of ancient sanctuaries, Canaan saw a vision of a great flood that would one day sweep everything away. Desperate to preserve what he knew, he carved his prophecies into stone tablets, hoping that his knowledge would not be buried beneath the waters of the deep. Yet perhaps the strangest detail revealed by Jasher concerns the moral decay in human relationships. Men of that era, obsessed with physical beauty, forced their wives to drink bitter potions designed to prevent childbirth, turning women into living ornaments who could no longer fulfill the role of motherhood. That selfishness eventually led to a tragic accident. During a hunting expedition, Lamech unknowingly shot and killed his own ancestor Cain, mistaking him for a wild animal in the distance. It was a bitter ending for the first murderer in human history, brought to death by his own bloodline through a tragic misunderstanding. It is worth noting that this story appears in ancient Jewish tradition, but does not appear in the book of Genesis. When the world seemed to have reached its lowest point, one final light appeared through a single name, Enoch. This is no longer the quiet figure who simply walked with God, as he is briefly described in Scripture. In the book of Jasher, Enoch emerges as a great king, a man who holds the keys of divine wisdom, one who guides humanity on an extraordinary spiritual journey before departing from the earth forever. The untold truth about Enoch, the King of Kings and the eternal chariot of fire. If we read only the book of Genesis, we encounter Enoch in just a few brief lines. Enoch walked with God. Then he was no more because God took him. But when we expand beyond Genesis and look into ancient Jewish traditions, such as the Book of Jasher, the Book of Enoch, and various Midrash writings, the story of Enoch becomes far more expansive. He is no longer portrayed as merely a righteous man. In many ancient traditions, Enoch appears as a figure standing between heaven and earth, a teacher of humanity before the age of destruction began. According to the tradition recorded in Jasher, Enoch spent many years living in seclusion, separating himself from a world that was becoming increasingly violent and chaotic. He sought solitude in order to learn and meditate upon the laws of God. In ancient Jewish writings, this period is described as a time of deep contemplation, when Enoch was said to be seeking the knowledge of heaven. Some traditions even suggest that he studied the movement of the celestial bodies, the cycles of time, and the hidden order of the universe. But that season of isolation did not last forever. According to Jasher, an angel from heaven called Enoch out of his place of hiding and gave him a mission to return to humanity and teach them the ways of God. When Enoch emerged from his solitude, the story entered an entirely new phase. Jasher describes the light and authority radiating from his face as so powerful that people felt an overwhelming reverence in his presence. In ancient Jewish literature, this phenomenon is often described as the awe of the divine presence, a sacred fear that prevents ordinary people from looking directly at someone believed to be in close communion with God. From that moment forward, a new order began to take shape. People trembled before his presence. And from that point on, Enoch was no longer simply a prophet. He was proclaimed the king of all humanity. According to Jasher, Enoch's reputation spread across the world. Those seeking wisdom came to him. Kings and rulers heard of his extraordinary knowledge. Eventually, they invited Enoch to become their leader. Under the reign of Enoch, something remarkable occurred, a period of extraordinary peace. Jasher describes how as many as 800 kings and princes from across the world came before Enoch, bowing at his feet and asking for his guidance. He taught them wisdom. He taught them how to reconnect with the sacred order of heaven. Most importantly, he restrained the violent nature of humanity for centuries. Yet according to several Jewish traditions, this period was only a brief golden age before humanity would eventually descend into complete corruption, leading to the coming of the Great Flood. And Enoch did not belong to this earth. When his mission was complete, Enoch announced to the people that he would soon depart. He began a long journey toward the east. At first, thousands followed him, weeping and begging him not to leave them. After each day of travel, Enoch urged them to return home to preserve their lives. Many obeyed his warning, but the most devoted among them refused to turn back. On the seventh day of the journey, an awe-inspiring and terrifying event took place. A blazing chariot of fire descended from the heavens amid a storm of radiant light. Enoch stepped onto the chariot and vanished into the clouds, leaving the people below in stunned silence. When we hear this story, many of us immediately think of the fiery chariot that carried the prophet Elijah into heaven, as described in Scripture. Others may even recall prophetic images of the Messiah returning upon blazing clouds. Across ancient texts, there appears to be a powerful connection linking these accounts of holy figures who were taken from the earth without experiencing the death of ordinary men. Yet there is a harsher truth revealed in the Book of Jasher, one that later religious traditions may have softened or omitted in order to preserve a more serene image of Enoch. While Elijah departed, leaving hope and a mantle for his successor, the departure of Enoch in Jasher carries the tone of a judgment. Enoch was not merely chosen to ascend to heaven. He left because the world had become so corrupted that a righteous king could no longer remain among humanity. As long as Enoch walked the earth, his wisdom and righteousness held the world in a fragile balance. But when he disappeared from the world, the door to a new age opened. An age in which violence, chaos, and the forbidden knowledge of the Watchers would slowly lead humanity toward the greatest catastrophe in ancient history. The Great Flood that would sweep across the earth and wipe away an entire generation of mankind. Genetic chaos and the nightmare of the Nephilim. When the holy King Enoch was no longer there to guard the boundary between the two worlds. Darkness seemed to pour through the open gate. The Book of Jasher reveals a chilling picture that the Book of Genesis mentions only in a single brief line: the fall of beings from the heavenly realm. But prepare yourself, because what Jasher describes is far more disturbing than the simple statement that the sons of God took the daughters of men as wives. It represents a violation of the created order itself, a betrayal against every boundary the Creator had established for the world. The Book of Jasher portrays a society where morality had been torn apart. Human beings no longer looked at one another with compassion, but with desire and domination. They worshipped corrupt spiritual powers and surrendered themselves to violence, filling the atmosphere of the earth with a heavy spiritual corruption. One detail stands out in particular. The powerful rulers of the earth began teaching humanity a forbidden knowledge, the art of breeding and mixing different forms of life. People learned how to combine different animals, producing creatures that no longer belonged to the original order of nature. They crossbred beasts, birds, and other species to create strange hybrid creatures, forms that carried the chaotic mixture of different bloodlines. This deep corruption became, in a sense, a dark invitation sent out into the cosmos. From the highest heavens, the watchers, those appointed to observe the earth, looked down. But they did not look with compassion. They looked with a twisted desire. Driven by that desire, more than 200 angels, under the leadership of figures such as Semyaza and Azazel, broke the divine order. They abandoned their sacred nature, cast aside their heavenly glory, and descended into the corrupted world below. This was not merely a fall in status, it was a biological invasion. When the fallen angels united with the daughters of humanity, they shattered the barriers of creation itself, mixing corrupted divine essence with mortal flesh. The result of this unnatural union was the birth of the Nephilim, but they were not heroes. The Book of Jasher exposes a far darker reality. These beings were a distortion within creation itself, like a spreading genetic disease consuming the earth. They possessed no spirit inclined toward goodness. Instead, they embodied rebellion, violence, and forbidden power. They rose across the earth as immense predators whose bodies exceeded the limits of ordinary biology, accompanied by ruthless cruelty and destruction. With the arrival of the Nephilim, the balance of the earth collapsed. They devoured everything in their path. When crops failed and livestock could no longer satisfy their enormous appetites, they began to look upon humanity itself as prey. Jasher describes scenes of terror that later historical traditions often avoided, repeating human beings screaming as they were hunted like animals, followed by a dreadful silence. More disturbing still, when even that was no longer enough, their corruption turned inward. The giants began tearing one another apart, consuming each other, and drinking the blood that carried the mingled essence of heaven and rebellion in order to survive. At that point, the earth was no longer a home. It had become a vast slaughterhouse where decaying flesh and the breath of evil filled the world. Yet the story goes even further. According to the Book of Enoch, the Watchers did not only pass down their bloodline, they also taught humanity knowledge that heaven had never intended for humans to possess. Azazel taught people how to forge weapons armor and the instruments of war. Other fallen angels taught astrology, sorcery, metallurgy, enchantments, and the hidden forces of nature. When we compare these teachings with the descriptions found in Jasher, a striking parallel appears. The text tells us that humanity began altering animals and breaking the natural order of living creatures. For many ancient interpreters, this suggested that the world before the flood had become an era of dangerous experimentation, where both moral and natural boundaries had been shattered. The result was a completely corrupted world. Ancient texts say that both humanity and the animal world had corrupted their way upon the earth. Violence spread everywhere. The order of nature collapsed. Hybrid creatures began appearing across the land. The earth itself had become something like a cursed laboratory, where every breath seemed to defy the will of the Creator. And that is why, in the chapters that follow in this ancient narrative, a sentence of judgment by water was declared, not as a simple punishment, but as a complete cleansing of a world whose whose very biological order had been devastated by the rebellion of the Watchers. The final warning signs before the Great Flood. As the manuscript pages of the Book of Jasher move into chapters 4, 5, and 6, the atmosphere of history suddenly becomes strangely suffocating and heavy. What unfolds here is not merely a record of changing weather, but the documentation of a silent and deeply unsettling spiritual migration. The beginning of the end is marked by the passing of the final patriarchs of the line of Seth. Great names such as Canaan, Mahalalel, and Jared fall one after another. In the world portrayed by Jasher, their deaths are not simply the end of individual lives. They represent the withdrawal of the last rays of light that had been shielding the earth. When the final righteous men depart from the world, the moral shield of humanity collapses completely, leaving a naked and vulnerable earth beneath the judgment that is about to descend. In the midst of that uncertain void, God grants humanity one final opportunity, a warning period of 120 years. Imagine this scene. For more than a century, Noah and Methuselah travel through the corners of the ancient world, dedicating their entire lives to pleading with humanity to abandon its brutality and return to its divine origin. Yet those 120 years receive only mockery in return. Humanity of that age has sunk too deeply into the mystical powers taught by the Watchers. Many believe they have become almost divine themselves, convinced that no rising tide could ever threaten the throne of their corruption. Reading these passages today sends a chilling sensation down the spine when we look at the world of the 21st century. What the Book of Jasher describes about the pre-flood world appears with astonishing clarity within our own timeline. Human morality today seems to be spiraling into a decline with no visible boundary. Compassion fades away, replaced by extreme self-interest and hollow values. Jasher speaks of the corruption of all flesh when humanity began mixing species together. In our time, we call this CRISPR gene editing technology and artificial intelligence. We are witnessing experiments in which human cells are implanted into the brains of animals, and hybrid embryos, chimeras, are created inside laboratories. Human ethics now stands at a dangerous boundary as we attempt to replace the role of the creator. Indifference, rising violence, and the erosion of foundational family values reflect the same spiritual decay that Noah once desperately tried to warn humanity about. Just as Noah's warnings were drowned out by the noise of a decadent civilization today, the warnings of global conflict and self-destruction echo across the world. From the relentless escalation surrounding nuclear reactors in Ukraine to the prolonged bloodshed in Gaza and across the Middle East, the planet increasingly resembles a massive powder keg waiting for a single spark. We are living in an age where powerful nations compete for dominance across the earth, while beneath their feet, the very foundations of life itself are quietly collapsing. Warnings from scientists about a potential sixth mass extinction are almost completely drowned out by the noise of financial markets and the endless distractions of social media trends. And it does not end there. Look at the natural world itself. Strange phenomena, unprecedented disasters, and the growing unrest of the earth and oceans are occurring with alarming frequency. The devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria in 2023, followed by repeated seismic shocks in Japan at the beginning of 2024, appear not merely as geological events, but almost like deep growls from the restless crust of the earth. Then there are the historic wildfires in Canada and Greece, producing vast clouds of smoke that blocked sunlight across entire regions and turned daylight into a gray-orange twilight. A haunting image that echoes the darkening of the sun, described in Jasher. Even more recently, powerful storms have struck Vietnam and the Philippines, while historic flooding has overwhelmed Dubai, a region once known as a dry desert. Rivers seem to fall from the sky, releasing a year's worth of rainfall within only a few hours. Could these be the early signals of a judgment carried out through nature itself, signals we continue to ignore? The Book of Jasher records that before the rain began to fall, the sun grew dark and the earth trembled. And are we not witnessing eerily similar signs even now? Perhaps we are living within the final warning years of another great historical cycle. The question is whether humanity will listen, or whether we will become like the 700,000 people who once stood before the door of the ark, crying out in desperation after it had already been shut from the outside. But do not rely solely on my interpretation. Let the very words in the following 3 chapters of the book of Jasher reveal the unsettling truth one rarely encountered in the canonical scriptures. A narrative of death of repentance that comes too late, and of the terrifying fury of creation itself. Chapter 4. And all the days that Enoch lived upon the earth were 365 years. When Enoch ascended into heaven, all the kings of the earth rose and took Methuselah his son and anointed him. They caused him to reign over them in the place of his father. Methuselah acted uprightly in the sight of God, just as his father Enoch had taught him. Throughout all his life he taught the sons of men wisdom, knowledge, and the fear of God, and he did not turn from the good way either to the right or to the left. But in the latter days of Methuselah, the sons of men turned away from the Lord. They corrupted the earth, robbed and plundered one another, rebelled against God, and transgressed. They corrupted their ways and would not listen to the voice of Methuselah, but rebelled against him. The Lord was greatly angered by them, and in those days the Lord continued to destroy the seed of the earth, so that there was neither sowing nor reaping. For when they sowed the ground, in order to obtain food for their sustenance, thorns and thistles sprang up, which they had not sown. Still the sons of men did not turn from their evil ways. Their hands were still stretched out to do evil before God. They provoked the Lord by their wicked ways, and the Lord was greatly angered and regretted that he had made man. He resolved to destroy and wipe them out, and he began to do so. In those days when Lamech the son of Methuselah was 160 years old, Seth the son of Adam died. All the days that Seth lived were 912 years, and he died. Lamech was 180 years old when he took Ashmuah, the daughter of Elisha, the son of Enoch, his uncle, as his wife, and she conceived. At that time, the sons of men sowed the ground, and a little food was produced. Yet they did not turn from their evil ways, but continued to trespass and rebel against God. And the wife of Lamech conceived and bore him a son at the turning of the year. Methuselah called his name Noah, saying, "In his days the earth shall have rest and be free from corruption." Lamech his father called his name Menachem, saying, "This one will comfort us in our work and in the painful toil of our hands upon the earth, which God has cursed." The child grew and was weaned, and he walked in the ways of his father Methuselah, perfect and upright with God. Yet all the sons of men departed from the ways of the Lord in those days, as they multiplied upon the face of the earth with sons and daughters. They taught one another their evil practices and continued sinning against the Lord. Every man made for himself a god. They robbed and plundered one another, both neighbor and relative, and the earth became corrupted and filled with violence. Their judges and rulers went to the daughters of men and took wives for themselves, by force according to their desire. In those days, the sons of men also took the cattle of the earth, the beasts of the field, and the birds of the air, and they practiced the mixing of animals of one kind with another in order to provoke the Lord. God saw the entire earth, and it was corrupted, for all flesh had corrupted its way upon the earth, both man and animal. And the Lord said, "I will blot out the man whom I created from the face of the earth, from man to the birds of the air, together with the cattle and the beasts of the field, for I regret that I made them." And all those who walked in the ways of the Lord died in those days, before the Lord brought the evil upon man, which he had declared. This was from the Lord, so that they would not see the disaster that he had spoken of concerning the sons of men. But Noah found grace in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord chose him and his children, so that through them a seed might be raised upon the face of the whole earth. Chapter 5. And it was in the 84th year of the life of Noah that Enoch the son of Seth died. He was 905 years old at his death. And in the 179th year of the life of Noah, Canaan, the son of Enoch, died, and all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And in the 234th year of the life of Noah, Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, died, and the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared the son of Mahalalel died in those days, in the 336th year of the life of Noah. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And all who followed the Lord died in those days before they saw the evil which God declared he would bring upon the earth. After many years had passed, in the 480th year of the life of Noah, when all those men who had followed the Lord had died from among the sons of men, and only Methuselah remained, God said to Noah and Methuselah, "Speak and proclaim to the sons of men, saying, Thus says the Lord, Return from your evil ways and abandon your works, and the Lord will relent from the evil he has declared to bring upon you, so that it will not come to pass. For thus says the Lord, Behold, I give you a period of 120 years. If you turn to me and abandon your evil ways, then I will also turn away from the destruction I spoke of. And it will not happen, says the Lord." And Noah and Methuselah spoke all the words of the Lord to the sons of men day after day, continually warning them. But the sons of men would not listen, nor would they incline their ears to their words, and they remained stubborn. And the Lord granted them a period of 120 years, saying that if they returned, he would relent from the destruction and would not destroy the earth. Noah, the son of Lamech, refrained from taking a wife in those days to bear children for. He said, "Surely God will soon destroy the earth, so why should I bring children into the world?" But Noah was a righteous man, perfect in his generation, and the Lord chose him to raise up seed from his lineage upon the face of the earth. And the Lord said to Noah, "Take for yourself a wife and have children, for I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. You shall raise up descendants, you and your children with you, in the midst of the earth." And Noah went and took a wife. He chose Naamah, the daughter of Enoch, and she was 580 years old. And Noah was 498 years old when he took Naamah as his wife. Naamah conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Japheth, saying, "God has enlarged me in the earth." She conceived again and bore another son, and he called his name Shem, saying, "God has made me a remnant to raise up seed in the midst of the earth." And Noah was 502 years old when Naamah bore Shem. The boys grew up and walked in the ways of the Lord, in all that Methuselah and Noah their father had taught them. And Lamech the father of Noah died in those days. Yet verily, he did not go with all his heart in the ways of his father. And he died in the 195th year of the life of Noah. And all the days of Lamech were 770 years, and he died. And all the sons of men who knew the Lord died in that year before the Lord brought evil upon them. For the Lord willed them to die, so as not to behold the evil that God would bring upon their brothers and relatives, as he had so declared to do. In that time the Lord said to Noah and Methuselah, "Stand forth and proclaim to the sons of men all the words that I spoke to you. In those days, peradventure they may turn from their evil ways, and I will then repent of the evil, and will not bring it." And Noah and Methuselah stood forth and said, in the ears of the sons of men, all that God had spoken concerning them. But the sons of men would not hearken, neither would they incline their ears to all their declarations. And it was after this that the Lord said to Noah, "The end of all flesh is come before me on account of their evil deeds, and behold, I will destroy the earth. And do thou take unto thee gopher wood, and go to a certain place, and make a large ark, and place it in that spot. And thus shalt thou make it: 300 cubits its length, 50 cubits broad, and 30 cubits high. And thou shalt make unto thee a door open at its side, and to a cubit thou shalt finish above, and cover it within and without with pitch. And behold, I will bring the flood of waters upon the earth, and all flesh be destroyed from under the heavens. All that is upon earth shall perish. And thou and thy household shall go and gather 2 couple of all living things, male and female, and shall bring them to the ark, to raise up seed from them upon earth. And gather unto thee all food that is eaten by all the animals, that there may be food for thee and for them. And thou shalt choose for thy sons 3 maidens from the daughters of men, and they shall be wives to thy sons. And Noah rose up, and he made the ark in the place where God had commanded him, and Noah did as God had ordered him. In his 595th year, Noah commenced to make the ark, and he made the ark in 5 years, as the Lord had commanded. Then Noah took the 3 daughters of Eliakim, son of Methuselah, for wives for his sons, as the Lord had commanded Noah. And it was at that time Methuselah, the son of Enoch, died 960 years old was he at his death. Chapter 6. At that time, after the death of Methuselah, the Lord said to Noah, "Go with your household into the ark. Behold, I will gather to you all the animals of the earth, the beasts of the field, and the birds of the air, and they shall come and surround the ark. You shall sit by the doors of the ark, and all the beasts, animals, and birds will assemble and place themselves before you. Those that crouch before you, you shall take and deliver into the hands of your sons, and they shall bring them into the ark. But all that remain standing before you, you shall leave upon the earth." The Lord brought this about the next day, and animals, beasts, and birds came in great multitudes and surrounded the ark. Noah went and sat by the door of the ark, and every creature that crouched before him he brought into the ark, while those that remained standing he left upon the earth. A lioness came with her 2 cubs, 1 male and 1 female, and the 3 crouched before Noah. The 2 cubs rose against the lioness, struck her, and drove her away from her place. She fled and went to stand among the lions, while the cubs returned and crouched upon the earth before Noah. And the lioness ran away and stood in the place of the lions. Noah saw this and was greatly astonished. He rose, took the 2 cubs, and brought them into the ark. Noah brought into the ark from all living creatures that were upon the earth, so that none remained outside except those he left behind. They came to Noah 2 by 2 into the ark. But from the clean animals and the clean birds he brought 7 pairs, as God had commanded him. All the animals, beasts, and birds still surrounded the ark, and the rain did not begin until 7 days later. On that day the Lord caused the whole earth to shake. The sun grew dark, the foundations of the world trembled, and the earth was violently moved. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and all the fountains of the deep burst open in a way never known before by the inhabitants of the earth. God did this mighty act to terrify the sons of men, so that evil might cease upon the earth. Yet the sons of men did not turn from their evil ways. Instead, they continued to provoke the anger of the Lord and did not set their hearts to understand these signs. At the end of 7 days, in the 600th year of the life of Noah, the waters of the flood came upon the earth. All the fountains of the deep burst open, and the windows of heaven were opened, and rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Noah and his household, together with all the living creatures with him, entered the ark because of the waters of the flood, and the Lord shut him in. All the sons of men who remained upon the earth were worn out by the violence of the rain, for the waters were coming down upon the earth with great force, while the animals and beasts still surrounded the ark. About 700,000 men and women gathered together and came to Noah at the ark. They called out to Noah, saying, "Open for us so that we may come into the ark with you. Why should we die?" Noah answered them with a loud voice from the ark, "Have you not all rebelled against the Lord and said that he does not exist? Therefore the Lord has brought this disaster upon you to destroy you and remove you from the face of the earth. Is this not what I warned you about 120 years ago? Yet you would not listen to the voice of the Lord. And now you wish to remain alive upon the earth." They said to Noah, "We are ready to return to the Lord. Only open for us so that we may live and not die." Noah answered them, "Now that you see the distress of your souls, you wish to return to the Lord. Why did you not return during the 120 years that the Lord granted you? Now you come because of your suffering, but the Lord will not listen to you this day, nor will he hear your request, and you will not succeed in what you desire." The sons of men then approached the ark to break it open and enter because of the rain, for they could not endure the storm upon them. The Lord sent all the beasts and animals that stood around the ark, and the animals overpowered them and drove them away from that place. Every man went his own way, and they scattered again over the face of the earth. The rain continued to fall upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and the waters prevailed greatly. Every living thing upon the earth or in the waters died, men, animals, beasts, creeping things, and birds of the air. Only Noah and those with him in the ark remained alive. The waters increased greatly upon the earth and lifted up the ark so that it rose from the ground. The ark floated upon the surface of the waters and was tossed about so violently that all the living creatures within were churned about like stew in a boiling pot. Great fear seized all the living creatures in the ark, and the ark seemed as though it might break apart. All the living creatures were terrified. The lions roared, the oxen bellowed, the wolves howled, and every creature lamented in its own voice, so that the sound carried far away. Noah and his sons cried and wept in their distress, greatly afraid that they had come to the very gates of death. Noah prayed to the Lord and cried out, "O Lord, help us, for we have no strength to endure this disaster that surrounds us. The waves of the waters have surrounded us, violent torrents have terrified us, and the snares of death have come before us. Answer us, O Lord. Turn your face toward us and be gracious to us. Redeem us and deliver us." The Lord heard the voice of Noah and remembered him. A wind passed over the earth, the waters grew calm, and the ark came to rest. The fountains of the deep and the windows of heaven were closed, and the rain from heaven was restrained. The waters gradually decreased, and the ark rested upon the mountains of Ararat. Noah opened the windows of the ark and again called to the Lord, saying, "O Lord, who formed the earth and the heavens and all that is in them, bring our souls out of this confinement, from this prison in which you have placed us, for I am weary from my sighing." The Lord heard the voice of Noah and said to him, "When a full year has passed, then you shall go out." When the year was completed, and Noah had dwelt in the ark for a full year, the waters had dried from the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the ark. On the 27th day of the 2nd month, the earth was dry. Yet Noah, his sons, and those with him did not leave the ark until the Lord told them to do so. When the day came, and the Lord commanded them to go out, they all came out of the ark. Each living creature went its own way and returned to its place. Noah and his sons dwelt in the land that God had appointed for them, and they served the Lord all their days. The Lord blessed Noah and his sons when they came out of the ark and said to them, "Be fruitful and fill the earth. Grow strong, increase abundantly, and multiply throughout the earth." It becomes clear that after understanding the corruption of humanity described in chapters 4 and 5, we are forced to confront an even more disturbing reality in chapter 6. At this point, the decay no longer belongs only to mankind. It has seeped deep into the very marrow of the animal kingdom itself. Standing at the threshold of salvation, Noah is no longer simply a caretaker of creatures. In many ways, he appears as a guardian of the final seeds of goodness destined for the new world that will rise after the great flood. The mystery of biological selection at the gate of the ark. Amid a world spiraling into reckless experiments of hybridization and the corruption of flesh, Noah appears as a solitary and deeply troubled figure. There is a detail that many overlook. Noah once firmly refused to marry. He could not bear the thought of bringing children into a world that stood on the brink of divine judgment. To Noah, giving life to a child in a world destined for destruction felt like an act of cruelty. Yet a call from eternity changed the course of his destiny. God declared that precisely because of Noah's righteousness, he must preserve a pure lineage to ensure the survival of humanity. The union between Noah and Naamah, whom the Book of Jasher identifies as the daughter of Enoch, was not merely a marriage of affection. It became, in essence, a mission to preserve an uncorrupted human line. Their lineage was believed to carry a form of purity untouched by the influence attributed to the Watchers, allowing life to begin again after the earth was swept clean. For 5 relentless years, the sound of hammers striking the cedar wood of the ark echoed across the land like the final heartbeat of an age. With its immense dimensions, 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits high, The ark was no longer a vague legend. It stood like a biological fortress rising above the ridicule of the crowds. And when the final nail was driven into place, the sky itself seemed to darken beneath the shadow of coming judgment. In the book of Genesis, the account simply tells us that animals entered the ark in pairs. Yet the book of Jasher reveals a far more haunting scene, one rarely described in canonical scripture. Without human guidance, thousands of creatures from forests, plains, and hidden caves began moving toward the ark as though drawn by an unseen signal. A harsh and mysterious form of selection began at the very entrance of the vessel that would preserve life. Before Noah, an unsettling moment unfolded. Creatures approached and lowered themselves before him. Only those that bowed, those whose nature still reflected the original order of creation, were taken into the shelter of the ark's wooden walls. Those that remained standing, displaying aggression or strange distortions, believed to come from corrupted breeding, were left outside. In that moment, Noah was no longer simply a shipbuilder. He had become the final guardian of life's continuity. Imagine Noah sitting quietly at the doorway of the enormous ark, watching an endless stream of creatures emerging from forests, valleys, and plains. Yet not all of them are permitted to enter. According to the text, each creature must perform a decisive action. They approach Noah and bow before him. Those that lower themselves in submission are taken into the ark. Those that remain standing proud or unwilling to bow are left outside to face the coming destruction. This strange detail raises a haunting question. Why was such a distinction made? Perhaps the act of bowing was not merely a gesture of obedience, but a form of recognition, a natural sign that these creatures still carried the original order of creation within them. If we recall the genetic chaos attributed to the influence of the Watchers, the world of that era may have been filled with distorted life forms and unnatural hybrids born from forbidden mixtures of species. In that context, the creatures that bowed could represent those whose nature had not been altered, those whose essence remained aligned with the original design of creation. In this sense, Noah was not simply saving animals. He was preserving the final living representatives of a natural order that had nearly vanished. The moral collapse of nature during this era is illustrated by one particularly shocking moment recorded in Jasher. The text recounts that at the very entrance of the ark, 2 lion cubs suddenly turned against their own mother and killed her before entering the protection of Noah. The image is deeply unsettling. It shatters the most fundamental instincts of maternal bond and survival. It suggests that corruption had spread far beyond humanity and had begun to distort the behavior of the animal world itself. Nature at that time appears almost like a battlefield where the harmony of life had broken apart. Instincts that once protected life had been twisted, and compassion had been replaced by senseless violence. The moment those 2 lion cubs stepped across the body of their own mother to enter the ark becomes a powerful symbol of the closing of a terrifying age. The ark was not merely carrying pairs of creatures to repopulate the earth. It was carrying the final survivors from a planet that had become a corrupted experiment. Outside its doors, beneath the rain that had begun to fall, an entire world of distorted life cried out as it collapsed into extinction, making way for a new beginning. One that would be purer, yet forever haunted by the memory of what had been lost. The mystery of the 700,000 who surrounded the ark. When the massive cedar door of the ark slowly closed, the world outside was left to face the consequences of its own destiny. The book of Genesis briefly records that God shut the door of the ark, but the book of Jasher describes a far more chaotic and terrifying scene. A massive uprising of nearly 1 million people standing at the fragile boundary between life and death. Imagine a vast sea of humanity, approximately 700,000 men and women, including many of the powerful figures of that age, gathered around the ark. When the first drops of rain struck their skin heavy and forceful like falling stones, the laughter and mockery that once filled the air suddenly vanished. In their place rose a wave of collective panic. The water did not fall only from the sky. The ground beneath their feet began to crack open, releasing dark torrents of water from the deep abyss below. In the depths of desperation, the crowd no longer pleaded with tears. They attacked. Hundreds of thousands rushed toward the ark, striking its massive wooden walls with axes, stones, and even their bare hands in a desperate attempt to break through the thick cedar structure. Their screams rose louder than the thunder itself. "Open the door. We will return to the path of righteousness." But from within the ark, there was only silence. Noah was not without compassion. Yet the door had already been sealed by a power far beyond the authority of any human hand. Then another grim reality emerged, one that few sacred texts dare to describe. God did not rely on water alone to carry out the purification of the earth. He used the most primal forces of nature itself, to protect the ark. From the driving rain and the shadows of the forests, the wild beasts that had not been chosen to enter the ark began to appear. Lions, bears, leopards, and other powerful creatures stirred by the chaos of the moment turned upon the crowd surrounding the ark. A horrifying scene unfolded. Lightning tore across the sky. Rain poured down like a collapsing waterfall. Wild beasts attacked those trying to climb the sides of the ark. The blood of hundreds of thousands of people mixed with the rising floodwaters. Inside the ark, Noah could hear the scratching of claws against the wooden walls and the fading cries of a civilization slowly sinking into oblivion. At that moment, mercy had reached its limit and justice took its place. Hearing this account, many people naturally ask a difficult question. If God is loving and compassionate, why would he allow so many people to perish in the waters? Why did those who cried out to him receive no rescue? The answer lies in the number mentioned earlier, 120 years. For 120 years, God did not simply instruct Noah to build a wooden vessel to preserve the seeds of future life. Each strike of the hammer, each beam of cedar stood as a living warning placed in the heart of a decaying civilization. For 120 years, God spoke not only through Noah, but also through Methuselah, Noah's revered grandfather. Methuselah spent the final years of his life traveling across the lands, visiting towns and households, warning that judgment was approaching and urging people to turn back while there was still time. For 120 years, the warning came not only through human voices, but also through the disturbances of nature itself. Subtle tremors shook the ground as reminders that the earth itself was becoming unstable. Strange signs appeared in the heavens. Changes in the light of the sun suggested that the balance of the world was beginning to shift. Even the restless movements of animals seemed to foreshadow an approaching catastrophe. And yet, what was humanity's response to those 120 years of patience? Mocking laughter that echoed louder than the sound of Noah's hammer. Cold indifference toward the tears of Methuselah. Arrogance that dismissed every strange sign of nature as meaningless coincidence. Humanity spent 120 years accumulating corruption, only to be given a few brief moments to regret it. When the waters from the deep burst forth, they realized that God had not been cruel. They themselves had been cruel toward their own souls. 120 years of opportunity slipped away like grains of sand. Now the price to be paid was eternal silence beneath the cold weight of the waters. Mercy had fulfilled its purpose. Justice now carried out the sentence that humanity had signed with its own actions over the course of more than a century. And when the first drops of rain finally fell, regret began to appear. But it was regret that came too late. When the 700,000 surrounded the ark, their cries were not the awakening of moral conscience, but the terror of survival instinct. They did not grieve for the evil they had done. They grieved because they were about to die. There is a harsh boundary written into the fabric of the universe. Compassion may forgive, but justice cannot allow corruption to endure forever. Divine justice does not destroy humanity on its own. It is the seeds of corruption that humanity sows over centuries that eventually grow into the storm that consumes them. Every unnatural creature that should never have existed. Every act of senseless violence, every mocking laugh directed toward the sacred. All of it finally returned with the weight of the rising waters. The moment the door of the ark closed was not an act of cruelty by Noah. It was the moment when the time of grace had reached its end. It stands as one of the most sobering moments in human history, when mercy was forced to step aside so that purification could begin. The cries of hundreds of thousands were eventually swallowed by the roar of the rising ocean, leaving behind a haunting silence. A silence that echoes across generations with a solemn warning. Never mistake the patience of heaven for permission, because the cost of moral collapse is a debt that no amount of late regret can ever repay. 40 days of death and the rainbow above Ararat. When the Great Flood truly began, the ancient texts describe it as far more than a simple storm. In the book of Genesis, the book of Jasher, and the book of Enoch, the catastrophe is portrayed as a complete collapse of the natural order. Heaven and earth seemed to open at the same moment. The windows of heaven poured water down from above, while the fountains of the great deep burst open from beneath the earth. Water did not simply fall from the sky. It surged upward from the depths of the planet itself. It was as if countless arrows of judgment were falling from the heavens, piercing through the final hopes of the old world. For 40 days and 40 nights, the sky and the oceans appeared to merge into one. The mountains that had stood for centuries as symbols of permanence were reduced to fragile peaks, briefly rising above the surface before being swallowed by the vast waters. Every breath upon the earth slowly faded. The cries of a once proud civilization quickly dissolved into a cold and terrible silence beneath the crushing weight of the rising waters. Yet inside the ark, the story carried a completely different tension. The vessel was far from the peaceful refuge that many familiar illustrations suggest. In the book of Jasher, the ark is described as a massive wooden structure being violently tossed between towering waves. Walls of water hurled the vessel from one side to another without mercy. Thunder tore across the heavens. Lightning illuminated the black surface of the sea. Fierce winds howled as though all of nature itself had risen in anger. Inside the ark, chaos echoed the turmoil outside. Animals roared in terror. Birds beat their wings wildly in the darkness. Noah's family felt with painful clarity that their lives were separated from death by nothing more than thin wooden planks. The ark shook so violently that there were moments when they believed it might break apart. In the most desperate moment of all, Noah fell to his knees and prayed. His plea was not only for the survival of his own family, but for the last fragile spark of life from the old world that had taken refuge within the ark. According to ancient Jewish tradition, it was at that moment that God remembered Noah. A great wind began to pass over the waters. The raging currents slowly began to calm, and the chaos of the oceans gradually gave way to a deep and unsettling stillness. The ark continued to drift for many months. The waters did not recede immediately. Ancient accounts describe how it took a long time before the level of the floodwaters began to fall. Then one day, after drifting endlessly across a world of water, the ark suddenly lurched with a heavy resonant sound. It had touched land. The ark came to rest upon the mountains of Ararat, a high mountain region located in what is now eastern Turkey. In biblical tradition, Ararat became the symbolic place where the new world first emerged after the global catastrophe. Yet Noah and his family still had to wait. According to the book of Genesis, they remained inside the ark for a full year before the earth was completely dry. During that time, Noah released a raven and later a dove to test whether the waters had receded. When the dove finally returned, carrying an olive leaf in its beak, it became the first sign that life had begun to return to the earth. When the door of the ark finally opened, Noah saw a world completely transformed. There were no cities. No traces of the old civilization remained. Only a silent landscape covered with mud and salt, where nature itself seemed to be beginning again from nothing. The first thing Noah did when he stepped onto the ground was not to build shelter or search for food. He built an altar and offered a sacrifice of thanksgiving to God. Smoke from the offering rose into the sky above a world that had just survived unimaginable destruction. And then a new sign appeared in the heavens. A radiant rainbow stretched across the sky. According to the scriptures, the rainbow became the symbol of a sacred covenant. God declared that he would never again destroy the entire world with a flood. The rainbow therefore became a reminder that even after the greatest judgment, mercy still remains. God blessed Noah and his sons with a simple command that would shape the future of humanity, be fruitful, and fill the earth. A new order had begun from the ruins of the old world. Yet the story did not truly end there. When Noah descended from Mount Ararat, he could not know that within the blood of the survivors and within the memory and nature of humanity itself, the traces of the old world still remained. The seeds of weakness, ambition, and moral failure still lived quietly within the human heart. The great flood had cleansed the earth, but the struggle within humanity had only just begun. And even now, a shadow from the past is preparing to rise again under a new name. Nimrod, the first tyrant, and the beginning of a kingdom that carries the hidden code of God. Do not look away, because the truth has only just begun to unfold. In the chapters that follow, we will step into the mysterious life of humanity after the great flood. Chapter 7. And these are the names of the sons of Noah, Japheth, Ham, and Shem. And children were born to them after the flood, for they had taken wives before the flood. These are the sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras, 7 sons. And the sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, Rephath, and Tegerma. And the sons of Magog were Elichaneph and Lubal. And the children of Madai were Akan, Zelo, Chazoni, and Lot. And the sons of Javan were Elisha, Tarshish, Chittim, and Dudonim. And the sons of Tubal were Arifi, Kesed, and Tari. And the sons of Meshech were Dedan, Zaram, and Shabashni. And the sons of Tiras were Beneb, Gera, Lupirion, and Gilak. These are the sons of Japheth, according to their families, and their number in those days was about 460 men. And these are the sons of Ham, Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan, 4 sons. And the sons of Cush were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, and Satekah. And the sons of Rama were Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Mitzrayim were Lud, Anom, Pathros, Chasloth, and Shaptor. And the sons of Phut were Gebul, Hadan, Bena, and Adan. And the sons of Canaan were Zidon, Heth, Amori, Girgashi, Kiviarki, Seni, Arodi, Zimodi, and Shamothi. These are the sons of Ham, according to their families, and their number in those days was about 730 men. And these are the sons of Shemelam, Asher, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aram, 5 sons. And the sons of Elam were Shushan, Machul, and Harmon. And the sons of Asher were Miris and Mokil. And the sons of Arpachshad were Shelach, Anar, and Ashkol. And the sons of Lud were Pethor and Bezion. And the sons of Aram were Uz, Chul, Gather, and Mash. These are the sons of Shem, according to their families, and their number in those days was about 300 men. These are the generations of Shem. Shem begot Arpachshad, and Arpachshad begot Shelach, and Shelach begot Eber. And to Eber were born 2 children. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days the sons of men were divided, and later the earth itself was divided. And the name of the second was Yoktan, meaning that in his days the lives of the sons of men were diminished and shortened. These are the sons of Yoktan, Almadad, Shelaf, Chazarmoveth, Yerach, Haduram, Ozel, Dikla, Obal, Abimel, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these are the sons of Yoktan. And Peleg his brother begot Yen, and Yen begot Serug, and Serug begot Nahor, and Nahor begot Terah. And Terah was 38 years old when he begot Haran and Nahor. And Cush, the son of Ham, the son of Noah, took a wife in those days, in his old age, and she bore a son, and they called his name Nimrod, saying, At that time the sons of men again began to rebel and transgress against God. The child grew up, and his father loved him exceedingly, for he was the son of his old age. And the garments of skin which God made for Adam and his wife, when they went out of the garden, were given to Cush. For after the death of Adam and his wife, the garments were given to Enoch, the son of Jared. And when Enoch was taken up to God, he gave them to Methuselah, his son. And at the death of Methuselah, Noah took them and brought them to the ark, and they remained with him until he came out of the ark. And when they went out of the ark, Ham stole those garments from Noah his father, and he took them and hid them from his brothers. And when Ham begot his firstborn Cush, he secretly gave him those garments, and they remained with Cush for many days. And Cush also concealed them from his sons and brothers. When Cush begot Nimrod, he gave those garments to him out of his love for him. and Nimrod grew up. When he was 20 years old, he put on those garments. And Nimrod became strong when he put on the garments, and God gave him might and strength. He became a mighty hunter in the earth, a mighty hunter in the field. He hunted animals, built altars, and offered the animals upon them before the Lord. And Nimrod strengthened himself and rose up from among his brethren, and he fought the battles of his brethren against all their enemies round about. And the Lord delivered the enemies of his brethren into his hands, and God prospered him from time to time in his battles, and he began to reign upon the earth. Therefore it became a saying in those days that when a man led forth those whom he had trained for battle, he would say to them, as God did to Nimrod, who was a mighty hunter in the earth, and who succeeded in battles on behalf of his brethren, delivering them from the hands of their enemies, so may God strengthen us and deliver us this day. And when Nimrod was 40 years old, there arose a war between his brethren and the children of Japheth, and they fell under the power of their enemies. And Nimrod went forth at that time, and gathered all the sons of Cush and their families, about 460 men. He also hired about 80 men from among his friends and acquaintances, giving them payment, and he went with them to battle. While on the road, Nimrod strengthened the hearts of the people who went with him. And he said to them, "Do not fear, and do not be alarmed, for all our enemies will be delivered into our hands, and you may do with them as you please." And the men who went with him numbered about 500. They fought against their enemies, destroyed them, and subdued them, and Nimrod appointed officers over them in their respective places. He took some of their children as hostages, and they all became servants to Nimrod and to his brethren. Then Nimrod and all the people who were with him returned home. When Nimrod returned joyfully from battle after conquering his enemies, all his brethren, together with those who had known him before, gathered to make him king over them, and they placed the royal crown upon his head. He appointed princes, judges, and rulers over his people, and subjects according to the custom of kings. And he appointed Terah, the son of Nahor, as the prince of his host, honoring him and elevating him above all his princes. And while Nimrod reigned according to his own desire, after conquering all his enemies around him, he consulted with his counselors to build a city for his royal residence. And they did so. They found a large valley toward the east, and built him a vast and magnificent city. Nimrod called the name of the city Shinar, for the Lord had violently shaken his enemies and destroyed them. And Nimrod dwelt in Shinar and reigned securely. He fought against his enemies and subdued them, prospering in all his battles. And his kingdom grew exceedingly great. All nations and languages heard of his fame. They gathered themselves to him, bowed down before him, and brought offerings. He became their Lord and King, and they dwelt with him in the city of Shinar. Nimrod reigned over all the sons of Noah, and they were all under his power and counsel. And the whole earth was of one language and of united speech. But Nimrod did not walk in the ways of the Lord. He was more wicked than all the men who had lived before him from the days of the flood until that time. He made gods of wood and stone and bowed down to them. He rebelled against the Lord and taught all his subjects and the people of the earth his wicked ways. Mardon, his son, was even more wicked than his father. And everyone who heard of the deeds of Mardon, the son of Nimrod, would say, "From the wicked comes wickedness." And this saying became a proverb throughout the earth. From the wicked comes wickedness, and it has remained a saying among men from that time until now. And Terah, the son of Nahor, the prince of Nimrod's host, was greatly esteemed in those days in the eyes of the king and his subjects. The king and his princes loved him and raised him to a very high position. And Terah took a wife whose name was Amthalo, the daughter of Cornebo. The wife of Terah conceived and bore him a son in those days. Terah was 70 years old when he begot him. And Terah called the name of the son who was born to him Abram, because the king had raised him in those days and honored him above all the princes who were with him. Chapter 8. And it came to pass in the night when Abram was born, that all the servants of Terah, together with all the wise men of Nimrod and his conjurers, came to the house of Terah. They ate and drank and rejoiced with him on that night. And when all the wise men and conjurers departed from the house of Terah, they lifted up their eyes toward heaven that night to look upon the stars. And behold, they saw a very great star come from the east. And it ran across the heavens and swallowed up 4 stars from the 4 corners of the sky. And all the wise men of the king and his conjurers were astonished at the sight. And the sages understood the matter and knew its meaning. And they said one to another, "This sign concerns the child who has been born to Terah this night. He will grow and become fruitful and multiply, and he and his children will possess the whole earth forever. He and his descendants will slay great kings and inherit their lands." And the wise men and conjurers returned to their homes that night. And in the morning, all those wise men and conjurers rose early and gathered together in an appointed house. And they spoke among themselves and said, "Behold, the vision that we saw last night has been hidden from the king. It has not been made known to him. And if this matter should become known to the king in the future, he will say to us, 'Why have you concealed this thing from me?' Then we shall all suffer death. Therefore let us go now and tell the king the sight we saw and its interpretation, and we shall then remain blameless." And they did so. They all went before the king and bowed themselves to the ground before him. And they said, "May the king live, may the king live. We heard that a son was born to Terah, the son of Nahor, the prince of your host. Last night we came to his house, and we ate and drank and rejoiced with him. And when your servants departed from the house of Terah to go to our homes for the night, we lifted up our eyes to heaven, and we saw a great star coming from the east. The star moved swiftly and swallowed 4 great stars from the 4 sides of heaven. And your servants were astonished at the sight we saw, and were greatly afraid. We examined the sign and understood its meaning through our wisdom. This sign concerns the child born to Terah. He will grow and multiply greatly and become powerful. He will slay all the kings of the earth and inherit their lands, he and his descendants, forever. And now, our Lord and King, we have faithfully informed you of what we saw concerning this child. If it pleases the king, give the father a reward for the child, and let us slay him before he grows up and increases in the land. Otherwise his power will rise against us, and we and our children may perish because of him." And the king heard their words, and they seemed good in his sight. So he sent and called for Terah, and Terah came before the king. And the king said to Terah, "I have been told that a son was born to you last night, and that a sign appeared in the heavens at his birth. Now therefore give me the child, so that we may slay him before his power rises against us, and I will give you in exchange a house filled with silver and gold." And Terah answered the king and said, "My lord and king, I have heard your words, and your servant will do all that the king desires. But my lord and king, allow me to tell you what happened to me last night, so that I may hear what advice the king will give his servant. Then I will answer the king concerning what he has spoken." And the king said, "Speak." And Terah said to the king, "Ion, the son of Mored, came to me last night and said, 'Give me the great and beautiful horse that the king gave you, and I will give you silver and gold straw and provender in exchange.' And I said to him, 'Wait until I speak with the king concerning your request. Whatever the king says that I will do. And now, my lord and king, I have made this matter known to you. Whatever counsel my king gives his servant, that I will follow.' And the king heard the words of Terah, and his anger burned within him, and he regarded Terah as a foolish man. And the king said to Terah, 'Are you so foolish, ignorant, or lacking in understanding, that you would give away your beautiful horse for silver and gold, or even for straw and provender? Are you so poor in silver and gold that you would do such a thing because you cannot obtain straw and fodder to feed your horse? What are silver and gold or straw and provender compared with a fine horse that I gave you, a horse like which does not exist anywhere on the earth?' And the king stopped speaking, and Terah answered the king and said, 'Just as the king has spoken to his servant. So I ask you, my lord and king, what is this that you said to me?' Give me your son, so that we may kill him, and I will give you silver and gold for his value." "What shall I do with silver and gold after my son is dead? Who will inherit me? Surely when I die, the silver and gold will return to the king who gave them." And when the king heard the words of Terah and the parable he spoke, he was greatly troubled and angered, and his wrath burned within him. And the king said to Terah, "No, but I will purchase thy younger son for a price." And Terah answered the king, saying, "I beseech thee, my lord and king, to let thy servant speak a word before thee, and let the king hear the word of his servant." And Terah said, "Let my king give me 3 days' time till I consider this matter within myself, and consult with my family concerning the words of my king." And he pressed the king greatly to agree to this. And the king hearkened to Terah, and he did so. And he gave him 3 days' time. And Terah went out from the king's presence, and he came home to his family, and spoke to them all the words of the king. And the people were greatly afraid. And it was in the 3rd day that the king sent to Terah, saying, "Send me thy son for a price, as I spoke to thee. And shouldst thou not do this, I will send and slay all thou hast in thy house, so that thou shalt not even have a dog remaining." And Terah hastened, as the thing was urgent from the king. And he took a child from one of his servants, which his handmaid had borne to him that day. And Terah brought the child to the king, and received value for him. And the Lord was with the Terah in this matter, that Nimrod might not cause Abram's death. And the king took the child from Terah, and with all his might dashed his head to the ground, for he thought it had been Abram. And this was concealed from him from that day, and it was forgotten by the king, as it was the will of providence not to suffer Abram's death. And Terah took Abram his son secretly together with his mother and nurse, and he concealed them in a cave, and he brought them their provisions monthly. And the Lord was with Abram in the cave, and he grew up. And Abram was in the cave 10 years, and the king and his princes, soothsayers and sages, thought that the king had killed Abram. Chapter 9. And Haran the son of Terah, Abram's oldest brother, took a wife in those days. Haran was 39 years old when he took her, and the wife of Haran conceived and bore a son, and he called his name Lot. And she conceived again, and bore a daughter, and she called her name Milcah. And she conceived again, and bore a daughter, and she called her name Sarai. Haran was 42 years old when he begat Sarai, which was in the 10th year of the life of Abram. And in those days Abram and his mother and nurse went out from the cave, as the king and his subjects had forgotten the affair of Abram. And when Abram came out from the cave, he went to Noah and his son Shem, and he remained with them to learn the instruction of the Lord and his ways. And no man knew where Abram was, and Abram served Noah and Shem his son for a long time. And Abram was in Noah's house 39 years, and Abram knew the Lord from 3 years old. And he went in the ways of the Lord until the day of his death, as Noah and his son Shem had taught him. And all the sons of the earth in those days greatly transgressed against the Lord, and they rebelled against him, and they served other gods, and they forgot the Lord who had created them in the earth. And the inhabitants of the earth made unto themselves at that time every man his god, gods of wood and stone, which could neither speak, hear, nor deliver. And the sons of men served them, and they became their gods. And the king and all his servants and Terah with all his household were then the first of those that served gods of wood and stone. And Terah had 12 gods of large size, made of wood and stone, after the 12 months of the year, and he served each one monthly. And every month Terah would bring his meat offering and drink offering to his gods. Thus did Terah all the days. And all that generation were wicked in the sight of the Lord, and they thus made every man his god, but they forsook the Lord who had created them. And there was not a man found in those days in the whole earth who knew the Lord, for they served each man his own god, except Noah and his household. And all those who were under his counsel knew the Lord in those days. And Abram the son of Terah was waxing great in those days in the house of Noah, and no man knew it, and the Lord was with him. And the Lord gave Abram an understanding heart. And he knew all the works of that generation were vain, and that all their gods were vain, and were of no avail. And Abram saw the sun shining upon the earth, and Abram said unto himself, Surely now this sun that shines upon the earth is God, and him will I serve. And Abram served the sun in that day, and he prayed to him. And when evening came, the sun set as usual, and Abram said within himself, Surely this cannot be God. And Abram still continued to speak within himself. Who is he who made the heavens and the earth, who created upon earth? Where is he? And night darkened over him, and he lifted up his eyes toward the west, north, south, and east. And he saw that the sun had vanished from the earth, and the day became dark. And Abram saw the stars and moon before him, and he said, Surely this is the God who created the whole earth, as well as man. And behold, these, his servants, are gods around him. And Abram served the moon, and prayed to it all that night. And in the morning, when it was light, and the sun shone upon the earth as usual, Abram saw all the things that the Lord God had made upon earth. And Abram said unto himself, Surely these are not gods that made the earth and all mankind, but these are the servants of God. And Abram remained in the house of Noah, and there knew the Lord and his ways. And he served the Lord all the days of his life, and all that generation forgot the Lord, and served other gods of wood and stone, and rebelled all their days. And King Nimrod reigned securely, and all the earth was under his control, and all the earth was of one tongue and words of union. And all the princes of Nimrod and his great men took counsel together. Phut, Mitzrayim, Cush, and Canaan with their families, and they said to each other, Come, let us build ourselves a city, and in it a strong tower, and its top reaching heaven, and we will make ourselves famed, so that we may reign upon the whole world, in order that the evil of our enemies may cease from us, that we may reign mightily over them, and that we may not become scattered over the earth on account of their wars. And they all went before the king, and they told the king these words, and the king agreed with them in this affair, and he did so. And all the families assembled, consisting of about 600,000 men. And they went to seek an extensive piece of ground to build the city and the tower. And they sought in the whole earth, and they found none like one valley, at the east of the land of Shinar, about 2 days' walk. And they journeyed there, and they dwelt there. And they began to make bricks and burn fires to build the city and the tower that they had imagined to complete. And the building of the tower was unto them a transgression and a sin. And they began to build it, and whilst they were building against the Lord God of heaven, they imagined in their hearts to war against him and to ascend into heaven. And all these people and all the families divided themselves in 3 parts. The first said, We will ascend into heaven and fight against him. The second said, We will ascend to heaven and place our own gods there and serve them. And the third part said, We will ascend to heaven and smite him with bows and spears. And God knew all their works and all their evil thoughts, and he saw the city and the tower which they were building. And when they were building, they built themselves a great city and a very high and strong tower. And on account of its height, the mortar and bricks did not reach the builders in their ascent to it, until those who went up had completed a full year, and after that they reached to the builders and gave them the mortar and the bricks. Thus was it done daily, and behold, these ascended and others descended the whole day. And if a brick should fall from their hands and get broken, they would all weep over it. And if a man fell and died, none of them would look at him. And the Lord knew their thoughts. And it came to pass when they were building, they cast the arrows toward the heavens, and all the arrows fell upon them, filled with blood. And when they saw them, they said to each other, Surely we have slain all those that are in heaven. For this was from the Lord, in order to cause them to err, and in order to destroy them from off the face of the ground. And they built the tower and the city, and they did this thing daily, until many days and years were elapsed. And God said to the 70 angels who stood foremost before him, to those who were near to him, saying, Come, let us descend and confuse their tongues, that one man shall not understand the language of his neighbor. And they did so unto them. And from that day following they forgot each man his neighbor's tongue, and they could not understand to speak in one tongue. And when the builder took from the hands of his neighbor lime or stone, which he did not order, the builder would cast it away and throw it upon his neighbor that he would die. And they did so many days, and they killed many of them in this manner. And the Lord smote the 3 divisions that were there, and he punished them according to their works and designs. Those who said, "We will ascend to heaven and serve our gods," became like apes and elephants. And those who said, "We will smite the heaven with arrows," the Lord killed them, one man through the hand of his neighbor. And the 3rd division of those who said, "We will ascend to heaven and fight against him," the Lord scattered them throughout the earth. And those who were left amongst them, when they knew and understood the evil which was coming upon them, they forsook the building, and they also became scattered upon the face of the whole earth. And they ceased building the city and the tower. Therefore he called that place Babel, for there the Lord confounded the language of the whole earth. Behold, it was at the east of the land of Shinar. And as to the tower which the sons of men built, the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up 1/3 part thereof. And a fire also descended from heaven and burned another 1/3, and the other 1/3 is left to this day, and it is of that part which was aloft, and its circumference is 3 days' walk. 39. And many of the sons of men died in that tower, a people without number. Chapter 10. And Peleg the son of Eber died in those days, in the 48th year of the life of Abram, the son of Terah. And all the days of Peleg were 239 years. And when the Lord had scattered the sons of men on account of their sin at the tower, behold, they spread out into many divisions, and all the sons of men were dispersed into the 4 corners of the earth. And all the families became separated according to their language, their land, and their city. And the sons of men built many cities according to their families, in all the places where they went throughout the earth, where the Lord had scattered them. And some of them built cities in places from which they were afterward extirpated. And they called these cities after their own names, or the names of their children, or after their particular occurrences. And the sons of Japheth, the son of Noah, went and built themselves cities in the places where they were scattered. And they called all their cities after their names. And the sons of Japheth were divided upon the face of the earth into many divisions and languages. And these are the sons of Japheth, according to their families: Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. These are the children of Japheth, according to their generations. And the children of Gomer, according to their cities, were the Frankim, who dwell in the land of Franza, by the river Franza, by the river Senah. And the children of Rephath are the Bartanim, who dwell in the land of Bartonia, by the river Leda, which empties its waters in the great sea Gihon, that is Oceanus. And the children of Tugarma are 10 families, and these are their names: Buzar, Parzunak, Balgar, Elikanim, Ragbib, Tarki, Bid, Zebuk, Ongol, and Tilmaz. All these spread and rested in the north, and built themselves cities. And they called their cities after their own names. Those are they who abide by the rivers Hithla and Italak unto this day. But the families of Angoli, Balgar, and Parzunak, they dwell by the great river Dubni. And the names of their cities are also according to their own names. And the children of Javan are the Javanim, who dwell in the land of Makdon, and the children of Mederi are the Oralim that dwell in the land of Curson, and the children of Tubal are those that dwell in the land of Tuscana by the river Pasha. And the children of Meshech are the Shebashni, and the children of Tiras are Rushash Kushni and Ongolis. All these went and built themselves cities. Those are the cities that are situate by the sea, Jabus by the river Kura, which empties itself in the river Tragan. And the children of Elisha are the Almanim, and they also went and built themselves cities. Those are the cities situate between the mountains of Job and Shebathmo. And of them were the people of Lombardy, who dwell opposite the mountains of Job and Shebathmo, and they conquered the land of Italia and remained there unto this day. And the children of Chittim are the Romim, who dwell in the valley of Canopia by the river Tibru. And the children of Dudanim are those who dwell in the cities of the sea Gihon in the land of Bordna. These are the families of the children of Japheth, according to their cities and languages, when they were scattered after the tower, and they called their cities after their names and occurrences. And these are the names of all their cities according to their families, which they built in those days after the tower. And the children of Ham were Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan, according to their generation in cities. All these went and built themselves cities, as they found fit places for them. And they called their cities after the names of their fathers: Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan. And the children of Mitzrayim are the Ludim, Anamim, Lehabim, Naphtuchim, Pathrusim, Casluchim, and Kaphtorim, 7 families. All these dwell by the river Sihor, that is the brook of Egypt, and they built themselves cities and called them after their own names. And the children of Pathros and Casloch intermarried together, and from them went forth the Pelishtim, the Azathim, and the Gerarim, the Githim, and the Ekronim, in all 5 families. These also built themselves cities, and they called their cities after the names of their fathers unto this day. And the children of Canaan also built themselves cities, and they called their cities after their names, 11 cities, and others without number. And 4 men from the family of Ham went to the land of the plain. These are the names of the 4 men: Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboyim. And these men built themselves 4 cities in the land of the plain, and they called the names of their cities after their own names. And they and their children and all belonging to them dwelt in those cities, and they were fruitful and multiplied greatly and dwelt peaceably. And Seir, the son of Hur, son of Hivi, son of Canaan, went and found a valley opposite to Mount Paran. And he built a city there, and he and his 7 sons and his household dwelt there. And he called the city which he built Seir, according to his name. That is the land of Seir unto this day. These are the families of the children of Ham, according to their languages and cities, when they were scattered to their countries after the tower. And some of the children of Shem, son of Noah, father of all the children of Eber, also went and built themselves cities in the places wherein they were scattered, and they called their cities after their names. And the sons of Shem were Elam, Asher, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aram. And they built themselves cities, and called the names of all their cities after their names. And Asher's son of Shem and his children and household went forth at that time, a very large body of them. And they went to a distant land that they found, and they met with a very extensive valley in the land that they went to. And they built themselves 4 cities, and they called them after their own names and occurrences. And these are the names of the cities which the children of Asher built: Nineveh, Rezin, Kalach, and Rehoboth. And the children of Asher dwell there unto this day. And the children of Aram also went and built themselves a city. And they called the name of the city Uz, after their eldest brother. And they dwell therein. That is the land of Uz to this day. And in the 2nd year after the tower, a man from the house of Asher, whose name was Bela, went from the land of Nineveh to sojourn with his household wherever he could find a place. And they came until opposite the cities of the plain against Sodom, and they dwelt there. And the man rose up and built there a small city, and called its name Bela after his name. That is the land of Zoar unto this day. And these are the families of the children of Shem, according to their language and cities, after they were scattered upon the earth after the tower. And every kingdom, city, and family of the families of the children of Noah built themselves many cities after this. And they established governments in all their cities in order to be regulated by their orders. So did all the families of the children of Noah forever. Chapter 11. And Nimrod the son of Cush was still in the land of Shinar, and he reigned over it and dwelt there, and he built cities in the land of Shinar. And these are the names of the 4 cities which he built. And he called their names after the events that occurred during the building of the tower. And he called the first Babel, saying, because there the Lord confounded the language of the whole earth. And the name of the second he called Erech, because from there God dispersed them. And the third he called Eshed, saying that there was a great battle in that place. And the fourth he called Kalna, because his princes and mighty men were consumed there, when they vexed the Lord and rebelled and transgressed against him. And when Nimrod had built these cities in the land of Shinar, he placed in them the remainder of his people, his princes and his mighty men who were left in his kingdom. And Nimrod dwelt in Babel, And he there renewed his reign over the rest of his subjects, and he reigned securely. And the subjects and princes of Nimrod called his name Amraphel, saying that at the tower his princes and men fell through his means. And notwithstanding this, Nimrod did not return to the Lord, and he continued in wickedness and teaching wickedness to the sons of men. And Mardon his son was worse than his father, and continued to add to the abominations of his father. And he caused the sons of men to sin. Therefore it is said, from the wicked goeth forth wickedness. At that time there was war between the families of the children of Ham, as they were dwelling in the cities which they had built. And Chedorlaomer king of Elam went away from the families of the children of Ham, and he fought with them, and he subdued them. And he went to the 5 cities of the plain, and he fought against them, and he subdued them, and they were under his control. And they served him 12 years, and they gave him a yearly tax. At that time died Nahor son of Serug in the 49th year of the life of Abram son of Terah. And in the 50th year of the life of Abram son of Terah, Abram came forth from the house of Noah and went to his father's house. And Abram knew the Lord, and he went in his ways and instructions, and the Lord his God was with him. And Terah his father was in those days still captain of the host of King Nimrod, and he still followed strange gods. And Abram came to his father's house and saw 12 gods standing there in their temples. And the anger of Abram was kindled when he saw these images in his father's house. And Abram said, As the Lord liveth, these images shall not remain in my father's house. So shall the Lord who created me do unto me, if in 3 days' time I do not break them all. And Abram went from them, and his anger burned within him. And Abram hastened, and went from the chamber to his father's outer court. And he found his father sitting in the court, and all his servants with him, and Abram came and sat before him. And Abram asked his father, saying, Father, tell me, where is God, who created heaven and earth, and all the sons of men upon earth, and who created thee and me? And Terah answered his son Abram, and said, Behold, those who created us are all with us in the house. And Abram said to his father, My Lord, show them to me, I pray thee. And Terah brought Abram into the chamber of the inner court, and Abram saw, and behold, the whole room was full of gods of wood and stone, 12 great images, and others less than they, without number. And Terah said to his son, Behold, these are they which made all thou seest upon earth, and which created me and thee and all mankind. And Terah bowed down to his gods, and he then went away from them. And Abram his son went away with him. And when Abram had gone from them, he went to his mother and sat before her. And he said to his mother, Behold, my father has shown me those who made heaven and earth and all the sons of men. Now therefore hasten and fetch a kid from the flock, and make of it savory meat, that I may bring it to my father's gods, as an offering for them to eat. Perhaps I may thereby become acceptable to them. And his mother did so, and she fetched a kid, and made savory meat thereof, and brought it to Abram. And Abram took the savory meat from his mother, and brought it before his father's gods, and he drew nigh to them, that they might eat. And Terah his father did not know of it. And Abram saw on the day when he was sitting amongst them, that they had no voice, no hearing, no motion, and not one of them could stretch forth his hand to eat. And Abram mocked them and said, Surely the savory meat that I prepared has not pleased them. Or perhaps it was too little for them, and for that reason they would not eat. Therefore tomorrow I will prepare fresh savory meat, better and more plentiful than this, in order that I may see the result. And it was on the next day that Abram directed his mother concerning the savory meat. And his mother rose and fetched 3 fine kids from the flock. And she made of them some excellent savory meat, such as her son was fond of. And she gave it to her son Abram. And Terah, his father, did not know of it. And Abram took the savory meat from his mother, and brought it before his father's gods into the chamber. And he came nigh unto them, that they might eat. And he placed it before them, and Abram sat before them all day, thinking perhaps they might eat. And Abram viewed them, and behold, they had neither voice nor hearing, nor did one of them stretch forth his hand to the meat to eat. And in the evening of that day, in that house, Abram was clothed with the Spirit of God. And he called out and said, Woe unto my father, and this wicked generation, whose hearts are all inclined to vanity, who serve these idols of wood and stone, which can neither eat, smell, hear, nor speak, who have mouths without speech, eyes without sight, ears without hearing, hands without feeling, and legs which cannot move. Like them are those that made them and that trust in them. And when Abram saw all these things, his anger was kindled against his father, and he hastened and took a hatchet in his hand, and came unto the chamber of the gods, and he broke all his father's gods. And when he had done breaking the images, he placed the hatchet in the hand of the great God which was there before them, and he went out. And Terah his father came home, for he had heard at the door the sound of the striking of the hatchet. So Terah came into the house to know what this was about. And Terah, having heard the noise of the hatchet in the room of images, ran to the room to the images, and he met Abram going out. And Terah entered the room, and found all the idols fallen down and broken, and the hatchet in the hand of the largest, which was not broken. And the savory meat which Abram his son had made was still before them. And when Terah saw this, his anger was greatly kindled, and he hastened and went from the room to Abram. And he found Abram his son still sitting in the house. And he said to him, What is this work thou hast done to my gods? And Abram answered Terah his father, and he said, Not so, my lord, for I brought savory meat before them. And when I came nigh to them with the meat that they might eat, they all at once stretched forth their hands to eat before the great one had put forth his hand to eat. And the large one saw their works that they did before him, and his anger was violently kindled against them. And he went and took the hatchet that was in the house, and came to them, and broke them all. And behold, the hatchet is yet in his hand, as thou seest. And Terah's anger was kindled against his son Abram when he spoke this. And Terah said to Abram, his son, in his anger, What is this tale that thou hast told? Thou speakest lies to me. Is there in these gods spirit, soul, or power to do all thou hast told me? Are they not wood and stone, and have I not myself made them? And canst thou speak such lies, saying that the large God that was with them smote them? It is thou that didst place the hatchet in his hands, and then sayest, He smote them all. And Abram answered his father and said to him, And how canst thou then serve these idols, in whom there is no power to do anything? Can those idols in which thou trustest deliver thee? Can they hear thy prayers when thou callest upon them? Can they deliver thee from the hands of thy enemies? Or will they fight thy battles for thee against thy enemies? That thou shouldst serve wood and stone, which can neither speak nor hear. And now surely it is not good for thee, nor for the sons of men that are connected with thee, to do these things. Are you so silly, so foolish, or so short of understanding, that you will serve wood and stone, and do after this manner, and forget the Lord God who made heaven and earth, and who created you in the earth, and thereby bring a great evil upon your souls in this matter? By serving stone and wood, did not our fathers in days of old sin in this matter? And the Lord God of the universe brought the waters of the flood upon them, and destroyed the whole earth. And how can you continue to do this, and serve gods of wood and stone, who cannot hear or speak or deliver you from oppression, thereby bringing down the anger of the God of the universe upon you? Now therefore, my father, refrain from this, and bring not evil upon thy soul and the souls of thy household. And Abram hastened and sprang from before his father, and took the hatchet from his father's largest idol, with which Abram broke it, and ran away. And Terah, seeing all that Abram had done, hastened to go from his house. And he went to the king, and he came before Nimrod, and stood before him, and he bowed down to the king. And the king said, What dost thou want? And he said, I beseech thee, my lord, to hear me. Now 50 years back a child was born to me, and thus has he done to my gods, and thus has he spoken. And now therefore, my lord and king, send for him, that he may come before thee, and judge him according to the law, that we may be delivered from his evil. And the king sent 3 men of his servants, and they went and brought Abram before the king. And Nimrod and all his princes and servants were that day sitting before him, and Terah sat also before them. And the king said to Abram, What is this that thou hast done to thy father and to his gods? And Abram answered the king in the words that he spoke to his father, and he said, The large God that was with them in the house did to them what thou hast heard. And the king said to Abram, Had they power to speak and eat and do as thou hast said? And Abram answered the king, saying, And if there be no power in them, why dost thou serve them, and cause the sons of men to err through thy folly? Dost thou imagine that they can deliver thee, or do anything small or great, that thou shouldst serve them? And why wilt thou not sense the God of the whole universe, who created thee, and in whose power it is to kill and keep alive? Zero, foolish, simple, and ignorant king, woe unto thee forever. I thought thou wouldst teach thy servants the upright way. But thou hast not done this, but hast filled the whole earth with thy sins, and the sins of thy people who have followed thy ways. Dost thou not know, or hast thou not heard, that this evil which thou doest, our ancestors sinned therein in days of old, and the eternal God brought the waters of the flood upon them, and destroyed them all, and also destroyed the whole earth on their account? And wilt thou and thy people rise up now, and do like unto this work, in order to bring down the anger of the Lord, God of the universe, and to bring evil upon thee and the whole earth? Now therefore put away this evil deed which thou doest, and serve the God of the universe as thy soul is in his hands. And then it will be well with thee. And if thy wicked heart will not hearken to my words to cause thee to forsake thy evil ways and to serve the eternal God, then wilt thou die in shame in the latter days, thou, thy people, and all who are connected with thee, hearing thy words or walking in thy evil ways. And when Abram had ceased speaking before the king and princes, Abram lifted up his eyes to the heavens, and he said, The Lord seeth all the wicked, and he will judge them. Chapter 12. And when the king heard the words of Abram, he ordered him to be put into prison. And Abram was 10 days in prison. And at the end of those days the king ordered that all the kings, princes, governors of different provinces, and the sages should come before him, and they sat before him, and Abram was still in the house of confinement. And the king said to the princes and sages, Have you heard what Abram the son of Terah has done to his father? Thus has he done to him, and I ordered him to be brought before me, and thus has he spoken. His heart did not misgive him, neither did he stir in my presence, and behold now, he is confined in the prison. And therefore decide what judgment is due to this man, who reviled the king, who spoke and did all the things that you heard. And they all answered the king, saying, The man who revileth the king should be hanged upon a tree. But having done all the things that he said, and having despised our gods, he must therefore be burned to death, for this is the law in this matter. If it pleaseth the king to do this, let him order his servants to kindle a fire both night and day in thy brick furnace, and then we will cast this man into it. And the king did so, and he commanded his servants that they should prepare a fire for 3 days and 3 nights in the king's furnace that is in Kasdim. And the king ordered them to take Abram from prison and bring him out to be burned. And all the king's servants, princes, lords, governors, and judges, and all the inhabitants of the land, about 900,000 men, stood opposite the furnace to see Abram. And all the women and little ones crowded upon the roofs and towers to see what was being done with Abram. And they all stood together at a distance. And there was not a man left who did not come on that day to behold the scene. And when Abram came, the conjurers of the king and the sages saw Abram, and they cried out to the king, saying, Our sovereign Lord, surely this is the man whom we know to have been the child at whose birth the great star swallowed the 4 stars, which we declared to the king now 50 years since. And behold now, his father has also transgressed thy commands, and mocked thee, by bringing thee another child, which thou didst kill. And when the king heard their words, he was exceedingly wroth, and he ordered Terah to be brought before him. And the king said, Hast thou heard what the conjurers have spoken? Now tell me truly, how didst thou act? And if thou shalt speak truth, thou shalt be acquitted. And seeing that the king's anger was so much kindled, Terah said to the king, My lord and king, thou hast heard the truth, and what the sages have spoken is right. And the king said, How couldst thou do this thing to transgress my orders, and to give me a child that thou didst not beget, and to take value for him, And Terah answered the king, because my tender feelings were excited for my son at that time. And I took a son of my handmaid, and I brought him to the king. And the king said, Who advised thee to this? Tell me, do not hide aught from me, and then thou shalt not die. And Terah was greatly terrified in the king's presence. And he said to the king, It was Haran, my eldest son, who advised me to this. And Haran was in those days that Abram was born 32 years old. But Haran did not advise his father to anything. For Terah said this to the king in order to deliver his soul from the king, for he feared greatly. And the king said to Terah, Haran, thy son who advised thee to this shall die through fire with Abram. For the sentence of death is upon him, for having rebelled against the king's desire in doing this thing. And Haran at that time felt inclined to follow the ways of Abram, but he kept it within himself. And Haran said in his heart, Behold now, the king has seized Abram on account of these things which Abram did, and it shall come to pass that if Abram prevail over the king, I will follow him. But if the king prevail, I will go after the king. And when Terah had spoken this to the king concerning Haran, his son, the king ordered Haran to be seized with Abram. And they brought them both Abram and Haran his brother to cast them into the fire. And all the inhabitants of the land, and the king's servants and princes, and all the women and little ones were there, standing that day over them. And the king's servants took Abram and his brother, and they stripped them of all their clothes, excepting their lower garments, which were upon them. And they bound their hands and feet with linen cords, and the servants of the king lifted them up and cast them both into the furnace. And the Lord loved Abram, and he had compassion over him. And the Lord came down and delivered Abram from the fire, and he was not burned. But all the cords with which they bound him were burned, while Abram remained and walked about in the fire. And Haran died when they had cast him into the fire, and he was burned to ashes, for his heart was not perfect with the Lord. And those men who cast him into the fire, the flame of the fire spread over them, and they were burned, and 12 men of them died. And Abram walked in the midst of the fire 3 days and 3 nights, and all the servants of the king saw him walking in the fire. And they came and told the king, saying, Behold, we have seen Abram walking about in the midst of the fire, and even the lower garments which are upon him are not burned, but the cord with which he was bound is burned. And when the king heard their words, his heart fainted, and he would not believe them. So he sent other faithful princes to see this matter. And they went and saw it, and told it to the king. And the king rose to go and see it, and he saw Abram walking to and fro in the midst of the fire. And he saw Haran's body burned, and the king wondered greatly. And the king ordered Abram to be taken out from the fire, and his servants approached to take him out, and they could not, for the fire was round about, and the flame ascending toward them from the furnace. And the king's servants fled from it, and the king rebuked them, saying, Make haste, and bring Abram out of the fire, that you shall not die. And the servants of the king again approached to bring Abram out, and the flames came upon them, and burned their faces, so that 8 of them died. And when the king saw that his servants could not approach the fire, lest they should be burned, the king called to Abram, O servant of the God who is in heaven, go forth from amidst the fire, and come hither before me. And Abram hearkened to the voice of the king, and he went forth from the fire, and came, and stood before the king. And when Abram came out, the king and all his servants saw Abram coming before the king with his lower garments upon him, for they were not burned, but the cord with which he was bound was burned. And the king said to Abram, How is it that thou wast not burned in the fire? And Abram said to the king, The God of heaven and earth, in whom I trust, and who has all in his power, he delivered me from the fire into which thou didst cast me. And Haran, the brother of Abram, was burned to ashes, and they sought for his body, and they found it consumed. And Haran was 82 years old when he died in the fire of Kasdim. And the king princes and inhabitants of the land, seeing that Abram was delivered from the fire, they came and bowed down to Abram. And Abram said to them, Do not bow down to me, but bow down to the God of the world, who made you, and serve him, and go in his ways. For it is he who delivered me from out of this fire. And it is he who created the souls and spirits of all men, and formed man in his mother's womb, and brought him forth into the world, and it is he who will deliver those who trust in him from all pain. And this thing seemed very wonderful in the eyes of the king and princes, that Abram was saved from the fire, and that Haran was burned. And the king gave Abram many presents, and he gave him his 2 head servants from the king's house. The name of one was Oni, and the name of the other was Eliezer. And all the king's princes and servants gave Abram many gifts of silver and gold and pearl. And the king and his princes sent him away, and he went in peace. And Abram went forth from the king in peace, and many of the king's servants followed him, and about 300 men joined him. And Abram returned on that day, and went to his father's house, he and the men that followed him. And Abram served the Lord his God all the days of his life, and he walked in his ways and followed his law. And from that day forward, Abram inclined the hearts of the sons of men to serve the Lord. And at that time, Nahor and Abram took unto themselves wives, the daughters of their brother Haran. The wife of Nahor was Milcah, and the name of Abram's wife was Sarai. And Sarai, wife of Abram, was barren. She had no offspring in those days. And at the expiration of 2 years from Abram's going out of the fire, that is in the 52nd year of his life, behold, King Nimrod sat in Babel upon the throne. And the king fell asleep, and dreamed that he was standing with his troops and hosts in a valley opposite the king's furnace. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw a man in the likeness of Abram, coming forth from the furnace. And that he came and stood before the king, with his drawn sword, and then sprang to the king with his sword, when the king fled from the man, for he was afraid. And while he was running, the man threw an egg upon the king's head, and the egg became a great river. And the king dreamed that all his troops sank in that river and died. And the king took flight with 3 men who were before him, and he escaped. And the king looked at these men, and they were clothed in princely garments, as the garments of kings, and had the appearance and majesty of kings. And while they were running, the river again turned to an egg before the king. And there came forth from the egg a young bird, which came before the king, and flew at his head, and plucked out the king's eye. And the king was grieved at the sight, and he awoke out of his sleep, and his spirit was agitated, and he felt a great terror. And in the morning the king rose from his couch in fear, and he ordered all the wise men and magicians to come before him, when the king related his dream to them. And a wise servant of the king, whose name was Enoch, answered the king, saying, This is none other than the evil of Abram and his seed, which will spring up against my lord and king in the latter days. And behold, the day will come, when Abram and his seed and the children of his household will war with my king, and they will smite all the king's hosts and his troops. And as to what thou hast said concerning 3 men whom thou didst see like unto thyself, and who did escape, this means that only thou wilt escape with 3 kings from the kings of the earth, who will be with thee in battle. And that which thou sawest of the river, which turned to an egg as at first, and the young bird plucking out thine eye, this means none other than the seed of Abram, which will slay the king in latter days. This is my king's dream, and this is its interpretation, and the dream is true, and the interpretation which thy servant has given thee is right. Now therefore, my king, surely thou knowest that it is now 52 years since thy sages saw this at the birth of Abram. And if my king will suffer Abram to live in the earth, it will be to the injury of my lord and king. For all the days that Abram liveth, neither thou nor thy kingdom will be established, for this was known formerly at his birth. And why will not my king slay him, that his evil may be kept from thee in latter days? And Nimrod hearkened to the voice of Enoch, and he sent some of his servants in secret to go and seize Abram, and bring him before the king to suffer death. And Eliezer, Abram's servant, whom the king had given him, was at that time in the presence of the king. And he heard what Enoch had advised the king, and what the king had said to cause Abram's death. And Eliezer said to Abram, Austin, rise up and save thy soul, that thou mayest not die through the hands of the king. For thus did he see in a dream concerning thee, and thus did Enoch interpret it, and thus also did Enoch advise the king concerning thee. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Eliezer, and Abram hastened and ran for safety to the house of Noah and his son Shem. And he concealed himself there, and found a place of safety. And the king's servants came to Abram's house to seek him. But they could not find him, and they searched throughout the country, and he was not to be found. And they went and searched in every direction, and he was not to be met with. And when the king's servants could not find Abram, they returned to the king. But the king's anger against Abram was stilled, as they did not find him, and the king put the matter out of his mind. And Abram was concealed in Noah's house for 1 month, until the king had forgotten this matter. But Abram was still afraid of the king, and Terah came secretly to see Abram his son in the house of Noah. And Terah was very great in the eyes of the king. And Abram said to his father, "Dost thou not know that the king thinketh to slay me, and to blot out my name from the earth by the advice of his wicked counselors? Now whom hast thou here, and what heed hast thou in this land? Arise, let us go together to the land of Canaan, that we may be delivered from his hand, lest thou perish also through him in the latter days. Dost thou not know, or hast thou not heard, that it is not through love that Nimrod giveth thee all this honor? But it is only for his benefit that he bestoweth all this good upon thee. And if he do unto thee greater good than this, surely these are only vanities of the world, for wealth and riches cannot avail in the day of wrath and anger. Now therefore hearken to my voice, and let us arise, and go to the land of Canaan, out of the reach of injury from Nimrod. And serve thou the Lord who created thee in the earth, and it will be well with thee. And cast away all the vain things which thou pursuest." And Abram ceased to speak when Noah and his son Shem answered Terah, saying, "True is the word which Abram hath said unto thee." And Terah hearkened to the voice of his son Abram. And Terah did all that Abram said, for this was from the Lord, that the king should not cause Abram's death. Chapter 13. And Terah took his son Abram and his grandson Lot, the son of Haran, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, the wife of his son Abram, and all the souls of his household, and went with them from Ur-Kasdim to go to the land of Canaan. And when they came as far as the land of Haran, they remained there, for it was exceedingly good land for pasture, and of sufficient extent for those who accompanied them. And the people of the land of Haran saw that Abram was good and upright with God and men, and that the Lord his God was with him. And some of the people of the land of Haran came and joined Abram, and he taught them the instruction of the Lord and his ways. And these men remained with Abram in his house, and they adhered to him. And Abram remained in the land 3 years, and at the expiration of 3 years, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, "I am the Lord who brought thee forth from Ur-Kasdim, and delivered thee from the hands of all thine enemies. And now, therefore, if thou wilt hearken to my voice, and keep my commandments, my statutes, and my laws, then will I cause thy enemies to fall before thee. And I will multiply thy seed like the stars of heaven. And I will send my blessing upon all the works of thy hands, and thou shalt lack nothing. Arise now, take thy wife and all belonging to thee, and go to the land of Canaan, and remain there, and I will there be unto thee for a God, and I will bless thee." And Abram rose and took his wife and all belonging to him, and he went to the land of Canaan, as the Lord had told him. And Abram was 50 years old when he went from Haran. And Abram came to the land of Canaan, and dwelt in the midst of the city, and he there pitched his tent amongst the children of Canaan, inhabitants of the land. And the Lord appeared to Abram when he came to the land of Canaan, and said to him, "This is the land which I gave unto thee, and to thy seed after thee forever. And I will make thy seed like the stars of heaven. And I will give unto thy seed for an inheritance all the lands which thou seest." And Abram built an altar in the place where God had spoken to him, and Abram there called upon the name of the Lord. At that time, at the end of 3 years of Abram's dwelling in the land of Canaan, in that year Noah died, which was the 58th year of the life of Abram. And all the days that Noah lived were 950 years, and he died. And Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, he, his wife, and all belonging to him, and all those that accompanied him together, with those that joined him from the people of the land. But Nahor, Abram's brother, and Terah, his father, and Lot, the son of Haran, and all belonging to them, dwelt in Haran. In the 5th year of Abram's dwelling, in the land of Canaan, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the cities of the plain, revolted from the power of Chedorlaomer, king of Elam. For all the kings of the cities of the plain had served Chedorlaomer for 12 years and given him a yearly tax. But in those days, in the 13th year, they rebelled against him. And in the 10th year of Abram's dwelling in the land of Canaan, there was war between Nimrod, king of Shinar, and Chedorlaomer, king of Elam. And Nimrod came to fight with Chedorlaomer and to subdue him. For Chedorlaomer was at that time one of the princes of the hosts of Nimrod, and when all the people at the tower were dispersed, and those that remained were also scattered upon the face of the earth, Chedorlaomer went to the land of Elam, and reigned over it, and rebelled against his lord. And in those days, when Nimrod saw that the cities of the plain had rebelled, he came with pride and anger to war with Chedorlaomer. And Nimrod assembled all his princes and subjects, about 700,000 men, and went against Chedorlaomer, and Chedorlaomer went out to meet him with 5,000 men, and they prepared for battle in the valley of Babel, which is between Elam and Shinar. And all those kings fought there, and Nimrod and his people were smitten before the people of Chedorlaomer. And there fell from Nimrod's men about 600,000, and Mardon the king's son fell amongst them. And Nimrod fled and returned in shame and disgrace to his land. And he was under subjection to Chedorlaomer for a long time, and Chedorlaomer returned to his land, and sent princes of his host to the kings that dwelt around him, to Arioch, king of Elasar, and to Tidal, king of Goyim, and made a covenant with them, and they were all obedient to his commands. And it was in the 15th year of Abram's dwelling in the land of Canaan, which is the 70th year of the life of Abram. And the Lord appeared to Abram in that year, and he said to him, I am the Lord who brought thee out from Ur-Kasdim, to give thee this land for an inheritance. Now therefore walk before me, and be perfect, and keep my commands, for to thee and to thy seed I will give this land for an inheritance from the river Mitzrayim unto the great river Euphrates. And thou shalt come to thy fathers in peace and in good age, and the 4th generation shall return here in this land, and shall inherit it forever. And Abram built an altar, and he called upon the name of the Lord who appeared to him, and he brought up sacrifices upon the altar to the Lord. At that time, Abram returned and went to Haran to see his father and mother and his father's household. And Abram and his wife, and all belonging to him, returned to Haran, and Abram dwelt in Haran 5 years. And many of the people of Haran, about 72 men, followed Abram. And Abram taught them the instruction of the Lord and his ways, and he taught them to know the Lord. In those days the Lord appeared to Abram in Haran, and he said to him, Behold, I spoke unto thee these 20 years back, saying, Go forth from thy land, from thy birthplace, and from thy father's house, to the land which I have shown thee, to give it to thee and to thy children. For there in that land will I bless thee, and make thee a great nation, and make thy name great, and in thee shall the families of the earth be blessed. Now therefore arise, go forth from this place, thou thy wife, and all belonging to thee also, every one born in thy house, and all the souls thou hast made in Haran, and bring them out with thee from here, and rise to return to the land of Canaan. And Abram arose, and took his wife Sarai, and all belonging to him, and all that were born to him in his house, and the souls which they had made in Haran, and they came out to go to the land of Canaan. And Abram went and returned to the land of Canaan, according to the word of the Lord. And Lot, the son of his brother Haran, went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he went forth from Haran to return to the land of Canaan. And he came to the land of Canaan, according to the word of the Lord to Abram. And he pitched his tent, and he dwelt in the plain of Mamre. And with him was Lot his brother's son, and all belonging to him. And the Lord again appeared to Abram, and said, To thy seed will I give this land. And he there built an altar to the Lord, who appeared to him, which is still to this day in the plains of Mamre. Chapter 14. In those days there was in the land of Shinar a wise man who had understanding in all wisdom and of a beautiful appearance. But he was poor and indigent. His name was Rikayon, and he was hard set to support himself. And he resolved to go to Egypt, to Oswiris, the son of Anom, king of Egypt, to show the king his wisdom. For perhaps he might find grace in his sight to raise him up and give him maintenance. And Rikayon did so. And when Rikayon came to Egypt, he asked the inhabitants of Egypt concerning the king, and the inhabitants of Egypt told him the custom of the king of Egypt, for it was then the custom of the king of Egypt that he went from his royal palace and was seen abroad only one day in the year. And after that, the king would return to his palace to remain there. And on the day when the king went forth, he passed judgment in the land. And everyone having a suit came before the king that day to obtain his request. And when Rikayon heard of the custom in Egypt, and that he could not come into the presence of the king, he grieved greatly and was very sorrowful. And in the evening, Rikayon went out and found a house in ruins, formerly a bakehouse in Egypt, and he abode there all night in bitterness of soul, and pinched with hunger, and sleep was removed from his eyes. And Rikayon considered within himself what he should do in the town, until the king made his appearance, and how he might maintain himself there. And he rose in the morning, and walked about, and met in his way those who sold vegetables and various sorts of seed with which they supplied the inhabitants. And Rikayon wished to do the same in order to get a maintenance in the city. But he was unacquainted with the custom of the people, and he was like a blind man among them. And he went and obtained vegetables to sell them for his support. And the rabble assembled about him and ridiculed him, and took his vegetables from him and left him nothing. And he rose up from there in bitterness of soul, and went sighing to the bakehouse, in which he had remained all the night before. And he slept there the second night. And on that night again he reasoned within himself how he could save himself from starvation, and he devised a scheme how to act. And he rose up in the morning, and acted ingeniously, and went and hired 30 strong men of the rabble, carrying their war instruments in their hands, and he led them to the top of the Egyptian sepulchre, and he placed them there. And he commanded them, saying, Thus saith the king, Strengthen yourselves and be valiant men, and let no man be buried here until 200 pieces of silver be given, and then he may be buried. And those men did according to the order of Rikayon to the people of Egypt the whole of that year. And in 8 months' time, Rikayon and his men gathered great riches of silver and gold, and Rikayon took a great quantity of horses and other animals, and he hired more men, and he gave them horses, and they remained with him. And when the year came round at the time, the king went forth into the town. All the inhabitants of Egypt assembled together to speak to him concerning the work of Rikayon and his men. And the king went forth on the appointed day, and all the Egyptians came before him, and cried unto him, saying, May the king live forever. What is this thing thou doest in the town to thy servants? Not to suffer a dead body to be buried, until so much silver and gold be given? Was there ever the like unto this done in the whole earth from the days of former kings? Yea, even from the days of Adam, unto this day, that the dead should not be buried only for a set price. We know it to be the custom of kings, to take a yearly tax from the living. But thou dost not only do this, but from the dead also thou exactest a tax day by day. Now, O king, we can no more bear this, for the whole city is ruined on this account, and dost thou not know it? And when the king heard all that they had spoken, he was very wroth, and his anger burned within him at this affair, for he had known nothing of it. And the king said, Who and where is he that dares to do this wicked thing in my land without my command? Surely you will tell me. And they told him all the works of Rikayon and his men, and the king's anger was aroused, and he ordered Rikayon and his men to be brought before him. And Rikayon took about 1,000 children, sons and daughters, and clothed them in silk and embroidery. And he set them upon horses, and sent them to the king by means of his men. And he also took a great quantity of silver and gold and precious stones, and a strong and beautiful horse, as a present for the king, with which he came before the king, and bowed down to the earth before him. And the king, his servants, and all the inhabitants of Egypt wondered at the work of Rikayon, and they saw his riches and the present that he had brought to the king. And it greatly pleased the king, and he wondered at it. And when Rikayon sat before him, the king asked him concerning all his works, and Rikayon spoke all his words wisely before the king, his servants, and all the inhabitants of Egypt. And when the king heard the words of Rikayon and his wisdom, Rikayon found grace in his sight, and he met with grace and kindness from all the servants of the king. and from all the inhabitants of Egypt, on account of his wisdom and excellent speeches, and from that time they loved him exceedingly. And the king answered and said to Rikayon, Thy name shall no more be called Rikayon, but Pharaoh shall be thy name, since thou didst exact a tax from the dead. And he called his name Pharaoh. And the king and his subjects loved Rikayon for his wisdom. And they consulted with all the inhabitants of Egypt to make him prefect under the king. And all the inhabitants of Egypt and its wise men did so, and it was made a law in Egypt. And they made Rikayon Pharaoh prefect under Osiris, king of Egypt. And Rikayon Pharaoh governed over Egypt daily, administering justice to the whole city. But Osiris the king would judge the people of the land one day in the year when he went out to make his appearance. And Rikayon Pharaoh cunningly usurped the government of Egypt, and he exacted a tax from all the inhabitants of Egypt. And all the inhabitants of Egypt greatly loved Rikayon Pharaoh, and they made a decree to call every king that should reign over them and their seed in Egypt Pharaoh. Therefore all the kings that reigned in Egypt from that time forward were called Pharaoh unto this day. Chapter 15. And in that year there was a heavy famine throughout the land of Canaan. And the inhabitants of the land could not remain on account of the famine, for it was very grievous. And Abram and all belonging to him rose and went down to Egypt on account of the famine. And when they were at the brook Mitzrayim, they remained there some time to rest from the fatigue of the road. And Abram and Sarai were walking at the border of the brook Mitzrayim. And Abram beheld his wife Sarai, that she was very beautiful. And Abram said to his wife Sarai, Since God has created thee with such a beautiful countenance, I am afraid of the Egyptians, lest they should slay me and take thee away, for the fear of God is not in these places. Surely then thou shalt do this. Say thou art my sister to all that may ask thee, in order that it may be well with me, and that we may live and not be put to death. And Abram commanded the same to all those that came with him to Egypt on account of the famine. Also his nephew Lot he commanded, saying, If the Egyptians ask thee concerning Sarai, say she is the sister of Abram. And yet, with all these orders, Abram did not put confidence in them. But he took Sarai and placed her in a chest and concealed it amongst their vessels. For Abram was greatly concerned about Sarai on account of the wickedness of the Egyptians. And Abram and all belonging to him rose up from the brook Mitzrayim and came to Egypt. And they had scarcely entered the gates of the city, when the guard stood up to them, saying, Give tithe to the king from what you have, and then you may come into the town. And Abram and those that were with him did so. And Abram with the people that were with him came to Egypt. And when they came, they brought the chest in which Sarai was concealed. And the Egyptians saw the chest. And the king's servants approached Abram, saying, What hast thou here in this chest which we have not seen? Now open thou the chest, and give tithe to the king of all that it contains. And Abram said, This chest I will not open, but all you demand upon it I will give. And Pharaoh's officers answered Abram, saying, It is a chest of precious stones, give us the tenth thereof. Abram said, All that you desire I will give, but you must not open the chest. And the king's officers pressed Abram. And they reached the chest and opened it with force, and they saw, and behold, a beautiful woman was in the chest. And when the officers of the king beheld Sarai, they were struck with admiration at her beauty. And all the princes and servants of Pharaoh assembled to see Sarai, for she was very beautiful. And the king's officers ran and told Pharaoh all that they had seen, and they praised Sarai to the king. And Pharaoh ordered her to be brought, and the woman came before the king. And Pharaoh beheld Sarai, and she pleased him exceedingly, and he was struck with her beauty. And the king rejoiced greatly on her account, and made presents to those who brought him the tidings concerning her. And the woman was then brought to Pharaoh's house, and Abram grieved on account of his wife, and he prayed to the Lord to deliver her from the hands of Pharaoh. And Sarai also prayed at that time, and said, O Lord God, thou didst tell my lord Abram to go from his land and from his father's house to the land of Canaan. And thou didst promise to do well with him if he would perform thy commands. Now behold, we have done that which thou didst command us, and we left our land and our families, and we went to a strange land, and to a people whom we have not known before. And we came to this land to avoid the famine, and this evil accident has befallen me. Now therefore, O Lord God, deliver us and save us from the hand of this oppressor, and do well with me for the sake of thy mercy. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Sarai, and the Lord sent an angel to deliver Sarai from the power of Pharaoh. And the king came and sat before Sarai, and behold, an angel of the Lord was standing over them, and he appeared to Sarai and said to her, Do not fear, for the Lord has heard thy prayer. And the king approached Sarai and said to her, What is that man to thee who brought thee hither? And she said, He is my brother. And the king said, It is incumbent upon us to make him great, to elevate him, and to do unto him all the good which thou shalt command us. And at that time the king sent to Abram silver and gold and precious stones in abundance, together with cattlemen, servants, and maidservants. And the king ordered Abram to be brought, and he sat in the court of the king's house, and the king greatly exalted Abram on that night. And the king approached to speak to Sarai, and he reached out his hand to touch her, when the angel smote him heavily, and he was terrified, and he refrained from reaching to her. And when the king came near to Sarai, the angel smote him to the ground, and acted thus to him the whole night, and the king was terrified. And the angel on that night smote heavily all the servants of the king and his whole household on account of Sarai. And there was a great lamentation that night amongst the people of Pharaoh's house. And Pharaoh, seeing the evil that befell him, said, Surely on account of this woman has this thing happened to me. And he removed himself at some distance from her, and spoke pleasing words to her. And the king said to Sarai, Tell me, I pray thee, concerning the man with whom thou camest here. And Sarai said, This man is my husband. And I said to thee that he was my brother, for I was afraid lest thou shouldst put him to death through wickedness. And the king kept away from Sarai, and the plagues of the angel of the Lord ceased from him and his household. And Pharaoh knew that he was smitten on account of Sarai, and the king was greatly astonished at this. And in the morning the king called for Abram and said to him, What is this thou hast done to me? Why didst thou say, She is my sister, owing to which I took her unto me for a wife? And this heavy plague has therefore come upon me and my household. Now therefore here is thy wife, take her, and go from our land, lest we all die on her account. And Pharaoh took more cattlemen servants and maidservants, and silver and gold to give to Abram. And he returned unto him Sarai his wife. And the king took a maiden, whom he begat by his concubines, and he gave her to Sarai for a handmaid. And the king said to his daughter, It is better for thee, my daughter, to be a handmaid in this man's house, than to be mistress in my house. After we have beheld the evil that befell us on account of this woman. And Abram arose, and he and all belonging to him went away from Egypt. And Pharaoh ordered some of his men to accompany him, and all that went with him. And Abram returned to the land of Canaan, to the place where he had made the altar, where he at first had pitched his tent. And Lot, the son of Haran, Abram's brother, had a heavy stock of cattle flocks, and herds and tents, for the Lord was bountiful to them on account of Abram. And when Abram was dwelling in the land, the herdsmen of Lot quarreled with the herdsmen of Abram, for their property was too great for them to remain together in the land, and the land could not bear them on account of their cattle. And when Abram's herdsmen went to feed their flock, they would not go into the fields of the people of the land, but the cattle of Lot's herdsmen did otherwise, for they were suffered to feed in the fields of the people of the land. And the people of the land saw this occurrence daily. And they came to Abram and quarreled with him on account of Lot's herdsmen. And Abram said to Lot, What is this thou art doing to me, to make me despicable to the inhabitants of the land, that thou orderest thy herdsmen to feed thy cattle in the fields of other people? Dost thou not know that I am a stranger in this land, amongst the children of Canaan? And why wilt thou do this unto me? And Abram quarreled daily with Lot on account of this. But Lot would not listen to Abram, and he continued to do the same. And the inhabitants of the land came and told Abram. And Abram said unto Lot, How long wilt thou be to me for a stumbling block with the inhabitants of the land? Now I beseech thee, Let there be no more quarreling between us, for we are kinsmen. But I pray thee, separate from me, go and choose a place where thou mayest dwell with thy cattle and all belonging to thee. But keep thyself at a distance from me, thou and thy household. And be not afraid in going from me, for if anyone do an injury to thee, let me know, and I will avenge thy cause from him, only remove from me. And when Abram had spoken all these words to Lot, then Lot arose and lifted up his eyes toward the plain of Jordan, and he saw that the whole of this place was well watered, and good for man as well as affording pasture for the cattle. And Lot went from Abram to that place, and he there pitched his tent, and he dwelt in Sodom, and they were separated from each other. And Abram dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and he pitched his tent there, and Abram remained in that place many years. Passing through the violent upheavals from chapter 7 to chapter 15, we witness a new world slowly taking shape from the mud and ashes left behind after the great flood. The waters had finally receded. The ark had come to rest. Humanity seemed to be standing at the threshold of an entirely new beginning. Noah believed that after such a monumental purification, mankind would remember the lessons of the past and rebuild a more righteous world. But history moved in a very different direction. Within only a few generations, humanity once again fell into the same cycle of power and ambition. The first cities began to rise. Kingdoms started to form. And in the midst of this growing wave of chaos, a mysterious figure emerged. Nimrod, the man whom the Bible describes as a mighty hunter before the Lord. At first glance, the title sounds simple enough. But when we look deeper into ancient texts, such as the Book of Jasher, we begin to realize that Nimrod was far more than a skilled hunter. He was the first man to gather the scattered tribes that survived the flood and unite them into a centralized empire. From the land of Shinar, Nimrod built great cities and became the symbol of a nearly absolute authority in the New World. And yet this raises a profound question. How could an ordinary man rise so quickly and force entire kingdoms to submit? What was it that made even the most hardened warriors fear Nimrod? Why do the ancient traditions claim that even the wild beasts of the forest seem to submit to him as if recognizing some invisible authority? Was Nimrod relying only on weapons and army? Or was he possessing something else, some form of power that traced its origin back to the earliest days of humanity? The Book of Jasher offers a chilling explanation. Hidden within its ancient lines is the story of a treasure that completely altered the balance of power in the post-flood world. It was a relic believed to originate directly from the Garden of Eden. The secret of Adam's garments of skin, a legacy stolen from paradise. According to the ancient tradition preserved in Jasher after Adam and Eve were expelled from Eden, God made garments of skin for them to wear. These garments were not simply clothing meant to protect human beings from the harshness of nature. They were believed to be a symbol of divine protection, carrying with them the imprint of a power that had once existed in the original garden. Over many generations, this relic was passed down through the lineage of Noah. During the time of the Great Flood, Noah preserved it carefully aboard the ark as one of the most sacred inheritances of humanity. But it was here that a tragic turning point occurred. The Book of Jasher tells us that Ham, one of Noah's sons, secretly took the garment. In the confusion that followed the flood, he kept the relic hidden and eventually passed it down through his own lineage. From Ham, the garment passed to Cush, and from Cush, it was handed to his son Nimrod. The moment Nimrod put on the garment, the story of his power truly began. According to Jasher, the garment caused the beasts of the earth to become submissive to him. Wild animals no longer attacked him. Instead, they gathered around him as if recognizing an ancient authority. This phenomenon quickly spread his reputation across the land. In the eyes of the people of that time, Nimrod was no longer merely a hunter. He appeared to be a man endowed with supernatural authority. That reputation allowed him to gather tribes, establish dominion, and build the first empire of the post-flood world. From there, the city of Babel rose, and human ambition began to reach upward toward the heavens. But history has never been shaped only by powerful empires. While Nimrod stood at the height of his authority in Shinar, somewhere else, an entirely different story was beginning. In chapters 13 through 15 of the Book of Jasher, we encounter a new figure. His name was Abram. Abram possessed no army. He ruled no kingdom. He owned no legendary relic of power. Yet he possessed something that the greatest empires of that age did not have: an unwavering faith in God. This is where the deepest contrast of the story appears. On one side stands Nimrod, towering at the summit of the Tower of Babel, wielding authority through a stolen relic from paradise. He represents the ambition of humanity, those who seek to challenge heaven through material power. On the other side stands Abram, a solitary man walking through the vast desert with empty hands. He has no garment of power, no army marching beside him. The only thing he carries is an invisible promise spoken from the heavens. This was not merely a geographical migration. It was a moment when history itself split into two paths. One path paved with the stone and brick of ruthless empires, the other guided by a sacred covenant. A small seed had just been planted in the soil of Canaan, a seed that would one day grow into a people called Israel, a nation that would soon become a thorn in the side of every dark kingdom that rose afterward. But do not assume that this journey would be easy. The Book of Jasher reveals that as Abram moved forward, another shadow was beginning to stretch across the horizon. The cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. These were not merely places of sin. They were the festering wounds of a new corrupt age, where twisted laws and cruelty would once again test the limits of divine judgment. Abraham's journey was never only about finding the promised land. It was about surviving the clash between pure faith and the growing fortresses of darkness spreading across the plains. And so we close part 1 here. The bricks of the Tower of Babel are still rising proudly into the sky, and the lonely footsteps of Abram continue pressing forward across the burning sands. But the fragile peace of this new world is about to break. Another purification is quietly forming, this time not by water but by fire and brimstone. The truth about the tragic fate of Israel and the terrifying secrets hidden within Sodom await on the other side of history. Thus, our journey through the earliest chapters of the post-flood world comes to a close here. Together, we have traveled from the abyss of the fallen watchers, witnessed the brutal cleansing of the great waters, and followed the rise of Nimrod's proud empire, strengthened by a garment of power believed to have come from Eden itself. But remember this: when Abraham took his first steps away from the shadow of those mighty empires, he was not simply beginning a migration. He was opening one of the most profound and terrifying chapters in human history. A chapter about covenants sealed in blood, about a people chosen to confront destiny, and about trials that would shake the faith of mankind for thousands of years to come. And everything you have just discovered is only the outer layer of a much greater truth. In the next part, we will not merely follow the path of Abraham. We will step into a darker territory rarely explored: the turbulent and often tragic fate of the people of Israel. It is a story where sacred promises come at the cost of the fiercest battles, where the relics of Adam once again influence the course of the world, and where some of the greatest turning points in human history begin to emerge from the pages of forbidden texts. Will Abraham overcome the brutal trial that awaits him on the summit of Moriah? And how will his descendants confront the lingering remnants of the Nephilim, whose shadow is said to have survived long after the flood? Most importantly, after thousands of years of storms and upheavals, will Israel truly return to faith in God? Or will it remain caught in the maze of choices shaped by its past? Could the events and transgressions recorded in the Book of Jasher during the time of the patriarchs be the very thread that continues to tighten around the complex destiny of Israel today? Are the fiery conflicts that burn across that land in our own time merely coincidence? Or are they the inevitable consequences of a covenant tested through centuries of blood and tears? The answers await you in the Banned Book of Jasher, Part 2, The Dark Fate of Israel. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications now, because you will not want to miss the moment when these hidden truths finally come into the light. Thank you for listening, and may you rest peacefully as these ancient stories fade into the night. The First Wars and the Legacy of Division. We begin the journey of Part 2 at Chapter 16. where Abram is no longer a solitary wanderer who has left his homeland in search of the promised land. From this point forward, he steps into a turbulent world where ancient empires struggle for power through war, and where his destiny gradually becomes bound to the history of an entire people. In the ancient accounts, particularly in the book of Genesis chapter 14 and expanded further in the book of Jasher, we are told of a great war between the kingdoms of Mesopotamia and the city-states of the Jordan Plain. 4 powerful kings, Sidurmar, Horangs from the north among them, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, formed a military alliance to punish 5 rebellious cities in the valley of Siddim, Sodom Gomorrah, Admah Zeboim, and Zoar. According to ancient tradition, these cities had previously paid tribute to the empire of Chedorlaomer for 12 years. In the 13th year, however, they rose in rebellion against his rule. Their resistance provoked a large military campaign from the east as the alliance of the 4 kings marched southward into the land of Canaan, defeating several tribes along their path. They struck down the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, the Zuzim in Ham, the Amim in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horites in the mountains of Seir. These details reveal more than a local conflict. They paint a broader picture of the ancient world, a time when military coalitions were frequently formed to control trade routes and fertile territories. The final battle erupted in the valley of Siddim, where the armies of the 5 cities of the Jordan Plain confronted the Eastern Alliance. The battle quickly ended in defeat for Sodom and Gomorrah. Many soldiers, fleeing in panic, fell into the asphalt pits scattered throughout the valley, while the survivors escaped into the mountains. Among those taken captive was Lot, the nephew of Abram, who had been living in Sodom after the 2 families separated their grazing lands. Lot was bound in chains along with his family and all his possessions carried away as spoils of the invasion. This moment is what drew Abram into the war. According to the book of Jasher, when news reached Abram, who was living near Hebron, he immediately gathered the trained men of his household. The book of Genesis records the number as 318 men servants born within his household and trained as warriors. This detail reveals that Abram was not merely a simple shepherd. He was the leader of a large and organized community, governed with discipline and structure. The men of his household did not only tend livestock. They were trained to fight and to defend the people under Abram's protection against the dangers of the ancient world. The book of Jasher describes Abram's campaign as a bold military operation. He pursued the alliance of eastern kings across a long distance northward, crossing several regions until he approached the city of Dan. There, Abram divided his forces into smaller groups and launched a night attack, a strategy that caught the returning army by surprise after their earlier victory. The night assault threw the Eastern Alliance into chaos. Abram and his warriors pursued the fleeing enemy as far as Hobah north of Damascus. As a result, the captives were freed, including Lot, his family, and all the possessions that had been taken. This victory was more than a military triumph. In the biblical tradition, it marks the first time Abram appears as a leader of remarkable courage and authority. Yet the most significant event took place after the battle. As Abram returned from victory, the king of Sodom came out to meet him in the valley of Shaveh, also called the King's Valley. At the same moment, a mysterious figure appeared, Melchizedek, king of Salem and priest of the Most High God. Melchizedek brought bread and wine and blessed Abram, saying, "Blessed be Abram by the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth." Abram responded by giving 1/10 of the spoils to Melchizedek. In both Jewish and Christian tradition, this encounter carries profound meaning. Melchizedek represents a sacred kingship and priesthood, a spiritual authority that stands above all earthly kingdoms. What is especially striking is that Abram refused every reward offered by the king of Sodom. He declared that he would not take anything from a thread, even to a sandal strap, so that no one could say that the king of Sodom had made Abram wealthy. This decision reveals a guiding principle in Abram's life. He did not want his future to depend on the power of cities known for their corruption. Yet this event also bound Abram's lineage to the land of Sodom and Gomorrah. From this point forward, the fate of those cities would no longer be distant from him. The following chapters of Genesis and ancient traditions tell us that the sins of Sodom and Gomorrah grew increasingly severe. Ancient Jewish texts, including the Book of Jasher, describe a society where greed, violence, and contempt for strangers had become law. Stories about the city of Sodom often emphasize the cruelty of its inhabitants toward outsiders, the exploitation of the weak, and a culture that scorned all moral boundaries. In the Bible, their sin is described as being very great before the Lord. This leads to a decisive judgment, the complete destruction of the two cities. Fire and brimstone fell from heaven, turning the entire region into ashes. In biblical history, this event stands as a severe warning about the consequences of moral corruption when a society abandons reverence for God. Therefore, Abram's battle was not merely a rescue mission to save a relative. It was the beginning of a long journey, one in which his descendants would face a series of trials. From the first war with the ancient kingdoms to the events that would shape the destiny of Israel for centuries to come, the story of Abram reveals that faith never exists in a world separated from history. It is tested in wars, in moral choices, and in moments when a person must decide where he stands in the struggle between righteousness and corruption. Yet, everything we have just heard remains only a historical overview. To truly step into the shadows of that age, to hear the clash of weapons carried by the 318 warriors, and to understand the mysterious blessing of Melchizedek, we must return to the original words themselves. Why was the Book of Jasher sealed away? Perhaps because the chilling details it reveals next would change everything you thought you knew. Let us now open this forbidden chapter of history, beginning with chapter 16, where faith is tested for the first time in blood and fire. Chapter 16. At that time, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, sent to all the neighboring kings to Nimrod, king of Shinar, who was then under his power, and to Tidal, king of Goyim, and to Arioch, king of Elasar, with whom he made a covenant, saying, "Come up to me and assist me, that we may smite all the towns of Sodom and its inhabitants, for they have rebelled against me these 13 years. And these 4 kings went up with all their camps, about 800,000 men, and they went as they were, and smote every man they found in their road. And the 5 kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemeber, king of Zeboiim-Bera, king of Sodom, Bersha, king of Gomorrah, and Bela, king of Zoar, went out to meet them, and they all joined together in the valley of Siddim. And these 9 kings made war in the valley of Siddim, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah were smitten before the kings of Elam. And the valley of Siddim was full of lime pits, and the kings of Elam pursued the kings of Sodom, and the kings of Sodom with their camps fled and fell into the lime pits, and all that remained went to the mountain for safety. And the 5 kings of Elam came after them, and pursued them to the gates of Sodom, and they took all that there was in Sodom. And they plundered all the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, and they also took Lot, Abram's brother's son, and his property. And they seized all the goods of the cities of Sodom, and they went away. And Eunuch, Abram's servant, who was in the battle, saw this, and told Abram all that the kings had done to the cities of Sodom, and that Lot was taken captive by them. And Abram heard this, and he rose up with about 318 men who were with him. And that night he pursued these kings, and smote them. And they all fell before Abram and his men, and none remained except the 4 kings who fled, and they went each his own road. And Abram recovered all the property of Sodom, and he also recovered Lot and his property, his wives and little ones, and all belonging to him, so that Lot lacked nothing. And when he returned from smiting these kings, he and his men passed through the valley of Siddim, where the kings had made war together. And Bera, king of Sodom, and the rest of his men who were with him, came out from the lime pits into which they had fallen to meet Abram and his men. And Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, the same was. Shem went out with his men to meet Abram and his people with bread and wine, and they remained together in the valley of Melech. And Adonizedek blessed Abram, and Abram gave him 1/10 from all that he had brought from the spoil of his enemies. For Adonizedek was a priest before God. And all the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, who were there with their servants, approached Abram and begged him to return their servants, whom he had taken captive, and to take for himself all the property. And Abram answered the kings of Sodom, saying, As the Lord lives, who created heaven and earth, and who redeemed my soul from all affliction, and delivered me this day from my enemies, and gave them into my hand, I will not take anything belonging to you, so that you may not boast tomorrow, saying, Abram became rich from our property that he saved. For the Lord my God, in whom I trust, said to me, You shall lack nothing, for I will bless you in all the works of your hands. And now therefore, behold, here is all belonging to you. Take it and go. As the Lord lives, I will not take from you anything from a living soul, down to a shoelace or thread, except the expense of the food of those who went out with me to battle, as well as the portions of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. They and their men, as well as those who remain to watch the baggage, shall take their portion of the spoil. And the kings of Sodom gave Abram according to all that he had said. And they pressed him to take whatever he wished, but he would not. And he sent away the kings of Sodom and the remainder of their men, and he gave them instructions concerning Lot. And they went to their respective places. And Lot, his brother's son, he also sent away with his property, and he went with them. And Lot returned to his home in Sodom, and Abram and his people returned to their home in the plains of Mamre, which is in Hebron. At that time, the Lord again appeared to Abram in Hebron, and said to him, Do not fear, your reward is very great before me, for I will not leave you until I have multiplied you, and blessed you, and made your seed like the stars in heaven, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And I will give to your seed all these lands that you see with your eyes. To them I will give them for an inheritance forever. Only be strong and do not fear. Walk before me and be perfect. And in the 78th year of the life of Abram, in that year Reu the son of Peleg died, and all the days of Reu were 239 years, and he died. And Sarai the daughter of Haran, Abram's wife, was still barren in those days. She did not bear to Abram either son or daughter. And when she saw that she bore no children, she took her handmaid Hagar, whom Pharaoh had given her, and she gave her to Abram, her husband, for a wife. For Hagar learned all the ways of Sarai, as Sarai taught her, and she was not lacking in following her good ways. And Sarai said to Abram, Behold my handmaid Hagar. Go to her, that she may bear upon my knees, so that I may also obtain children through her. And at the end of 10 years of Abram's dwelling in the land of Canaan, which was the 85th year of Abram's life, Sarai gave Hagar to him. And Abram listened to the voice of his wife Sarai, and he took his handmaid Hagar, and Abram went into her, and she conceived. And when Hagar saw that she had conceived, she rejoiced greatly, and her mistress was despised in her eyes. And she said within herself, This must mean that I am better before God than Sarai my mistress. For all the days that my mistress has been with my Lord, she did not conceive, but I in so short a time have conceived by him. And when Sarai saw that Hagar had conceived, by Abram Sarai was jealous of her handmaid, and Sarai said within herself, This can only mean that she must be better than I am. And Sarai said to Abram, My wrong be upon you, for when you prayed before the Lord for children, why did you not pray for me also, that the Lord should give me seed from you? And when I speak to Hagar in your presence, she despises my words, because she has conceived, and you say nothing to her. May the Lord judge between me and you for what you have done to me. And Abram said to Sarai, Behold, your handmaid is in your hand. Do to her as it seems good in your eyes. And Sarai afflicted her, and Hagar fled from her into the wilderness. And an angel of the Lord found her in the place where she had fled by a well, and he said to her, Do not fear, for I will multiply your seed. You shall bear a son, and you shall call his name Ishmael. Now return to Sarai your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands. And Hagar called the name of that well Bir Lahai Roi. It is between Kadesh and the wilderness of Bered. And Hagar at that time returned to her master's house. And after some time, Hagar bore a son to Abram. And Abram called his name Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when he begot him. Chapter 17. And in those days, in the 91st year of the life of Abram, the children of Chittim made war with the children of Tubal. For when the Lord had scattered the sons of men upon the face of the earth, the children of Chittim went and embodied themselves in the plain of Canopia. And they built themselves cities there and dwelt by the river Tibru. And the children of Tubal dwelt in Tuscanah, and their boundaries reached the river Tibru. And the children of Tubal built a city in Tuscanah. And they called the name Sabina, after the name of Sabina, son of Tubal, their father. And they dwelt there unto this day. And it was at that time the children of Chittim made war with the children of Tubal. And the children of Tubal were smitten before the children of Chittim. And the children of Chittim caused 370 men to fall from the children of Tubal. And at that time the children of Tubal swore to the children of Chittim, saying, You shall not intermarry amongst us, and no man shall give his daughter to any of the sons of Chittim. For all the daughters of Tubal were in those days fair. For no women were then found in the whole earth so fair as the daughters of Tubal. And all who delighted in the beauty of women went to the daughters of Tubal and took wives from them, and the sons of men kings and princes, who greatly delighted in the beauty of women, took wives in those days from the daughters of Tubal. And at the end of 3 years after the children of Tubal had sworn to the children of Chittim not to give them their daughters for wives, about 20 men of the children of Chittim went to take some of the daughters of Tubal, but they found none. For the children of Tubal kept their oaths not to intermarry with them, and they would not break their oaths. And in the days of harvest, the children of Tubal went into their fields to get in their harvest, when the young men of Chittim assembled and went to the city of Sabinah. And each man took a young woman from the daughters of Tubal, and they came to their cities. And the children of Tubal heard of it, and they went to make war with them, and they could not prevail over them. For the mountain was exceedingly high from them, and when they saw they could not prevail over them, they returned to their land. And at the revolution of the year, the children of Tubal went and hired about 10,000 men from those cities that were near them, and they went to war with the children of Chittim. And the children of Tubal went to war with the children of Chittim to destroy their land and to distress them. And in this engagement, the children of Tubal prevailed over the children of Chittim. And the children of Chittim, seeing that they were greatly distressed, lifted up the children which they had had by the daughters of Tubal upon the wall, which had been built to be before the eyes of the children of Tubal. And the children of Chittim said to them, Have you come to make war with your own sons and daughters, and have we not been considered your flesh and bones from that time until now? And when the children of Tubal heard this, they ceased to make war with the children of Chittim, and they went away. And they returned to their cities. And the children of Chittim at that time assembled and built 2 cities by the sea. And they called one Purtu and the other Ariza. And Abram the son of Terah was then 99 years old. At that time the Lord appeared to him and said to him, I will make my covenant between me and you, and I will greatly multiply your seed. And this is the covenant which I make between me and you, that every male child shall be circumcised, you and your seed after you. At 8 days old it shall be circumcised, and this covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And now therefore your name shall no longer be called Abram, but Abraham. And your wife shall no longer be called Sarai, but Sarah. For I will bless you both. And I will multiply your seed after you, so that you shall become a great nation, and kings shall come forth from you. Chapter 18. And Abraham rose, and did all that God had ordered him, and he took the men of his household, and those bought with his money, and he circumcised them, as the Lord had commanded him. And there was not one left whom he did not circumcise. Abraham and his son Ishmael were circumcised in the flesh of their foreskin. Ishmael was 13 years old when he was circumcised. And in the 3rd day, Abraham went out of his tent and sat at the door to enjoy the heat of the sun during the pain of his flesh. And the Lord appeared to him in the plain of Mamre and sent 3 of his ministering angels to visit him. And he was sitting at the door of the tent, and he lifted his eyes and saw, and lo, 3 men were coming from a distance. And he rose up and ran to meet them, and he bowed down to them and brought them into his house. And he said to them, If now I have found favor in your sight, turn in and eat a morsel of bread. And he pressed them, and they turned in, and he gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he placed them under a tree at the door of the tent. And Abraham ran and took a calf tender and good, and he hastened to kill it and gave it to his servant Eliezer to dress. And Abraham came to Sarah into the tent, and he said to her, "Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal kneaded, and make cakes to cover the pot containing the meat." And she did so. And Abraham hastened and brought before them butter and milk, beef and mutton, and gave it before them to eat before the flesh of the calf was sufficiently done, and they did eat. And when they had done eating, one of them said to him, "I will return to thee according to the time of life, and Sarah, thy wife, shall have a son." And the men afterward departed, and went their ways to the places to which they were sent. In those days, all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah, and of the whole 5 cities, were exceedingly wicked and sinful against the Lord. And they provoked the Lord with their abominations, and they strengthened in aging abominably and scornfully before the Lord, and their wickedness and crimes were in those days great before the Lord. And they had in their land a very extensive valley, about half a day's walk. And in it there were fountains of water, and a great deal of herbage surrounding the water. And all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah went there 4 times in the year, with their wives and children, and all belonging to them. And they rejoiced there with timbrels and dances. And in the time of rejoicing they would all rise, and lay hold of their neighbors' wives, and some the virgin daughters of their neighbors, and they enjoyed them. And each man saw his wife and daughter in the hands of his neighbor, and did not say a word. And they did so from morning to night. And they afterward returned home, each man to his house, and each woman to her tent. So they always did 4 times in the year. Also, when a stranger came into their cities, and brought goods which he had purchased with a view to dispose of there, the people of these cities would assemble men, women, and children, young and old, and go to the man, and take his goods by force, giving a little to each man until there was an end to all the goods of the owner, which he had brought into the land. And if the owner of the goods quarreled with them, saying, "What is this work which you have done to me?" then they would approach to him one by one, and each would show him the little which he took, and taunt him, saying, "I only took that little which thou didst give me." And when he heard this from them all, he would arise and go from them in sorrow and bitterness of soul, when they would all arise and go after him, and drive him out of the city with great noise and tumult. And there was a man from the country of Elam, who was leisurely going on the road, seated upon his ass, which carried a fine mantle of divers colors, and the mantle was bound with a cord upon the ass. And the man was on his journey passing through the street of Sodom when the sun set in the evening. And he remained there in order to abide during the night. But no one would let him into his house. And at that time there was in Sodom a wicked and mischievous man, one skillful to do evil. And his name was Hadad. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the traveler in the street of the city. And he came to him, and said, "Whence comest thou, and whither dost thou go?" And the man said to him, "I am traveling from Hebron to Elam, where I belong. And as I passed, the sun set, and no one would suffer me to enter his house. Though I had bread and water, and also straw and provender for my ass, and am short of nothing." And Hadad answered and said to him, "All that thou shalt want shall be supplied by me, but in the street thou shalt not abide all night." And Hadad brought him to his house, and he took off the mantle from the ass with the cord, and brought them to his house, and he gave the ass straw and provender. Whilst the traveler ate and drank in Hadad's house, and he abode there that night. And in the morning the traveler rose up early to continue his journey. When Hadad said to him, "Wait, comfort thy heart with a morsel of bread, and then go," and the man did so. And he remained with him, and they both ate and drank together during the day when the man rose up to go. And Hadad said to him, "Behold, now the day is declining. Thou hadst better remain all night, that thy heart may be comforted." And he pressed him, so that he tarried there all night, and on the 2nd day he rose up early to go away. When Hadad pressed him, saying, "Comfort thy heart with a morsel of bread, and then go," and he remained and ate with him, also the 2nd day. And then the man rose up to continue his journey. And Hadad said to him, Behold, now the day is declining, remain with me to comfort thy heart, and in the morning rise up early, and go thy way. And the man would not remain, but rose and saddled his ass. And whilst he was saddling his ass, the wife of Hadad said to her husband, Behold, this man has remained with us for 2 days, eating and drinking, and he has given us nothing. And now shall he go away from us without giving anything? And Hadad said to her, Be silent. And the man saddled his ass to go, and he asked Hadad to give him the cord and mantle to tie it upon the ass. And Hadad said to him, What sayest thou? And he said to him, That thou, my lord, shalt give me the cord, and the mantle made with divers colors, which thou didst conceal with thee in thy house, to take care of it. And Hadad answered the man, saying, This is the interpretation of thy dream. The cord which thou didst see means that thy life will be lengthened out like a cord, and having seen the mantle colored with all sorts of colors, means that thou shalt have a vineyard in which thou wilt plant trees of all fruits. And the traveler answered, saying, Not so, my lord, for I was awake when I gave thee the cord, and also a mantle woven with different colors, which thou didst take off the ass to put them by for me. And Hadad answered and said, Surely I have told thee the interpretation of thy dream. And it is a good dream, and this is the interpretation thereof. Now the sons of men give me 4 pieces of silver, which is my charge for interpreting dreams, and of the only I require 3 pieces of silver. And the man was provoked at the words of Hadad, and he cried bitterly, and he brought Hadad to Serach, judge of Sodom. And the man laid his cause before Serach the judge, when Hadad replied, saying, It is not so, but thus the matter stands. And the judge said to the traveler, This man Hadad telleth thee truth, for he is famed in the cities for the accurate interpretation of dreams. And the man cried at the word of the judge, and he said, Not so, my lord, for it was in the day that I gave him the cord and mantle which was upon the ass, in order to put them by in his house. And they both disputed before the judge, the one saying, Thus the matter was, and the other declaring otherwise. And Hadad said to the man, Give me 4 pieces of silver that I charge for my interpretations of dreams. I will not make any allowance, and give me the expense of the 4 meals that thou didst eat in my house. And the man said to Hadad, Truly, I will pay thee for what I ate in thy house. Only give me the cord and mantle, which thou didst conceal in thy house. And Hadad replied before the judge, and said to the man, Did I not tell thee the interpretation of thy dream? The cord means that thy days shall be prolonged like a cord, and the mantle that thou wilt have, a vineyard in which thou wilt plant all kinds of fruit trees. This is the proper interpretation of thy dream. Now give me the 4 pieces of silver that I require as a compensation, for I will make thee no allowance. And the man cried at the words of Hadad, and they both quarreled before the judge, and the judge gave orders to his servants, who drove them rashly from the house. And they went away quarreling from the judge. When the people of Sodom heard them, and they gathered about them, and they exclaimed against the stranger, and they drove him rashly from the city. And the man continued his journey upon his ass, with bitterness of soul, lamenting and weeping. And whilst he was going along, he wept at what had happened to him in the corrupt city of Sodom. Chapter 19. And the cities of Sodom had 4 judges to 4 cities. And these were their names: Serach in the city of Sodom, Sharkad in Gomorrah, Zabnak in Admah, and Menon in Zeboim. And Eliezer, Abraham's servant, applied to them different names, and he converted Serach to Shakra Sharkad, to Shakrura Zebnak, to Kezobim, and Menon to Matzlodin. And by desire of their 4 judges, the people of Sodom and Gomorrah had beds erected in the streets of the cities. And if a man came to these places, they laid hold of him, and brought him to one of their beds, and by force made him to lie in them. And as he lay down, 3 men would stand at his head, and 3 at his feet, and measure him by the length of the bed. And if the man was less than the bed, these 6 men would stretch him at each end, and when he cried out to them, they would not answer him. And if he was longer than the bed, they would draw together the 2 sides of the bed at each end, until the man had reached the gates of death. And if he continued to cry out to them, they would answer him, saying, "Thus shall it be done to a man that cometh into our land." And when men heard all these things that the people of the cities of Sodom did, they refrained from coming there. And when a poor man came to their land, they would give him silver and gold, and cause a proclamation in the whole city not to give him a morsel of bread to eat. And if the stranger should remain there some days and die from hunger, not having been able to obtain a morsel of bread, then at his death all the people of the city would come and take their silver and gold which they had given to him. And those that could recognize the silver or gold which they had given him took it back. And at his death they also stripped him of his garments, and they would fight about them. And he that prevailed over his neighbor took them. They would after that carry him and bury him under some of the shrubs in the deserts. So they did all the days to anyone that came to them, and died in their land. And in the course of time Sarah sent Eliezer to Sodom to see Lot and inquire after his welfare. And Eliezer went to Sodom, and he met a man of Sodom fighting with a stranger. And the man of Sodom stripped the poor man of all his clothes and went away. And this poor man cried to Eliezer, and supplicated his favor on account of what the man of Sodom had done to him. And he said to him, "Why dost thou act thus to the poor man who came to thy land?" And the man of Sodom answered Eliezer, saying, "Is this man thy brother? Or have the people of Sodom made thee a judge this day, that thou speakest about this man?" And Eliezer strove with the man of Sodom on account of the poor man. And when Eliezer approached to recover the poor man's clothes from the man of Sodom, he hastened, and with a stone smote Eliezer in the forehead. And the blood flowed copiously from Eliezer's forehead. And when the man saw the blood, he caught hold of Eliezer, saying, "Give me my hire for having rid thee of this bad blood that was in thy forehead, for such is the custom and the law in our land." And Eliezer said to him, "Thou hast wounded me, and requirest me to pay thee thy hire." And Eliezer would not hearken to the words of the man of Sodom. And the man laid hold of Eliezer, and brought him to Shachra the judge of Sodom for judgment. And the man spoke to the judge, saying, "I beseech thee, my lord, thus has this man done for. I smote him with a stone, that the blood flowed from his forehead, and he is unwilling to give me my hire." And the judge said to Eliezer, "This man speaketh truth to thee, give him his hire, for this is the custom in our land." And Eliezer heard the words of the judge, and he lifted up a stone, and smote the judge, and the stone struck on his forehead. And the blood flowed copiously from the forehead of the judge. And Eliezer said, "If this then is the custom in your land, give thou unto this man what I should have given him. For this has been thy decision, thou didst decree it." And Eliezer left the man of Sodom with the judge, and he went away. And when the kings of Elam had made war with the kings of Sodom, the kings of Elam captured all the property of Sodom, and they took Lot captive with his property. And when it was told to Abraham, he went and made war with the kings of Elam, and he recovered from their hands all the property of Lot, as well as the property of Sodom. At that time the wife of Lot bare him a daughter, and he called her name Paltith, saying, because God had delivered him and his whole household from the kings of Elam. And Paltith, daughter of Lot, grew up, and one of the men of Sodom took her for a wife. And a poor man came into the city to seek a maintenance. And he remained in the city some days, and all the people of Sodom caused a proclamation of their custom, not to give this man a morsel of bread to eat until he dropped dead upon the earth, and they did so. And Paltith, the daughter of Lot, saw this man lying in the streets, starved with hunger, and no one would give him anything to keep him alive, and he was just upon the point of death. And her soul was filled with pity on account of the man. And she fed him secretly with bread for many days, and the soul of this man was revived. For when she went forth to fetch water, she would put the bread in the water pitcher. And when she came to the place where the poor man was, she took the bread from the pitcher and gave it him to eat. So she did many days. And all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah wondered how this man could bear starvation for so many days. And they said to each other, "This can only be that he eats and drinks, for no man can bear starvation for so many days, or live as this man has without even his countenance changing." And 3 men concealed themselves in a place where the poor man was stationed, to know who it was that brought him bread to eat. And Paltith, daughter of Lot, went forth that day to fetch water. And she put bread into her pitcher of water, and she went to draw water by the poor man's place. And she took out the bread from the pitcher and gave it to the poor man, and he ate it. And the 3 men saw what Paltith did to the poor man, and they said to her, "It is thou then who hast supported him, and therefore has he not starved, nor changed in appearance, nor died like the rest." And the 3 men went out of the place in which they were concealed, and they seized Paltith, and the bread which was in the poor man's hand. And they took Paltith, and brought her before their judges, and they said to them, "Thus did she do, and it is she who supplied the poor man with bread. Therefore did he not die all this time? Now therefore declare to us the punishment due to this woman for having transgressed our law." And the people of Sodom and Gomorrah assembled and kindled a fire in the street of the city, and they took the woman and cast her into the fire, and she was burned to ashes. And in the city of Admah there was a woman to whom they did the like. For a traveler came into the city of Admah to abide there all night, with the intention of going home in the morning. And he sat opposite the door of the house of the young woman's father to remain there, as the sun had set when he had reached that place. And the young woman saw him sitting by the door of the house, and he asked her for a drink of water, and she said to him, "Who art thou?" And he said to her, "I was this day going on the road, and reached here when the sun set, so I will abide here all night, and in the morning I will arise early and continue my journey." And the young woman went into the house, and fetched the man bread and water to eat and drink. And this affair became known to the people of Admah, and they assembled and brought the young woman before the judges, that they should judge her for this act. And the judge said, "The judgment of death must pass upon this woman, because she transgressed our law, and this therefore is the decision concerning her." And the people of those cities assembled and brought out the young woman, and anointed her with honey from head to foot, as the judge had decreed. And they placed her before a swarm of bees, which were then in their hives, and the bees flew upon her, and stung her, that her whole body was swelled. And the young woman cried out on account of the bees. But no one took notice of her, or pitied her, and her cries ascended to heaven. And the Lord was provoked at this, and at all the works of the cities of Sodom. For they had abundance of food, and had tranquility amongst them, and still would not sustain the poor and the needy. And in those days their evil doings and sins became great before the Lord. And the Lord sent for 2 of the angels that had come to Abraham's house to destroy Sodom and its cities. And the angels rose up from the door of Abraham's tent after they had eaten and drunk. And they reached Sodom in the evening, and Lot was then sitting in the gate of Sodom. And when he saw them, he rose to meet them, and he bowed down to the ground. And he pressed them greatly, and brought them into his house, and he gave them victuals, which they ate, and they abode all night in his house. And the angels said to Lot, "Arise, go forth from this place, thou and all belonging to thee, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of this city, for the Lord will destroy this place." And the angels laid hold upon the hand of Lot, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hands of his children, and all belonging to him, and they brought him forth, and set him without the cities. And they said to Lot, "Escape for thy life." And he fled, and all belonging to him. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom, and upon Gomorrah, and upon all these cities brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he overthrew these cities, all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. And Ado, the wife of Lot, looked back to see the destruction of the cities. For her compassion was moved on account of her daughters, who remained in Sodom, for they did not go with her. And when she looked back, she became a pillar of salt, and it is yet in that place unto this day. And the oxen which stood in that place daily licked up the salt to the extremities of their feet, and in the morning it would spring forth afresh. And they again licked it up unto this day. And Lot and 2 of his daughters that remained with him fled and escaped to the cave of Adullam, and they remained there for some time. And Abraham rose up early in the morning to see what had been done to the cities of Sodom. And he looked and beheld the smoke of the cities going up like the smoke of a furnace. And Lot and his 2 daughters remained in the cave. And they made their father drink wine, and they lay with him. For they said there was no man upon earth that could raise up seed from them, for they thought that the whole earth was destroyed. And they both lay with their father, and they conceived and bare sons, and the firstborn called the name of her son Moab, saying, From my father did I conceive him. He is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger also called her son Ben-Ammi. He is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. And after this, Lot and his 2 daughters went away from there, and he dwelt on the other side of the Jordan, with his 2 daughters and their sons. And the sons of Lot grew up, and they went and took themselves wives from the land of Canaan, and they begat children, and they were fruitful and multiplied. We have just witnessed the flames of judgment consume the cities of the plain. Yet if we read only the brief account recorded in the Bible, many people may feel that such destruction seems unusually severe for sins described only in broad moral terms. However, when we turn to the sealed pages of the book of Jasher, an entirely different picture begins to emerge behind the walls of Sodom. This was not merely a corrupt society. It was a land where cruelty had been transformed into law, where evil was no longer simply the act of individuals, but a system organized, protected, and enforced by the very authority of the city itself. To understand why the judgment became so severe, we must look closely at the strange laws that once governed this city, decoding the bizarre laws of Sodom. Imagine that you are a traveler who has accidentally wandered into the city, hoping to find a place to rest for the night. According to the book of Jasher, such visitors would face a terrifying regulation centered around an object known as the bed of Sodom. Anyone who stayed in the city was required to lie upon this bed in order to test their compatibility. If your body was longer than the bed, the executioners would coldly cut off the excess from your legs. If you were too short, they would use chains and force to stretch your body until it matched the exact length of that cold wooden frame. This was not merely a brutal punishment. It was a symbol of a society determined to force human beings into its own rigid mold, a society in which individual life held no value before the monstrous institutions created by power. Yet the cruelty of Sodom did not stop with punishments directed at strangers. It extended deeply into the very economic system of the city, entertainment built on death. The law of greed. In ancient Jewish traditions, it is said that Sodom maintained a strange practice often described as a tax on strangers. Any resident had the right to seize a portion of a traveler's property the moment that person entered the city. If the victim protested, the court would rule that the citizens were simply exercising their legal rights as residents of Sodom. This meant that the law no longer existed to protect justice. It had been rewritten to legitimize crime. But even more disturbing was the way they turned the death of the poor into a form of entertainment. According to these traditions, when a stranger came to Sodom begging for food, the citizens would pretend to be generous. They would give the man small pieces of gold or silver, each coin engraved with the personal mark of the giver. At the same time, however, the city issued a strict order that no one was allowed to sell or give that man even a single piece of bread. The stranger would wander the streets with a purse full of silver and gold, but still be unable to purchase a crumb to stay alive. Eventually, the victim would collapse and die of hunger in the streets. And when his final breath was gone, the citizens would calmly return and reclaim the exact coins bearing their marks from the dead man's body. Any coins that could not be identified would become spoils for whoever in the crowd was strong enough to seize them. They did not merely allow the poor to die. They designed an entire social system that turned the death of the poor into a legalized spectacle. And at this point, the cruelty of Sodom crossed into an even darker territory. When compassion became a crime, the brutality of the city reached its peak, when mercy itself was treated as an act of rebellion against social order. The book of Jasher tells a heartbreaking story about a young woman, the daughter of Lot, who secretly hid bread inside her water jar in order to feed a starving man lying in the streets. For many days, she quietly sustained him so that he could survive. But when her act of compassion was discovered, the people of Sodom did not execute her with a sword. Instead, they covered her body with honey and hung her upon the city wall, allowing thousands of bees to swarm and sting her until her final breath faded away. In other ancient traditions, It is even said that if a wealthy person attempted to help the poor, that person's property would be confiscated and distributed among the city officials. In such a civilization, cruelty was no longer an individual behavior. It had become a fully developed social structure. According to ancient Jewish tradition, the desperate cries of that young woman became the final drop that filled the cup. Her cries rose through the heavens and reached the judgment of God. And when we look more deeply into this story, something profoundly unsettling begins to appear. Sodom was not merely a sinful city. It resembled a mirror of the world before the Great Flood, a society in which violence and indifference had become woven into the very fabric of civilization. When the Bible says that the outcry of Sodom had risen to heaven, it does not describe the voice of a single victim. It describes the cry of an entire system that had been twisted beyond recognition. A society where the poor were turned into objects of amusement, where compassion was treated as treason, and where law itself existed to protect evil. Within that context, fire and brimstone were not merely acts of punishment. To the writers of the ancient world, they resembled an emergency intervention meant to stop a dangerous social model from spreading further. God was not simply burning a city, he was erasing a social experiment that had drifted beyond the boundaries of human conscience. The fire and sulfur of that day resembled a desperate surgery meant to prevent the disease of Sodom from spreading through the bloodstream of humanity. Because when a civilization reaches the point where human life itself is no longer valued, its collapse is no longer mysterious. It becomes an inevitable end. Thus, Sodom was erased from the map. Yet its remains do not exist only in piles of ashes, but also in one of the most haunting and solitary figures in ancient history, a woman who turned to stone while fleeing. Why did Lot's wife become a pillar of salt? Was it simply a miraculous act meant as a warning? Or could it actually be an ancient record of a catastrophic physical phenomenon that modern science is only beginning to understand? The mystery of the pillar of salt and the ancient thermonuclear battlefield. Pause for a moment and picture the scene. A city is burning. The sky glows red. The ground trembles beneath waves of unbearable heat. And in the middle of that chaos, a woman is running with her family trying to escape. But then, she turns around, just one glance. And the Bible tells us that in that very instant, she became a pillar of salt. For thousands of years, this story has often been understood as a miraculous warning, a lesson about obedience. But as modern science has begun to examine the ruins of this region more closely, another possibility has started to emerge. A possibility that makes the ancient story far more unsettling. Because what happened to Sodom may not be only a religious narrative. It may also be humanity's memory of a real cosmic catastrophe. Not long ago, at an archaeological site on the eastern side of the Jordan Valley, called Tal el-Hammam, scientists discovered a strange destruction layer buried beneath the ruins. Ancient pottery fragments appear to have been melted and turned into glass. Clay bricks show signs of exposure to temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius, and mineral structures were found that could only have formed under extreme heat and pressure. What makes these discoveries remarkable is that the evidence does not resemble the aftermath of any ancient war. No weapon from the ancient world could produce temperatures like that. No ordinary city fire could melt bricks and pottery within seconds. So researchers began considering another explanation, an airburst meteor explosion. This kind of event has occurred before in modern history. In 1908, in Tunguska, Siberia, a meteor exploded high above the ground, with a force comparable to dozens of nuclear bombs. The shockwave flattened more than 80 million trees across a vast forest covering dozens of square kilometers. If a similar event had occurred above the cities of the Jordan Plain in ancient times, the results would have been even more devastating. When a meteor explodes in the atmosphere, the first thing people see is not the sound of the explosion. It is a massive fireball. Within milliseconds, temperatures rise to levels capable of melting stone. A wave of thermal radiation sweeps across the ground faster than a hurricane. Anyone near the center of the blast would have no time to run, no time to understand what was happening. Organic matter could vaporize almost instantly. A city would not burn slowly. It would disappear in a single moment. And when we return to the ancient words of the book of Genesis, the description suddenly feels strangely familiar. Fire and brimstone rained down from heaven. A sudden catastrophe, a complete destruction. Within this context, the story of Lot's wife takes on an entirely new dimension. When Lot and his family were led out of the city by the angels, they were given one simple command: do not look back. Not out of curiosity, not out of hesitation, but because a devastating wave of heat was about to sweep across the land behind them. In high-energy explosions, the direction your body faces can determine whether you live or die. Those who turn away from the blast may avoid the worst of the thermal radiation. But those who look directly at the explosion receive the full force of its heat. And according to the Bible, Lot's wife turned around in that moment. She faced the firestorm. In the region around the Dead Sea, where the soil and air contain extremely high concentrations of salt and minerals, such immense heat could trigger unusual geological reactions. Natural salt pillars can form when mineral layers are heated, crystallized, and slowly shaped by erosion over time. Even today, along the slopes of Mount Sodom, massive salt columns still stand. One of them is even known locally as Lot's wife, a towering pillar of salt standing silently in the desert, like a quiet witness to an ancient catastrophe. Was it once truly a human body transformed by unimaginable heat? Or is it a symbol that humanity's ancient memory attached to a natural formation? We may never know with certainty. Yet the story carries a meaning that goes far beyond any scientific explanation. In the biblical narrative, the command given to Lot's family was very clear. They were to leave without hesitation and without looking back. Turning around was not merely curiosity. It was the sign of a heart still tied to the world they were leaving behind. In that sense, Lot's wife was not transformed only by a physical disaster. She became a symbol of something deeper, the danger of longing for a past that must be left behind. The moment she looked back toward Sodom, she still belonged to that city. And in the story of Scripture that meant sharing its fate, the pillar of salt stands there like a silent reminder. Salvation is not only about escaping danger, it also requires the courage to release what has already been destroyed. Because sometimes the greatest destruction does not come from the fire that falls from heaven. It comes from the human heart that cannot let go of the past. Thus Sodom had been reduced completely to ashes. Yet its poison seemed to continue flowing in the veins of those who had just escaped the flames. When Lot and his 2 daughters took refuge in the silent caves of the mountains of Seir, the terror of a world that appeared utterly destroyed slowly transformed into the setting for a new and disturbing chapter of sin. It was here that the Book of Jasher reveals a chilling episode often remembered by later storytellers as what might be called the Devil's Banquet. The mystery of the Devil's Banquet and the fall of Lot's lineage. After fire and brimstone consumed the cities of the plain, the story of Lot did not end. In truth, one of the darkest chapters of the narrative was only beginning. The Bible tells us that Lot and his 2 daughters fled into the mountains, leaving behind the blackened ruins of Sodom. At first they settled in Zoar, the small city that had been spared from destruction. Yet fear continued to haunt Lot. Zoar stood too close to the region that had just been judged. The memory of the catastrophe still lingered in the air. So Lot chose to leave once more, leading his daughters into a remote wilderness and taking shelter in a cave hidden among the barren mountains. Imagine that scene for a moment. Outside the cave lay a dead land. Cities that once bustled with life were now nothing more than smoke dust and silent fields of ash. No voices echoed through the valleys. No travelers crossed the roads. Only desert winds moved through the cliffs, carrying the scorched smell of a civilization that had just collapsed. Inside the dark cavern, the 3 survivors were surrounded by a feeling that anyone in such circumstances could understand: complete isolation. For the 2 young women, the outside world seemed to have vanished. From their perspective, every city had been destroyed. There were no men, no families, no future. In their fearful imagination, humanity itself might have come to an end. And out of that fear, a thought began to take shape. A plan that would cause generations to shudder. The book of Genesis recounts this episode very briefly. Yet ancient Jewish traditions and writings, such as the book of Jasher, attempt to explore the psychology behind the daughters' decision. They were not acting purely out of instinct. They were acting out of a distorted belief that they had to preserve humanity at any cost. But the deeper and more unsettling truth lies elsewhere. The way they thought reflected the very culture they had just escaped. Sodom had been a society where moral boundaries had completely collapsed. A city where people had grown accustomed to treating others as tools rather than as human beings. And even though their bodies had left that city behind, the imprint of its values still lingered in their minds. According to their plan, the two sisters decided to make their father drunk. On the first night, the older daughter brought wine to Lot. The weary father, exhausted and traumatized after the catastrophe, drank until he lost all control. In his confused and intoxicated state, he no longer understood what was happening around him. That night, the elder daughter lay with her father. The Bible even emphasizes that Lot did not know when she lay down or when she rose. The next day, the older sister told the younger one that their plan had succeeded and that they must repeat it again. On the second night, the younger daughter carried out the same act. The wine was poured once more. Lot's awareness sank again into drunken oblivion. And for a second time, the final moral boundary within that family was broken. From those 2 nights in the cave, 2 children were conceived. The son of the elder daughter was named Moab, a name that can be understood as meaning from the father. The son of the younger daughter was called Ben-Ami, who would later become the ancestor of the people of Ammon. Those names carried a memory that neither nation would ever fully escape. For the Moabites and the Ammonites would later become more than neighboring peoples to Israel. They would become long-standing rivals across centuries of history. During many periods recorded in the Old Testament, these 2 nations repeatedly clashed with Israel, the descendants of Abraham. Ancient texts describe wars, political schemes, and recurring attempts to weaken or destroy the people of the covenant. Thus, the event that occurred in that lonely cave was more than a tragic family story. It was the seed of a historical conflict, a single moment in the darkness that would echo through thousands of years. Yet behind this shocking narrative, many biblical commentators perceive a deeper lesson. Sodom was not only destroyed by fire, it had already left its mark on the minds of those who survived. You can remove a person from a place of corruption. You can flee far away from it geographically. But if its distorted values still live within the heart, its shadow continues to remain. Those 2 daughters no longer lived in Sodom, yet the way they confronted fear and desperation still bore the imprint of that city. In this sense, the story of Lot and his daughters is not merely about a controversial act. It becomes a sobering reflection on the power of moral environments. A corrupt civilization does not destroy only its walls and buildings when it collapses. It can leave deep fractures in the souls of those who once lived within it. And sometimes those fractures continue to spread through generations, like an invisible legacy left behind by a city that vanished from the map, yet never completely disappeared from history. Yet the worst world after the flood remained a chessboard filled with traps of power. When Abraham journeyed southward to the land of Gerar, he once again faced trials strikingly similar to those he had encountered years earlier in Egypt. Here, the boundary between life and death, between the promise of God and the greed of earthly kings, would once again be tested. Now let us turn the next pages and see that although Sodom had vanished, temptation and intrigue had not disappeared. They continued to linger in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to threaten the very bloodline through which the promise was meant to endure. And so we arrive at chapter 20, the confrontation at Gerar. Chapter 20. And at that time, Abraham journeyed from the plain of Mamre, and he went to the land of the Philistines, and he dwelt in Gerar. It was in the 25th year of Abraham's being in the land of Canaan, and the 100th year of the life of Abraham, that he came to Gerar in the land of the Philistines. And when they entered the land, he said to Sarah, his wife, "Say thou art my sister to anyone that shall ask thee, in order that we may escape the evil of the inhabitants of the land." And as Abraham was dwelling in the land of the Philistines, the servants of Abimelech, king of the Philistines, saw that Sarah was exceedingly beautiful. And they asked Abraham concerning her, and he said, "She is my sister." And the servants of Abimelech went to Abimelech, saying, "A man from the land of Canaan is come to dwell in the land, and he has a sister that is exceeding fair." And Abimelech heard the words of his servants, who praised Sarah to him. And Abimelech sent his officers, and they brought Sarah to the king. And Sarah came to the house of Abimelech, and the king saw that Sarah was beautiful, and she pleased him exceedingly. And he approached her and said to her, "What is that man to thee with whom thou didst come to our land?" And Sarah answered and said, "He is my brother, and we came from the land of Canaan to dwell wherever we could find a place." And Abimelech said to Sarah, "Behold, my land is before thee. Place thy brother in any part of this land that pleases thee, and it will be our duty to exalt and elevate him above all the people of the land, since he is thy brother." And Abimelech sent for Abraham, and Abraham came to Abimelech. And Abimelech said to Abraham, "Behold, I have given orders that thou shalt be honored as thou desirest on account of thy sister Sarah." And Abraham went forth from the king, and the king's present followed him, as at evening time before men lie down to rest. The king was sitting upon his throne, and a deep sleep fell upon him, and he lay upon the throne and slept till morning. And he dreamed that an angel of the Lord came to him with a drawn sword in his hand. And the angel stood over Abimelech and wished to slay him with the sword. And the king was terrified in his dream, and said to the angel, "In what have I sinned against thee, that thou comest to slay me with thy sword?" And the angel answered and said to Abimelech, "Behold, thou diest on account of the woman which thou didst yesternight bring to thy house, for she is a married woman, the wife of Abraham, who came to thy house. Now therefore return that man his wife, for she is his wife. And shouldst thou not return her, know that thou wilt surely die, thou, and all belonging to thee." And on that night there was a great outcry in the land of the Philistines. And the inhabitants of the land saw the figure of a man standing with a drawn sword in his hand. And he smote the inhabitants of the land with the sword, yea, he continued to smite them. And the angel of the Lord smote the whole land of the Philistines on that night. And there was a great confusion on that night and on the following morning. And every womb was closed, and all their issues, and the hand of the Lord was upon them, on account of Sarah, wife of Abraham, whom Abimelech had taken. And in the morning Abimelech rose with terror and confusion, and with a great dread, and he sent and had his servants called in, and he related his dream to them. And the people were greatly afraid. And one man standing amongst the servants of the king answered the king, saying, "O sovereign king, restore this woman to her husband, for he is her husband. For the like happened to the king of Egypt, when this man came to Egypt." And he said concerning his wife, "She is my sister, for such is his manner of doing, when he cometh to dwell in the land in which he is a stranger." And Pharaoh sent and took this woman for a wife, and the Lord brought upon him grievous plagues, until he returned the woman to her husband. Now therefore, O sovereign king, know what happened yesternight to the whole land. For there was a very great consternation, and great pain and lamentation. And we know that it was on account of the woman which thou didst take. Now therefore restore this woman to her husband, lest it should befall us, as it did to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his subjects, and that we may not die." And Abimelech hastened and called, and had Sarah called for, and she came before him. And he had Abraham called for, and he came before him. And Abimelech said to them, "What is this work you have been doing in saying you are brother and sister? And I took this woman for a wife." And Abraham said, "Because I thought I should suffer death on account of my wife." And Abimelech took flocks and herds and men servants and maidservants and 1,000 pieces of silver, and he gave them to Abraham, and he returned Sarah to him. And Abimelech said to Abraham, "Behold, the whole land is before thee, dwell in it, wherever thou shalt choose." And Abraham and Sarah, his wife, went forth from the king's presence with honor and respect, and they dwelt in the land, even in Gerar. And all the inhabitants of the land of the Philistines and the king's servants were still in pain through the plague which the angel had inflicted upon them the whole night on account of Sarah. And Abimelech sent for Abraham, saying, "Pray now for thy servants to the Lord thy God, that he may put away this mortality from amongst us." And Abraham prayed on account of Abimelech and his subjects, and the Lord heard the prayer of Abraham, and he healed Abimelech and all his subjects. Chapter 21. And it was at that time, at the end of a year, and 4 months of Abraham's dwelling in the land of the Philistines in Gerar, that God visited Sarah, and the Lord remembered her, and she conceived and bare a son to Abraham. And Abraham called the name of the son which was born to him, which Sarah bare to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac at 8 days old, as God had commanded Abraham to do unto his seed after him. And Abraham was 100, and Sarah 90 years old when Isaac was born to them. And the child grew up, and he was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast upon the day that Isaac was weaned. And Shem and Eber, and all the great people of the land, and Abimelech king of the Philistines, and his servants, and Phicol the captain of his host, came to eat and drink, and rejoice at the feast, which Abraham made upon the day of his son Isaac's being weaned. Also Terah, the father of Abraham, and Nahor. His brother came from Haran, they and all belonging to them. For they greatly rejoiced on hearing that a son had been born to Sarah. And they came to Abraham. And they ate and drank at the feast, which Abraham made upon the day of Isaac's being weaned. And Terah and Nahor rejoiced with Abraham, and they remained with him many days in the land of the Philistines. At that time, Serug the son of Reu died in the 1st year of the birth of Isaac, son of Abraham. And all the days of Serug were 239 years, and he died. And Ishmael the son of Abraham was grown up in those days. He was 14 years old when Sarah bare Isaac to Abraham. And God was with Ishmael the son of Abraham, and he grew up, and he learned to use the bow, and became an archer. And when Isaac was 5 years old, he was sitting with Ishmael at the door of the tent. And Ishmael came to Isaac and seated himself opposite to him. And he took the bow and drew it, and put the arrow in it, and intended to slay Isaac. And Sarah saw the act which Ishmael desired to do to her son Isaac, and it grieved her exceedingly on account of her son. And she sent for Abraham and said to him, Cast out this bondwoman and her son. For her son shall not be heir with my son, for thus did he seek to do unto him this day. And Abraham hearkened to the voice of Sarah, and he rose up early in the morning, and he took 12 loaves and a bottle of water which he gave to Hagar, and sent her away with her son. And Hagar went with her son to the wilderness, and they dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, with the inhabitants of the wilderness. And Ishmael was an archer, and he dwelt in the wilderness a long time. And he and his mother afterward went to the land of Egypt, and they dwelt there. And Hagar took a wife for her son from Egypt, and her name was Meribah. And the wife of Ishmael conceived, and bare 4 sons and 2 daughters. And Ishmael and his mother and his wife and children afterward went and returned to the wilderness. And they made themselves tents in the wilderness in which they dwelt. And they continued to travel, and then to rest monthly and yearly. And God gave Ishmael flocks and herds and tents on account of Abraham his father, and the man increased in cattle. And Ishmael dwelt in deserts, and in tents traveling and resting for a long time, and he did not see the face of his father. And in some time after Abraham said to Sarah, his wife, I will go and see my son Ishmael, for I have a desire to see him, for I have not seen him for a long time. And Abraham rode upon one of his camels to the wilderness to seek his son Ishmael. For he heard that he was dwelling in a tent in the wilderness with all belonging to him. And Abraham went to the wilderness, and he reached the tent of Ishmael about noon, and he asked after Ishmael. And he found the wife of Ishmael sitting in the tent with her children, and Ishmael her husband and his mother were not with them. And Abraham asked the wife of Ishmael, saying, Where has Ishmael gone? And she said, He has gone to the field to hunt. And Abraham was still mounted upon the camel, for he would not get off to the ground, as he had sworn to his wife Sarah that he would not get off from the camel. And Abraham said to Ishmael's wife, My daughter, give me a little water that I may drink, for I am fatigued from the journey. And Ishmael's wife answered and said to Abraham, We have neither water nor bread. And she continued sitting in the tent and did not notice Abraham. Neither did she ask him who he was, but she was beating her children in the tent. And she was cursing them. And she also cursed her husband Ishmael and reproached him. And Abraham heard the words of Ishmael's wife to her children, and he was very angry and displeased. And Abraham called to the woman to come out to him from the tent, and the woman came and stood opposite to Abraham, for Abraham was still mounted upon the camel. And Abraham said to Ishmael's wife, When thy husband Ishmael returneth home, say these words to him. A very old man from the land of the Philistines came hither to seek thee, and thus was his appearance and figure. I did not ask him who he was, and seeing thou wast not here, he spoke unto me and said, When Ishmael thy husband returneth, tell him thus did this man say, When thou comest home, put away this nail of the tent which thou hast placed here, and place another nail in its stead. And Abraham finished his instructions to the woman, and he turned and went off on the camel homeward. And after that, Ishmael came from the chase, he and his mother, and returned to the tent, and his wife spoke these words to him. A very old man from the land of the Philistines came to seek thee, and thus was his appearance and figure. I did not ask him who he was, and seeing thou wast not at home, he said to me, When thy husband cometh home, tell him thus, saith the old man, Put away the nail of the tent which thou hast placed here, and place another nail in its stead. And Ishmael heard the words of his wife, and he knew that it was his father, and that his wife did not honor him. And Ishmael understood his father's words, that he had spoken to his wife, and Ishmael hearkened to the voice of his father. And Ishmael cast off that woman, and she went away. And Ishmael afterward went to the land of Canaan, and he took another wife, and he brought her to his tent, to the place where he then dwelt. And at the end of 3 years, Abraham said, I will go again and see Ishmael my son, for I have not seen him for a long time. And he rode upon his camel and went to the wilderness, and he reached the tent of Ishmael about noon. And he asked after Ishmael, and his wife came out of the tent, and she said, He's not here, my lord, for he has gone to hunt in the fields and to feed the camels. And the woman said to Abraham, Turn in, my lord, into the tent, and eat a morsel of bread, for thy soul must be wearied on account of the journey. And Abraham said to her, I will not stop, for I am in haste to continue my journey. But give me a little water to drink, for I have thirst. And the woman hastened and ran into the tent. And she brought out water and bread to Abraham, which she placed before him, and she urged him to eat, and he ate and drank. And his heart was comforted, and he blessed his son Ishmael. And he finished his meal, and he blessed the Lord. And he said to Ishmael's wife, When Ishmael cometh home, say these words to him. A very old man from the land of the Philistines came hither, and asked after thee, and thou wast not here. And I brought him out bread and water, and he ate and drank, and his heart was comforted. And he spoke these words to me, When Ishmael thy husband cometh home, say unto him, The nail of the tent which thou hast is very good, do not put it away from the tent. And Abraham finished commanding the woman, and he rode off to his home to the land of the Philistines. And when Ishmael came to his tent, his wife went forth to meet him with joy and a cheerful heart. And she said to him, An old man came here from the land of the Philistines, and thus was his appearance, and he asked after thee, and thou wast not here. So I brought out bread and water, and he ate and drank, and his heart was comforted. And he spoke these words to me. When Ishmael thy husband cometh home, say to him, The nail of the tent which thou hast is very good. Do not put it away from the tent. And Ishmael knew that it was his father, and that his wife had honored him. And the Lord blessed Ishmael. Chapter 22. And Ishmael then rose up, and took his wife, and his children, and his cattle, and all belonging to him. And he journeyed from there, and he went to his father in the land of the Philistines. And Abraham related to Ishmael his son the transaction with the first wife that Ishmael took according to what she did. And Ishmael and his children dwelt with Abraham many days in that land. And Abraham dwelt in the land of the Philistines a long time. And the days increased and reached 26 years. And after that, Abraham with his servants and all belonging to him went from the land of the Philistines and removed to a great distance. And they came near to Hebron, and they remained there. And the servants of Abraham dug wells of water. And Abraham and all belonging to him dwelt by the water, and the servants of Abimelech, king of the Philistines, heard the report that Abraham's servants had dug wells of water in the borders of the land. And they came and quarreled with the servants of Abraham, and they robbed them of the great well which they had dug. And Abimelech, king of the Philistines, heard of this affair, and he with Phicol, the captain of his host, and 20 of his men came to Abraham. And Abimelech spoke to Abraham concerning his servants, and Abraham rebuked Abimelech concerning the well of which his servants had robbed him. And Abimelech said to Abraham, "As the Lord liveth, who created the whole earth, I did not hear of the act which my servants did unto thy servants until this day." And Abraham took 7 ewe lambs and gave them to Abimelech, saying, "Take these, I pray thee, from my hands, that it may be a testimony for me that I dug this well." And Abimelech took the 7 ewe lambs which Abraham had given to him, for he had also given him cattle and herds in abundance. And Abimelech swore to Abraham concerning the well. Therefore he called that well Beersheba, for there they both swore concerning it. And they both made a covenant in Beersheba. And Abimelech rose up with Phicol, the captain of his host, and all his men. And they returned to the land of the Philistines, and Abraham, and all belonging to him, dwelt in Beersheba, and he was in that land a long time. And Abraham planted a large grove in Beersheba, and he made to it 4 gates, facing the 4 sides of the earth. And he planted a vineyard in it, so that if a traveler came to Abraham, he entered any gate which was in his road, and remained there, and ate and drank, and satisfied himself, and then departed. For the house of Abraham was always open to the sons of men that passed and repassed, who came daily to eat and drink in the house of Abraham. And any man who had hunger and came to Abraham's house, Abraham would give him bread that he might eat and drink and be satisfied. And anyone that came naked to his house, he would clothe with garments as he might choose, and give him silver and gold, and make known to him the Lord who had created him in the earth. This did Abraham all his life. And Abraham and his children and all belonging to him dwelt in Beersheba, and he pitched his tent as far as Hebron. And Abraham's brother Nahor and his father and all belonging to them dwelt in Haran, for they did not come with Abraham to the land of Canaan. And children were born to Nahor, which Milcah the daughter of Haran, and sister to Sarah Abraham's wife, bare to him. And these are the names of those that were born to him: Uzbuz, Kemuel, Kesed, Chazopildash, Tidlaph, and Bethuel, being 8 sons. These are the children of Milcah, which she bare to Nahor Abraham's brother. And Nahor had a concubine, and her name was Reumah, and she also bare to Nahor Zebach, Gachash, Tashash, and Macha, being 4 sons. And the children that were born to Nahor were 12 sons besides his daughters, and they also had children born to them in Haran. And the children of Uz, the firstborn of Nahor, were Abichereph, Gadin Melus, and Deborah their sister. And the sons of Buz were Berachel, Namath, Sheva, and Madonu. And the sons of Kemuel were Aram and Rechob. And the sons of Kesed were Anamlech, Meshai, Benon, and Yiphi. And the sons of Chazo were Pildash, Mechi, and Ophir. And the sons of Pildash were Arud, Chamum, Merid, and Moloch. And the sons of Tidlaph were Mushan, Cushan, and Mutzi. And the children of Bethuel were Seshar, Laban, and their sister Rebekah. These are the families of the children of Nahor that were born to them in Haran. And Aram the son of Kemuel and Rechob his brother went away from Haran, and they found a valley in the land by the river Euphrates, and they built a city there. And they called the name of the city after the name of Pethor the son of Aram, that is Aram Naharaim, unto this day. And the children of Kesed also went to dwell where they could find a place, and they went, and they found a valley opposite to the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they there built themselves a city, and they called the name at the city Kesed after the name of their father. That is the land Kasdim unto this day. And the Kasdim dwelt in that land, and they were fruitful and multiplied exceedingly. And Terah, father of Nahor and Abraham, went and took another wife in his old age, and her name was Pelilah, and she conceived and bare him a son. And he called his name Zobah. And Terah lived 25 years after he begat Zobah. And Terah died in that year, that is in the 35th year of the birth of Isaac, son of Abraham. And the days of Terah were 205 years, and he was buried in Haran. And Zobah, the son of Terah, lived 30 years, and he begat Aram, Achlis, and Merek. And Aram, son of Zobah, son of Terah, had 3 wives, and he begat 12 sons and 3 daughters. And the Lord gave to Aram, the son of Zobah, riches and possessions, and abundance of cattle and flocks and herds. And the man increased greatly. And Aram, the son of Zobah, and his brother and all his household journeyed from Haran, and they went to dwell where they should find a place for their property. It was too great to remain in Haran, for they could not stop in Haran together with their brethren, the children of Nahor. And Aram the son of Zoba went with his brethren, and they found a valley at a distance toward the eastern country, and they dwelt there. And they also built a city there. And they called the name thereof Aram, after the name of their eldest brother. That is Aram Zoba to this day. And Isaac the son of Abraham was growing up in those days, and Abraham his father taught him the way of the Lord to know the Lord, and the Lord was with him. And when Isaac was 37 years old, Ishmael his brother was going about with him in the tent. And Ishmael boasted of himself to Isaac, saying, I was 13 years old when the Lord spoke to my father to circumcise us. And I did according to the word of the Lord, which he spoke to my father, and I gave my soul unto the Lord, and I did not transgress his word, which he commanded my father. And Isaac answered Ishmael, saying, Why dost thou boast to me about this, about a little bit of thy flesh, which thou didst take from thy body, concerning which the Lord commanded thee? As the Lord liveth, the God of my father Abraham, if the Lord should say unto my father, Take now thy son Isaac, and bring him up an offering before me, I would not refrain, but I would joyfully accede to it. And the Lord heard the word that Isaac spoke to Ishmael. And it seemed good in the sight of the Lord, and he thought to try Abraham in this matter. And the day arrived when the sons of God came and placed themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with the sons of God before the Lord. And the Lord said unto Satan, Whence comest thou? And Satan answered the Lord and said, From going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And the Lord said to Satan, What is thy word to me concerning all the children of the earth? And Satan answered the Lord and said, I have seen all the children of the earth who serve thee, and remember thee, when they require anything from thee. And when thou givest them the thing which they require from thee, they sit at their ease, and forsake thee, and they remember thee no more. Hast thou seen Abraham, the son of Terah, who at first had no children, and he served thee, and erected altars to thee, wherever he came, and he brought up offerings upon them, and he proclaimed thy name continually to all the children of the earth. And now that his son Isaac is born to him, he has forsaken thee. He has made a great feast for all the inhabitants of the land, and the Lord he has forgotten. For amidst all that he has done, he brought thee no offering, neither burnt offering nor peace offering, neither ox, lamb, nor goat, of all that he killed on the day that his son was weaned, even from the time of his son's birth till now, being 37 years. He built no altar before thee, nor brought any offering to thee, for he saw that thou didst give what he requested before thee, and he therefore forsook thee. And the Lord said to Satan, Hast thou thus considered my servant Abraham? For there is none like him upon earth, a perfect and an upright man before me, one that feareth God and avoideth evil. As I live, were I to say unto him, Bring up Isaac thy son before me, he would not withhold him from me much more, if I told him to bring up a burnt offering before me from his flock or herds. And Satan answered the Lord, and said, Speak then now unto Abraham, as thou hast said, and thou wilt see whether he will not this day transgress, and cast aside thy words. The previous 3 chapters of the book of Jasher are not merely scattered stories about migration. They form a panoramic account of how Abraham's position was shaped in a world filled with traps of power. In chapter 20, we see Abraham once again confronting the shadow of human greed within the palace of King Abimelech. The powerful intervention of God in the king's dream delivers a clear and uncompromising message. The bloodline of the promise is untouchable. Wherever Abraham travels, an invisible circle of protection surrounds him, transforming a solitary wanderer into a man whose presence commands the caution of entire kingdoms. Yet if chapter 20 presents a struggle with the world outside, chapter 21 opens a far more painful conflict within Abraham's own household. The birth of Isaac brings not only joy, but also ignites a conflict of lineage between Isaac and Ishmael. The book of Jasher describes this division with striking clarity. a division whose echoes still shake the world today. The expulsion of Ishmael into the wilderness becomes a sorrowful turning point, revealing that preserving a chosen lineage sometimes carries a cost measured in broken family bonds. And finally, in chapter 22, we encounter Abraham at the height of fulfillment. He establishes a covenant of peace at Beersheba, receives recognition even from those who once opposed him, and most importantly, witnesses the son of the promise Isaac growing under divine protection. At this moment, Abraham seems to possess everything: land, respect, and a clear future. Everything appears calm in Beersheba. Abraham now has land recognition and the one son through whom the promise will continue. After so many years of wandering after the fires that consumed Sodom and the many escapes from the power of kings, he can finally breathe the air of peace. Yet in the world of the Book of Jasher, moments of peace often serve only as the prelude to a trial beyond imagination. Just when Abraham believes he has finally reached lasting happiness, the most terrifying command from heaven suddenly breaks through the quiet night. It is a command that requires him to destroy with his own hands the very future he has spent his entire life building. He is about to enter the darkest, most painful, and yet most extraordinary chapter of his life. A chapter that the Book of Jasher calls the final trial, the summit of Moriah. The tragedy of Mount Moriah, when faith stands face to face with death. If the earlier chapters of the Book of Jasher describe Abraham's journey through wars, separations, and painful purifications, then Mount Moriah is the place where all those trials converge into a single, overwhelming moment. This is no longer a confrontation with earthly kings, nor a struggle with a corrupt city like Sodom. At Moriah, Abraham faces the greatest enemy known to the human soul: pain, confusion, and the most terrifying question faith can ever encounter. When God asks him to offer Isaac as a burnt sacrifice, it is as if heaven and earth fall into complete silence. From that moment forward, the journey up the mountain ceases to be an ordinary walk. It becomes an invisible battlefield, where the human soul is stretched to its very limit. What makes the story in the Book of Jasher far more intense than the brief account found in the Bible is that this journey never unfolds in peace. Every step Abraham takes leads him through traps, whispers, deceptive appearances, and even direct assaults from Satan, the most haunting adversary in the entire biblical tradition. Yet unlike the silence found in the biblical narrative, the Book of Jasher portrays a journey filled with deliberate attempts by Satan to interfere. He throws himself into the trial like a hunter pursuing his prey. He understands something crucial if he wishes to break Abraham. Brute force will accomplish little. All he needs is to plant a seed of doubt inside Abraham's heart. So he appears in the form of a gentle old man, speaking softly, presenting arguments that sound compassionate and reasonable. Drawing close to Abraham, he whispers words designed to strike the most vulnerable place within a father's heart. Have you lost your senses? How could a loving God demand the blood of your only son? Did you wait an entire century only to destroy with your own hands the very gift you prayed for? This is an extraordinarily subtle attack. Satan does not challenge Abraham with open hatred. Instead, he speaks the language of reason, compassion, and what appears to be moral clarity. And that is precisely what makes this form of temptation so dangerous. It does not arrive wearing the face of evil. It arrives wearing a mask that looks almost identical to truth. But Abraham recognizes the voice. He understands that there are moments when the deepest reality of faith rises beyond what human logic can fully grasp in the moment. So he sets the whisper aside and continues walking. When words fail to shake Abraham's heart, Satan changes his strategy. According to the Book of Jasher, he transforms the path itself into a raging torrent. Within moments, the dry road turns into a violent stream. The waters rise to Abraham's knees, then to his waist, then nearly to his neck. This is more than an obstacle in the road. It becomes a living image of fear swelling within the human spirit. It seems to warn Abraham that the path ahead leads straight toward destruction. Yet even as the waters rise around him, Abraham keeps moving forward. His eyes do not rest on the flood. His eyes remain fixed on the command he has received. In that moment, Abraham changes. The grieving father becomes a true spiritual warrior. He does not merely overcome Satan outside of himself. He overcomes the shadow of hesitation within his own heart. And in that sense, Satan in this story represents more than an enemy standing against Abraham. He represents a voice that every human being hears at the most difficult moments of life. The voice that urges us to abandon the path just before we reach the true meaning of obedience. Chapter 23. At that time, the word of the Lord came to Abraham, and he said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Here I am. And he said to him, Take now thy son, thine only son, whom thou lovest, even Isaac, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which shall be shown to thee, for there wilt thou see a cloud and the glory of the Lord. And Abraham said within himself, How shall I separate my son Isaac from Sarah his mother, in order to bring him up for a burnt offering before the Lord? And Abraham came into the tent, and he sat before Sarah his wife, and he spoke these words to her, My son Isaac is grown up, and he has not for some time studied the service of his God. Now tomorrow I will go and bring him to Shem and Eber his son, and there he will learn the ways of the Lord, for they will teach him to know the Lord, as well as to know that when he prayeth continually before the Lord, he will answer him. Therefore there he will know the way of serving the Lord his God. And Sarah said, Thou hast spoken well. Go, my Lord, and do unto him as thou hast said. But remove him not at a great distance from me, neither let him remain there too long, for my soul is bound within his soul. And Abraham said unto Sarah, My daughter, let us pray to the Lord our God, that he may do good with us. And Sarah took her son Isaac, and he abode all that night with her. And she kissed and embraced him, and gave him instructions till morning. And she said to him, O my son, how can my soul separate itself from thee? And she still kissed him and embraced him, and she gave Abraham instructions concerning him. And Sarah said to Abraham, O my Lord, I pray thee, take heed of thy son, and place thine eyes over him, for I have no other son nor daughter but him. O forsake him not. If he be hungry, give him bread, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. Do not let him go on foot, neither let him sit in the sun. Neither let him go by himself in the road, neither force him from whatever he may desire, but do unto him as he may say to thee. And Sarah wept bitterly the whole night on account of Isaac, and she gave him instructions till morning. And in the morning Sarah selected a very fine and beautiful garment from those garments which she had in the house that Abimelech had given to her. And she dressed Isaac her son therewith, and she put a turban upon his head, and she enclosed a precious stone in the top of the turban, and she gave them provision for the road. And they went forth, and Isaac went with his father Abraham, and some of their servants accompanied them to see them off the road. And Sarah went out with them, and she accompanied them upon the road to see them off. And they said to her, Return to the tent. And when Sarah heard the words of her son Isaac, she wept bitterly, and Abraham, her husband, wept with her, and their son wept with them a great weeping. Also those who went with them wept greatly. And Sarah caught hold of her son Isaac, and she held him in her arms, and she embraced him, and continued to weep with him. And Sarah said, Who knoweth if after this day I shall ever see thee again? And they still wept together. Abraham, Sarah, and Isaac, and all those that accompanied them on the road, wept with them. And Sarah afterward turned away from her son, weeping bitterly. And all her men servants and maidservants returned with her to the tent. And Abraham went with Isaac his son to bring him up as an offering before the Lord, as he had commanded him. And Abraham took 2 of his young men with him, Ishmael the son of Hagar, and Eliezer his servant. And they went together with them, and whilst they were walking in the road, the young men spoke these words to themselves. And Ishmael said to Eliezer, Now my father Abraham is going with Isaac to bring him up for a burnt offering to the Lord, as he commanded him. Now when he returneth, he will give unto me all that he possesses to inherit after him, for I am his firstborn. And Eliezer answered Ishmael, and said, Surely Abraham did cast thee away with thy mother, and swear that thou shouldst not inherit anything of all he possesses. And to whom will he give all that he has, with all his treasures? but unto me his servant, who has been faithful in his house, who has served him night and day, and has done all that he desired me to. Me will he bequeath at his death all that he possesses. And whilst Abraham was proceeding with his son Isaac along the road, Satan came and appeared to Abraham in the figure of a very aged man, humble and of contrite spirit. And he approached Abraham and said to him, Art thou silly or brutish, that thou goest to do this thing this day to thine only son? For God gave thee a son in thy latter days, in thy old age. And wilt thou go and slaughter him this day, because he committed no violence? And wilt thou cause the soul of thine only son to perish from the earth? Dost thou not know and understand that this thing cannot be from the Lord? For the Lord cannot do unto man such evil upon earth, to say to him, Go slaughter thy child. And Abraham heard this, and knew that it was the word of Satan, who endeavored to draw him aside from the way of the Lord. But Abraham would not hearken to the voice of Satan. And Abraham rebuked him, so that he went away. And Satan returned and came to Isaac. And he appeared unto Isaac in the figure of a young man, comely and well-favored. And he approached Isaac and said unto him, Dost thou not know and understand that thy old silly father bringeth thee to the slaughter this day for naught? Now therefore, my son, do not listen, nor attend to him. For he is a silly old man, and let not thy precious soul and beautiful figure be lost from the earth. And Isaac heard this, and said unto Abraham, Hast thou heard my father? That which this man has spoken, even thus has he spoken. And Abraham answered his son Isaac, and said to him, Take heed of him, and do not listen to his words, nor attend to him. For he is Satan, endeavoring to draw us aside this day from the commands of God. And Abraham still rebuked Satan, and Satan went from them. And seeing he could not prevail over them, he hid himself from them, and he went and passed before them in the road. And he transformed himself to a large brook of water in the road. And Abraham and Isaac and his 2 young men reached that place, and they saw a brook large and powerful as the mighty waters. And they entered the brook and passed through it, and the waters at first reached their legs. And they went deeper in the brook, and the waters reached up to their necks, and they were all terrified on account of the water. And whilst they were going over the brook, Abraham recognized that place, and he knew that there was no water there before. And Abraham said to his son Isaac, I know this place in which there was no brook nor water. Now therefore it is this Satan who does all this to us, to draw us aside this day from the commands of God. And Abraham rebuked him, and said unto him, The Lord rebuke thee, O Satan, begone from us, for we go by the commands of God. And Satan was terrified at the voice of Abraham, and he went away from them, and the place again became dry land, as it was at first. And Abraham went with Isaac toward the place that God had told him. And on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place at a distance, which God had told him of. And a pillar of fire appeared to him that reached from the earth to heaven, and a cloud of glory upon the mountain. And the glory of the Lord was seen in the cloud. And Abraham said to Isaac, My son, dost thou see in that mountain which we perceive at a distance, that which I see upon it? And Isaac answered and said unto his father, I see, and lo, a pillar of fire and a cloud, and the glory of the Lord is seen upon the cloud. And Abraham knew that his son Isaac was accepted before the Lord for a burnt offering. And Abraham said unto Eliezer and unto Ishmael his son, Do you also see that which we see upon the mountain, which is at a distance? And they answered and said, We see nothing more than like the other mountains of the earth. And Abraham knew that they were not accepted before the Lord to go with them. And Abraham said to them, Abide ye here with the ass, whilst I and Isaac my son will go to yonder mount, and worship there before the Lord, and then return to you. And Eliezer and Ishmael remained in that place, as Abraham had commanded. And Abraham took wood for a burnt offering, and placed it upon his son Isaac. And he took the fire and the knife, and they both went to that place. And when they were going along, Isaac said to his father, Behold, I see here the fire and wood, and where then is the lamb that is to be the burnt offering before the Lord? And Abraham answered his son Isaac, saying, The Lord has made choice of thee, my son, to be a perfect burnt offering instead of the lamb. And Isaac said unto his father, I will do all that the Lord spoke to thee with joy and cheerfulness of heart. And Abraham again said unto Isaac, his son, Is there in thy heart any thought or counsel concerning this which is not proper? Tell me, my son, I pray thee, O my son, conceal it not from me. And Isaac answered his father, Abraham, and said unto him, O my father, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, there is nothing in my heart to cause me to deviate either to the right or to the left from the word that he has spoken to thee. Neither limb nor muscle has moved or stirred at this, nor is there in my heart any thought or evil counsel concerning this. But I am of joyful and cheerful heart in this matter, and I say, Blessed is the Lord, who has this day chosen me to be a burnt offering before him. And Abraham greatly rejoiced at the words of Isaac, and they went on and came together to that place that the Lord had spoken of. And Abraham approached to build the altar in that place, and Abraham was weeping. And Isaac took stones and mortar until they had finished building the altar. And Abraham took the wood and placed it in order upon the altar which he had built. And he took his son Isaac and bound him in order to place him upon the wood which was upon the altar to slay him for a burnt offering before the Lord. And Isaac said to his father, Bind me securely, and then place me upon the altar, lest I should turn and move and break loose from the force of the knife upon my flesh, and thereof profane the burnt offering. And Abraham did so. And Isaac still said to his father, O my father, when thou shalt have slain me and burnt me for an offering, take with thee that which shall remain of my ashes to bring to Sarah my mother, and say to her, This is the sweet-smelling savor of Isaac. But do not tell her this, if she should sit near a well, or upon any high place, lest she should cast her soul after me and die. And Abraham heard the words of Isaac, and he lifted up his voice and wept, when Isaac spake these words. And Abraham's tears gushed down upon Isaac his son, and Isaac wept bitterly. And he said to his father, Hasten thou, O my father, and do with me the will of the Lord our God, as he has commanded thee. And the hearts of Abraham and Isaac rejoiced at this thing which the Lord had commanded them. But the eye wept bitterly, whilst the heart rejoiced. And Abraham bound his son Isaac, and placed him on the altar upon the wood. And Isaac stretched forth his neck upon the altar before his father. And Abraham stretched forth his hand to take the knife to slay his son as a burnt offering before the Lord. At that time the angels of mercy came before the Lord, and spake to him concerning Isaac, saying, O Lord, thou art a merciful and compassionate King, over all that thou hast created in heaven and in earth, and thou supportest them all. Give therefore ransom and redemption instead of thy servant Isaac, and pity. And have compassion upon Abraham and Isaac his son, who are this day performing thy commands. Hast thou seen, O Lord, how Isaac the son of Abraham, thy servant, is bound down to the slaughter like an animal now? Therefore let thy pity be roused for them, O Lord. At that time the Lord appeared unto Abraham, and called to him from heaven, and said unto him, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God in performing this act, and in not withholding thy son, thine only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw, and behold, a ram was caught in a thicket by his horns. That was the ram which the Lord God had created in the earth, in the day that he made earth and heaven. For the Lord had prepared this ram from that day to be a burnt offering instead of Isaac. And this ram was advancing to Abraham, when Satan caught hold of him, and entangled his horns in the thicket, that he might not advance to Abraham, in order that Abraham might slay his son. And Abraham, seeing the ram advancing to him, and Satan withholding him, fetched him and brought him before the altar. And he loosened his son Isaac from his binding, and he put the ram in his stead. And Abraham killed the ram upon the altar, and brought it up as an offering in the place of his son Isaac. And Abraham sprinkled some of the blood of the ram upon the altar, and he exclaimed and said, This is in the place of my son, and may this be considered this day as the blood of my son before the Lord. And all that Abraham did on this occasion by the altar, he would exclaim and say, This is in the room of my son, and may it this day be considered before the Lord in the place of my son. And Abraham finished the whole of the service by the altar. And the service was accepted before the Lord, and was accounted as if it had been Isaac. And the Lord blessed Abraham and his seed on that day. And Satan went to Sarah, and he appeared to her in the figure of an old man, very humble and meek. And Abraham was yet engaged in the burnt offering before the Lord. And he said unto her, Dost thou not know all the work that Abraham has made with thine only son this day? For he took Isaac and built an altar and killed him and brought him up as a sacrifice upon the altar. And Isaac cried and wept before his father. But he looked not at him, neither did he have compassion over him. And Satan repeated these words, and he went away from her. And Sarah heard all the words of Satan, and she imagined him to be an old man from amongst the sons of men who had been with her son, and had come and told her these things. And Sarah lifted up her voice and wept, and cried out bitterly on account of her son. And she threw herself upon the ground, and she cast dust upon her head, and she said, O my son, Isaac, my son, oh, that I had this day died instead of thee. And she continued to weep and said, It grieves me for thee, O my son, Isaac. Oh, that I had died this day in thy stead. And she still continued to weep and said, It grieves me for thee after that I have reared thee and have brought thee up. Now my joy is turned into mourning over thee, I that had a longing for thee, and cried and prayed to God till I bare thee at 90 years old. And now hast thou served this day for the knife and the fire to be made an offering. But I console myself with thee, my son, in its being the word of the Lord, for thou didst perform the command of thy God. For who can transgress the word of our God, in whose hands is the soul of every living creature? Thou art just, O Lord our God, for all thy works are good and righteous. For I also am rejoiced with thy word which thou didst command, and whilst mine eye weepeth bitterly, my heart rejoiceth. And Sarah laid her head upon the bosom of one of her handmaids, and she became as still as a stone. She afterward rose up and went about making inquiries till she came to Hebron, and she inquired of all those whom she met walking in the road, and no one could tell her what had happened to her son. And she came with her maidservants and menservants to Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron. And she asked concerning her son, and she remained there while she sent some of her servants to seek where Abraham had gone with Isaac. They went to seek him in the house of Shem and Eber, and they could not find him, and they sought throughout the land, and he was not there. And behold, Satan came to Sarah in the shape of an old man, and he came and stood before her, and he said unto her, I spoke falsely unto thee, for Abraham did not kill his son, and he is not dead. And when she heard the word, her joy was so exceedingly violent on account of her son, that her soul went out through joy. She died and was gathered to her people. And when Abraham had finished his service, he returned with his son Isaac to his young men. And they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and they came home. And Abraham sought for Sarah, and could not find her. And he made inquiries concerning her. And they said unto him, She went as far as Hebron to seek you both, where you had gone for thus, was she informed. And Abraham and Isaac went to her to Hebron. And when they found that she was dead, they lifted up their voices, and wept bitterly over her. And Isaac fell upon his mother's face, and wept over her. And he said, O my mother, how hast thou left me, and where hast thou gone? Oh, how hast thou left me? And Abraham and Isaac wept greatly, and all their servants wept with them on account of Sarah, and they mourned over her a great and heavy mourning. Thus, while Abraham and Isaac were taking each step along the path leading up to Mount Moriah, where the boundary between life and death had become unimaginably thin, another tragedy was quietly unfolding behind them in the familiar tent in the desert. The trial of Abraham on the mountain was only half of the story. The other half was taking place in the heart of a mother. According to the book of Jasher, after failing to shake Abraham's resolve, Satan shifted his attack towards Sarah. He understood clearly that Abraham's faith had become as firm as stone. Yet the heart of a mother remained the most vulnerable place on earth. So he approached Sarah in the form of an old man. His voice sounded calm, his appearance like that of a witness who had just returned from a distant place. And then he began to tell her a horrifying story. He said that Abraham had taken Isaac up the mountain, He said that Abraham had built an altar. He said that Isaac had been bound. And finally, he said that the knife had fallen. For a woman who had waited nearly her entire life for that child. Those words struck like a blade, piercing straight through her heart. Sarah was not simply an ordinary mother in this story. She was a woman who had lived through decades of longing to bear a child. She had watched Abraham receive the promise of a great lineage while she herself remained childless. She prayed, waited, and hoped until the miracle finally came when she was 90 years old. Isaac was not only her son. Isaac was the living proof of God's promise. And so when Sarah heard that Abraham had sacrificed Isaac, her world collapsed in a single moment. The book of Jasher describes her grief vividly. Sarah cried out in anguish. She threw dust upon her head, fell to the ground, and called out the name of her son. In her mind, Isaac had already died upon the altar. The son she had waited for all her life now existed only as ashes in her imagination. Then the story takes a striking turn. After spreading the terrible news, Satan returned and told Sarah that his previous words had been false. Isaac was still alive. Abraham had not killed his son. But the sudden shift from unbearable sorrow to overwhelming joy became the final shock her heart could not endure. The book of Jasher records that Sarah's soul departed from her body at that very moment. Grief took her life. Joy also took her life. And so, while Abraham and Isaac were receiving divine mercy upon Mount Moriah, another chapter of life quietly closed in the valley below. This was a brutal exchange. Abraham preserved his faith. Isaac preserved his life. But their family lost the woman who had stood beside them through the entire journey. The victory on the mountain was paid for with a funeral in the valley. When Abraham returned from Moriah with a heart overflowing after the greatest trial of his life, what awaited him was not the embrace of Sarah, but the heavy silence of death. The fire upon the altar had never touched Isaac. Yet the rumor of that fire extinguished the heartbeat of his mother. Sarah's death therefore carried a meaning far deeper than a simple family loss. It stood as a stark reminder of the limits of time and the fragile nature of human life. Abraham soon realized that the trial on Mount Moriah had not brought the journey to its conclusion. Although Isaac had been spared, the future of the promise still depended upon something else, the continuation of the lineage. If Isaac did not find a proper wife, if the bloodline of the promise became mixed with the surrounding cultures, then the dream of a chosen nation would fade away like ashes beside Sarah's grave. That is why, after Sarah's funeral, a sense of urgency began to surround Abraham. He had already lived more than a century. His time upon the earth was drawing toward its end. Before his departure, he needed to ensure that the covenantal lineage would continue in purity. Abraham understood one thing with absolute clarity. Isaac could not marry the daughters of Canaan. In the world view of the ancient texts, that land carried traditions and beliefs that Abraham believed would corrupt the line of the promise. And so his thoughts turned back to the origin of his family, Mesopotamia, the land where Abraham's family had once lived. A place where people still carried the same bloodline, the same memories, and the same ancestral traditions. To accomplish this crucial mission, Abraham entrusted the task to the man he trusted most, his loyal steward Eliezer. According to ancient custom, Abraham asked Eliezer to place his hand beneath his thigh and swear an oath. This was an extremely sacred form of covenant in the ancient world, closely connected with lineage and the promise of descendants. The oath meant that Eliezer would carry out the mission with his honor and even with his life. The mission was not about seeking gold or power. The mission was about finding a woman worthy to become the wife of Isaac, a woman capable of continuing the bloodline of the covenant. And so a long journey began. A caravan of camels departed from Canaan and moved eastward, crossing deserts and ancient roads that led toward Mesopotamia. This was more than a journey to find a bride. It was a search for the woman of destiny, the woman who would step into history and, together with Isaac, continue the next chapter in the story of the lineage of Israel. A story in which miracles and loss walk side by side. A story in which every step forward in the promise often carries a very costly price. And from this moment, the The book of Jasher opens the next chapter of the story. Chapter 24. The journey of Eliezer and the code of purity. And the life of Sarah was 127 years, and Sarah died. And Abraham rose up from before his dead to seek a burial place to bury his wife Sarah. And he went and spoke to the children of Heth, the inhabitants of the land, saying, I am a stranger and a sojourner with you in your land. Give me a possession of a burial place in your land, that I may bury my dead from before me. And the children of Heth said unto Abraham, Behold, the land is before thee, in the choice of our sepulchres. Bury thy dead, for no man shall withhold thee from burying thy dead. And Abraham said unto them, If you are agreeable to this, go and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zochar, requesting that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which is in the end of his field, and I will purchase it of him for whatever he desire for it. And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth, and they went and called for him, and he came before Abraham. And Ephron said unto Abraham, Behold, all thou requirest thy servant will do. And Abraham said, No, but I will buy the cave and the field which thou hast for value, in order that it may be for a possession of a burial place forever. And Ephron answered and said, Behold, the field and the cave are before thee, give whatever thou desirest. And Abraham said, Only at full value will I buy it from thy hand, and from the hands of those that go in at the gate of thy city, and from the hand of thy seed forever. And Ephron and all his brethren heard this, and Abraham weighed to Ephron 400 shekels of silver, in the hands of Ephron and in the hands of all his brethren. And Abraham wrote this transaction, and he wrote it and testified it with 4 witnesses. And these are the names of the witnesses: Amigal son of Abishna, the Hittite Adicharom, son of Ashunach, the Hivite Abdon, son of Ashiram, the Gomerite Bagdil, the son of Abudish, the Zidonite. And Abraham took the book of the purchase and placed it in his treasures. And these are the words that Abraham wrote in the book, namely, that the cave and the field. Abraham bought from Ephron the Hittite, and from his seed, and from those that go out of his city, and from their seed forever, are to be a purchase to Abraham and to his seed, and to those that go forth from his loins, for a possession of a burial place forever. And he put a signet to it, and testified it with witnesses. And the field and the cave that was in it, and all that place, were made sure unto Abraham and unto his seed after him, from the children of Heth. Behold, it is before Mamre in Hebron, which is in the land of Canaan. And after this Abraham buried his wife Sarah there, and that place and all its boundary became to Abraham and unto his seed for a possession of a burial place. And Abraham buried Sarah with pomp, as observed at the interment of kings, and she was buried in very fine and beautiful garments. And at her bier was Shem his sons Eber and Abimelech, together with Anar, Ashkol, and Mamre, and all the grandees of the land followed her bier. And the days of Sarah were 127 years, and she died. And Abraham made a great and heavy mourning, and he performed the rites of mourning for 7 days. And all the inhabitants of the land comforted Abraham and Isaac his son on account of Sarah. And when the days of their mourning passed by, Abraham sent away his son Isaac. And he went to the house of Shem and Eber to learn the ways of the Lord and his instructions. And Abraham remained there 3 years. At that time, Abraham rose up with all his servants, and they went and returned homeward to Beersheba. And Abraham and all his servants remained in Beersheba. And at the revolution of the year, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, died in that year. He was 193 years old at his death. And Abraham went with his people to the land of the Philistines, and they comforted the whole household and all his servants. And he then turned and went home. And it was after the death of Abimelech that the people of Gerar took Ben-Melech his son, and he was only 12 years old, and they made him lying in the place of his father. And they called his name Abimelech, after the name of his father, for thus was it their custom to do in Gerar. And Abimelech reigned instead of Abimelech his father, and he sat upon his throne. And Lot, the son of Haran, also died in those days, in the 39th year of the life of Isaac. And all the days that Lot lived were 140 years, and he died. And these are the children of Lot that were born to him by his daughters. The name of the firstborn was Moab, and the name of the second was Benami. And the 2 sons of Lot went and took themselves wives from the land of Canaan, and they bare children to them. And the children of Moab were Edmaon, Tarsus, and Canval. 4 sons, these are fathers to the children of Moab unto this day. And all the families of the children of Lot went to dwell wherever they should light upon, for they were fruitful and increased abundantly. And they went and built themselves cities in the land where they dwelt. And they called the names of the cities which they built after their own names. And Nahor, the son of Terah, brother to Abraham, died in those days, in the 40th year of the life of Isaac. And all the days of Nahor were 172 years, and he died and was buried in Haran. And when Abraham heard that his brother was dead, he grieved sadly, and he mourned over his brother many days. And Abraham called for Eliezer his head servant to give him orders concerning his house. And he came and stood before him. And Abraham said to him, Behold, I am old. I do not know the day of my death, for I am advanced in days. Now therefore rise up, go forth, and do not take a wife for my son from this place, and from this land, from the daughters of the Canaanites, amongst whom we dwell. But go to my land, and to my birthplace, and take from thence a wife for my son. And the Lord God of heaven and earth, who took me from my father's house, and brought me to this place, and said unto me, To thy seed will I give this land for an inheritance forever. He will send his angel before thee, and prosper thy way, that thou mayest obtain a wife for my son, from my family and from my father's house. And the servant answered his master, Abraham, and said, Behold, I go to thy birthplace and to thy father's house, and take a wife for thy son from there. But if the woman be not willing to follow me to this land, shall I take thy son back to the land of thy birthplace? And Abraham said unto him, Take heed that thou bring not my son hither again, for the Lord, before whom I have walked. He will send his angel before thee, and prosper thy way. And Eliezer did as Abraham ordered him. And Eliezer swore unto Abraham his master upon this matter. And Eliezer rose up, and took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and 10 men from his master's servants with him. And they rose up and went to Haran, the city of Abraham and Nahor, in order to fetch a wife for Isaac, the son of Abraham. And whilst they were gone, Abraham sent to the house of Shem and Eber, and they brought from thence his son Isaac. And Isaac came home to his father's house to Beersheba, whilst Eliezer and his men came to Haran. And they stopped in the city by the watering place, and he made his camels to kneel down by the water, and they remained there. And Eliezer, Abraham's servant, prayed and said, O God of Abraham, my master, send me, I pray thee, good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master, that thou shalt appoint this day a wife for my master's son from his family. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Eliezer for the sake of his servant Abraham. And he happened to meet with the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, brother to Abraham, and Eliezer came to her house. And Eliezer related to them all his concerns, and that he was Abraham's servant, and they greatly rejoiced at him. And they all blessed the Lord who brought this thing about. And they gave him Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, for a wife for Isaac. And the young woman was of very comely appearance. She was a virgin, and Rebekah was 10 years old in those days. And Bethuel and Laban and his children made a feast on that night. And Eliezer and his men came, and ate and drank, and rejoiced there on that night. And Eliezer rose up in the morning, he and the men that were with him. And he called to the whole household of Bethuel, saying, Send me away, that I may go to my master. And they rose up and sent away Rebekah and her nurse Deborah, the daughter of Uz, and they gave her silver and gold men servants and maidservants, and they blessed her. And they sent Eliezer away with his men. And the servants took Rebekah, and he went and returned to his master to the land of Canaan. And Isaac took Rebekah, and she became his wife, and he brought her into the tent. And Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah, the daughter of his uncle Bethuel, for a wife. Chapter 25. And it was at that time that Abraham again took a wife in his old age, and her name was Keturah, from the land of Canaan. And she bare unto him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shuach, being 6 sons. And the children of Zimran were Abihen-Molich and Narim. And the sons of Jokshan were Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Medan were Amida, Joab, Gochi, Elisha, and Nothach. And the sons of Midian were Ephah, Epher, Chanoch, Abida, and Eldah. And the sons of Ishbak were Makiro, Beodua, and Tator. And the sons of Shwach were Bildad, Mamdad, Munan, and Maban. All these are the families of the children of Keturah, the Canaanitish woman, which she bare unto Abraham the Hebrew. And Abraham sent all these away, and he gave them gifts, and they went away from his son Isaac to dwell wherever they should find a place. And all these went to the mountain at the east, and they built themselves 6 cities, in which they dwelt unto this day. But the children of Sheba and Dedan, children of Jokshan, with their children, did not dwell with their brethren in their cities. And they journeyed and encamped in the countries and wildernesses unto this day. And the children of Midian, son of Abraham, went to the east of the land of Cush. And they there found a large valley in the eastern country. And they remained there and built a city, and they dwelt therein. That is the land of Midian unto this day. And Midian dwelt in the city which he built, he and his 5 sons, and all belonging to him. And these are the names of the sons of Midian, according to their names, in their cities: Ephah, Epher, Chanoch, Abida, and Eldah. And the sons of Ephah were Methach, Meshar, Avi, and Sanua. And the sons of Epher were Ephron, Zur, Alirun, and Medan. And the sons of Chanoch were Reuel, Rechem, Azi, Alyoshub, and Alad. And the sons of Abida were Chur, Melud, Keruri, Molchi. And the sons of Eldah were Micah and Reba, and Malchiah and Gabal. These are the names of the Midianites according to their families. And afterward the families of Midian spread throughout the land of Midian. And these are the generations of Ishmael, the son Abraham, whom Hagar, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. And Ishmael took a wife from the land of Egypt, and her name was Reba, the same as Meribah. And Reba bare unto Ishmael Nebaioth, Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, and their sister Basmath. And Ishmael cast away his wife Reba, and she went from him and returned to Egypt, to the house of her father. And she dwelt there, for she had been very bad in the sight of Ishmael, and in the sight of his father Abraham. And Ishmael afterward took a wife from the land of Canaan, and her name was Malchuth, and she bare unto him Nishma, Dumah, Masa, Shaddad, Tema, Yetur, Naphish, and Kedma. These are the sons of Ishmael. And these are their names, being 12 princes according to their nations. And the families of Ishmael afterward spread forth, and Ishmael took his children and all the property that he had gained, together with the souls of his household, and all belonging to him, and they went to dwell where they should find a place. And they went and dwelt near the wilderness of Paran. And their dwelling was from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou comest toward Assyria. And Ishmael and his sons dwelt in the land, and they had children born to them, and they were fruitful and increased abundantly. And these are the names of the sons of Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Ment, Mayon. And the sons of Kedar were Alion, Kezem, Chamad, and Eli. And the sons of Adbeel were Chamad and Jabin. And the sons of Mibsam were Obadiah, Ebedmelech, and Yush. These are the families of the children of Ribah, the wife of Ishmael. And the sons of Mishma, the son of Ishmael, were Shammua, Zecharion, and Obed. And the sons of Duma were Kezed, Eli, Machmad, and Ahmed. And the sons of Massa were Melon, Mula, and Ebedadon. And the sons of Shaddad were Azur, Minzar, and Ebedmelech. And the sons of Tema were Sir Sadon and Yakol. And the sons of Yetur were Merith, Yaish, Alio, and Pachoth. And the sons of Naphish were Ebed, Tamed, Abiasaph, and Mir. And the sons of Kedma were Caleb, Tachti, and Omir. These were the children of Malchuth, the wife of Ishmael, according to their families. All these are the families of Ishmael, according to their generations. And they dwelt in those lands wherein they had built themselves cities unto this day. And Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the wife of Abraham's son Isaac, was barren in those days. She had no offspring. And Isaac dwelt with his father in the land of Canaan, and the Lord was with Isaac. And Arpachshad, the son of Shem, the son of Noah, died in those days, in the 48th year of the life of Isaac. And all the days that Arpachshad lived were 438 years, and he died. The journey of Eliezer came to its conclusion, with a marriage that carried the weight of destiny. Rebekah entered the tent of Sarah, continuing the living flame of the woman who had come before her, and bringing deep comfort to Isaac after the long shadow of grief. In that moment, the household of Abraham seemed to regain its balance after the series of intense trials that had unfolded since the events on Mount Moriah. The tents of Canaan once again filled with quiet hope for the future of the promise that God had spoken over the descendants of Abraham. Yet that calm resembled a brief pause before deeper layers of destiny began to move beneath the surface. From its earliest beginnings, the history of Israel carried within it paradoxes that stirred both wonder and tension. Miracles appeared again and again, yet every miracle arrived alongside new tests, new conflicts, and new questions about the meaning of the sacred promise. And this time, the coming upheaval did not arise from kings or foreign nations. It emerged from within the very bloodline of the family itself. 20 years passed after the marriage of Isaac and Rebekah. 20 years of waiting. 20 years of prayer filled with hope and longing to continue the promise first given to Abraham. At last, Isaac's prayer was heard, and Rebekah conceived. Yet instead of the simple joy that most families anticipate, Rebekah began to feel a violent turmoil unfolding within her own body. The Book of Jasher describes this experience in imagery that sends a chill through the reader. This was far more than an ordinary pregnancy. Even within the womb, the two children had already begun a fierce struggle. The movements inside Rebekah became so intense that she felt as though a battle was taking place within her very body. According to ancient traditions mentioned in Jasher and later Jewish commentaries, whenever Rebekah passed near places devoted to the worship of God, the child who would later be called Jacob stirred with unusual strength as though reaching toward the light. But when she passed near temples dedicated to the idols of the land of Canaan, the other child, Esau, moved violently as though striving to rise up. In the understanding of these ancient texts, this moment reflected a confrontation between two very different paths within humanity. One drawn toward faith and obedience, the other drawn toward power, instinct, and the temptations of the world. As the time of birth approached, Rebekah sought out wise men to ask about the strange turmoil within her. The answers she received became one of the most significant prophecies in the history of Israel. Two nations were forming within her womb. Two different destinies for humanity were preparing to enter the world. One nation would grow strong, and the elder would serve the younger. When the children were finally born, their differences appeared from the very first moments of life. The first child emerged with a body red and covered with hair, and the people called his name Esau, as though he had come into the world already fully formed. The second child followed with his hand gripping the heel of his brother, as if from the first instant of his life he had already entered a struggle over position and destiny. That child was given the name Jacob. As the years passed and the boys grew older, the contrast between them became increasingly clear. Jacob was known as a thoughtful and reflective man, closely connected to life within the tents, caring for flocks and learning the teachings of God from his father and grandfather. Esau, by contrast, carried the spirit of the wilderness. He became a renowned hunter, a man of the open fields and of powerful instincts. The Book of Jasher portrays Esau with far more intense characteristics than the brief descriptions often remembered from shorter biblical accounts. In this tradition, Esau was not merely a skilled hunter. He was also a man drawn to strength and domination, constantly seeking satisfaction in conquest and pursuit. This wild spirit gradually led him toward a decisive moment. A moment that appeared small on the surface, yet ultimately changed the course of Israel's history. That moment came through the story of a bowl of red stew. In many retellings, this event appears as a simple act of impulsiveness by a hungry man. Yet through the lens of the Book of Jasher and ancient traditions, it carries a far deeper meaning. After returning from a long day in the field, Esau came home exhausted and famished. Before him stood Jacob, with a pot of red lentil stew rising with steam. In that moment, a test of the soul unfolded. Esau faced a choice to preserve his birthright, the position of heir to the sacred promise given to Abraham, or to exchange it for the immediate satisfaction of his physical hunger. Esau chose the bowl of stew. From Jacob's perspective, it appeared to be a simple exchange. Yet in the view of ancient texts, it represented a spiritual transfer. By willingly trading away his birthright for a single meal, Esau removed himself from the position of heir to the promise. The birthright, a symbol of sacred responsibility toward God's covenant, passed into the hands of Jacob. Even then, the story had only begun. That event opened the door to a much longer chain of conflict. When Isaac grew old and prepared to pronounce the blessing over his firstborn son, Rebekah remembered the prophecy she had heard before the twins were born. She understood that Jacob was the one destined to continue the covenant. From that realization, a plan took shape. Jacob disguised himself as Esau in order to receive the blessing of his father. That moment shattered the bond between the brothers. In Esau's eyes, the act became a betrayal beyond forgiveness. His anger hardened into a vow of vengeance, and Jacob departed from his homeland in order to preserve his life. From that point forward, the story of Israel entered a new chapter. The conflict between Jacob and Esau extended far beyond the rivalry of two brothers. It became a symbol of the emergence of two opposing nations. One would become Israel, a people carrying the covenant of God and wrestling through countless trials to preserve the promise. The other would become Edom, the descendants of Esau, a nation that frequently stood on the opposite side in the tense chapters of biblical history. Through the lens of ancient texts, such as the Book of Jasher, this division resembles a deep fracture appearing within the very heart of Abraham's family. That fracture continued to widen across generations, shaping conflicts that echoed through centuries. Israel stepped into its journey holding sacred promises, yet also facing a difficult reality. The path forward would require survival in a world where opposition could arise not only from distant nations, but sometimes from those who shared the same blood. Chapter 26. And in the 59th year of the life of Isaac, the son of Abraham, Rebekah, his wife, was still barren in those days. And Rebekah said unto Isaac, Truly, I have heard, my lord, that thy mother Sarah was barren in her days, until my lord Abraham, thy father, prayed for her, and she conceived by him. Now therefore stand up. Pray thou also to God, and he will hear thy prayer, and remember us through his mercies. And Isaac answered his wife Rebekah, saying, Abraham has already prayed for me to God to multiply his seed. Now therefore this barrenness must proceed to us from thee. And Rebekah said unto him, But arise now thou also, and pray, that the Lord may hear thy prayer, and grant me children. And Isaac hearkened to the words of his wife. And Isaac and his wife rose up and went to the land of Moriah to pray there and to seek the Lord. And when they had reached that place, Isaac stood up and prayed to the Lord on account of his wife, because she was barren. And Isaac said, O Lord God of heaven and earth, whose goodness and mercies fill the earth, thou who didst take my father from his father's house and from his birthplace, and didst bring him unto this land, and didst say unto him, To thy seed will I give the land, and thou didst promise him, and didst declare unto him, I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven and as the sand of the sea. Now may thy words be verified, which thou didst speak unto my father. For thou art the Lord our God. Our eyes are toward thee to give us seed of men, as thou didst promise us. For thou art the Lord our God, and our eyes are directed toward thee only. And the Lord heard the prayer of Isaac, the son of Abraham, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And in about 7 months after, the children struggled together within her, and it pained her greatly that she was wearied on account of them. And she said to all the women who were then in the land, Did such a thing happen to you, as it has to me? And they said unto her, No. And she said unto them, Why am I alone in this amongst all the women that were upon earth? And she went to the land of Moriah to seek the Lord on account of this. And she went to Shem and Eber his son, to make inquiries of them in this matter, and that they should seek the Lord in this thing respecting her. And she also asked Abraham to seek and inquire of the Lord about all that had befallen her. And they all inquired of the Lord concerning this matter. And they brought her word from the Lord, and told her, 2 children are in thy womb, and 2 nations shall rise from them. And 1 nation shall be stronger than the other, and the greater shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were completed, she knelt down, and behold, there were twins in her womb, as the Lord had spoken to her. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment. And all the people of the land called his name Esau, saying that this one was made complete from the womb. And after that came his brother, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel. Therefore they called his name Jacob. And Isaac the son of Abraham was 60 years old when he begat them. And the boys grew up to their 15th year, and they came amongst the society of men. Esau was a designing and deceitful man, and an expert hunter in the field. And Jacob was a man perfect and wise, dwelling in tents, feeding flocks, and learning the instructions of the Lord and the commands of his father and mother. And Isaac and the children of his household dwelt with his father Abraham in the land of Canaan, as God had commanded them. And Ishmael the son of Abraham went with his children and all belonging to them. And they returned there to the land of Havilah, and they dwelt there. And all the children of Abraham's concubines went to dwell in the land of the east, for Abraham had sent them away from his son, and had given them presents, and they went away. And Abraham gave all that he had to his son Isaac, and he also gave him all his treasures. And he commanded him, saying, Dost thou not know and understand, the Lord is God in heaven and in earth, and there is no other beside him? And it was he who took me from my father's house and from my birthplace, and gave me all the delights upon earth, who delivered me from the counsel of the wicked, for in him did I trust. And he brought me to this place. And he delivered me from Ur-Kasdim. And he said unto me, To thy seed will I give all these lands, and they shall inherit them, when they keep my commandments, my statutes, and my judgments, that I have commanded thee, and which I shall command them. Now therefore, my son, hearken to my voice, and keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I commanded thee. Do not turn from the right way, either to the right or to the left, in order that it may be well with thee and thy children after thee forever. And remember the wonderful works of the Lord, and his kindness that he has shown toward us, in having delivered us from the hands of our enemies. And the Lord our God caused them to fall into our hands. And now therefore keep all that I have commanded thee, and turn not away from the commandments of thy God, and serve none beside him, in order that it may be well with thee and thy seed after thee. And teach thou thy children and thy seed the instructions of the Lord and his commandments. And teach them the upright way in which they should go, in order that it may be well with them forever. And Isaac answered his father, and said unto him, That which my Lord has commanded, that will I do, and I will not depart from the commands of the Lord my God. I will keep all that he commanded me. And Abraham blessed his son Isaac, and also his children. And Abraham taught Jacob the instruction of the Lord and his ways. And it was at that time that Abraham died, in the 15th year of the life of Jacob and Esau, the sons of Isaac, and all the days of Abraham were 175 years. And he died, and was gathered to his people in good old age, old and satisfied with days, and Isaac and Ishmael, his sons, buried him. And when the inhabitants of Canaan heard that Abraham was dead, they all came with their kings and princes, and all their men, to bury Abraham. And all the inhabitants of the land of Haran, and all the families of the house of Abraham, and all the princes and grandees, and the sons of Abraham by the concubines, all came when they heard of Abraham's death, and they requited Abraham's kindness, and comforted Isaac his son, and they buried Abraham in the cave, which he bought from Ephron the Hittite and his children for the possession of a burial place. And all the inhabitants of Canaan, and all those who had known Abraham, wept for Abraham a whole year, and men and women mourned over him. And all the little children and all the inhabitants of the land wept on account of Abraham. For Abraham had been good to them all, and because he had been upright with God and men. And there arose not a man who feared God like unto Abraham, for he had feared his God from his youth, and had served the Lord, and had gone in all his ways during his life from his childhood to the day of his death. And the Lord was with him, and delivered him from the counsel of Nimrod and his people. And when he made war with the 4 kings of Elam, he conquered them. And he brought all the children of the earth to the service of God, and he taught them the ways of the Lord, and caused them to know the Lord. And he formed a grove, and he planted a vineyard therein, and he had always prepared in his tent meat and drink to those that passed through the land, that they might satisfy themselves in his house. And the Lord God delivered the whole earth on account of Abraham. And it was after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac and his children, and the Lord was with Isaac, as he had been with his father Abraham. For Isaac kept all the commandments of the Lord as Abraham, his father, had commanded him. He did not turn to the right or to the left from the right path which his father had commanded him. Chapter 27. The Fall of Nimrod. Do you remember the garment of skins belonging to Adam that was mentioned earlier? According to several ancient Jewish traditions, and especially in the book of Jasher, this was the very garment that God made for Adam and Eve after they departed from the Garden of Eden. Across many generations, this garment passed down through the line of the patriarchs from Adam to Seth, and then through successive ancestors until the time of Noah. After the great flood, the garment was preserved aboard the ark as a sacred relic from the world that existed before humanity's fall into deeper corruption. Then a startling detail appears in ancient tradition: Nimrod stole the garment. From that moment forward, Nimrod the king, described in the Bible as a mighty hunter before the Lord, began to build a power that seemed nearly unstoppable. The book of Jasher and various Jewish traditions can explain that the garment carried a strange and mysterious authority. When Nimrod wore it, the animals of the forest became submissive. Wild beasts approached him as though they were subdued by an ancient power connected to Eden itself. Because of this, Nimrod quickly became a legend among hunters, and over time, he transformed that reputation into political power. From a hunter of animals, he became a hunter of men. The tribes of the region saw in Nimrod a man who appeared to possess supernatural strength. They followed him, submitted to him, and eventually raised him up as their king. From this foundation of power, Nimrod established his empire and led humanity into a bold and dangerous project: the construction of the Tower of Babel, a symbol of defiance against God. For many generations, Nimrod became the embodiment of earthly power. The garment of Adam was no longer merely a relic. It became the symbol of his dominion over both nature and mankind. Yet the book of Jasher reveals an ending that few would expect. Nimrod's empire did not collapse beneath the march of a mighty army. Instead, it came to an end in a bloody encounter between two hunters deep within the wilderness. And the one who struck the fatal blow was none other than Esau, the wild son of Isaac. According to the book of Jasher, when Esau reached adulthood, he became a legendary hunter. His skill did not rest solely in physical strength, but also in the patience of a true predator. He knew how to conceal himself in the depths of the forest, how to track prey for hours without being seen, and how to wait silently for the decisive moment. One day during a hunting expedition, Esau noticed the hunting party of Nimrod entering the forest. By this time, Nimrod had grown old. Yet the garment of Adam still rested upon his shoulders. The hunters who accompanied him believed their king remained protected by the ancient power of Eden. Esau watched the group from a distance. In the eyes of a hunter, Nimrod was not a king. Nimrod was prey. Esau concealed himself within thick brush, waiting with relentless patience. He studied the movements of the escort, observing every shift in the guard's formation. Eventually, the moment that every hunter waits for appeared. Nimrod separated from his guards. In an instant, Esau burst from the shadows. The confrontation unfolded quickly and violently. Although Nimrod had once conquered many lands, age had weakened him. Against the raw strength and ferocity of Esau, the battle ended swiftly. In a sudden eruption of violence, Esau struck Nimrod down in the depths of the forest. The king who once inspired fear throughout the world fell before a young hunter. Yet for Esau, the victory itself was not the true objective. His eyes turned immediately toward the garment. According to the book of Jasher, as soon as Nimrod fell, Esau stripped the garment of skins from the old king's body and placed it upon himself. In that moment, a strange cycle of history began to repeat itself. The garment that once transformed Nimrod into a ruler now passed into the hands of another man, driven by a similarly wild nature. After the assassination, Esau left the forest exhausted. This detail opens an entirely new perspective on the well-known story between Esau and Jacob. When Esau later returned home and encountered Jacob cooking a pot of red stew, the Book of Jasher suggests that Esau's condition, faint and near death, was not simply the result of hunger after a long day of hunting. He had just survived a violent struggle. He had killed the most powerful king of his era, and upon his body rested the ancient garment carrying the spiritual weight of a relic from Eden. In that state of turmoil, Esau entered the fateful exchange with Jacob. Viewed in this context, the sale of the birthright for a bowl of red stew carries an entirely different meaning. In Esau's mind, the birthright of Abraham's lineage suddenly seemed small compared to the power he believed he had just gained. He believed the garment of Adam, the symbol of dominion over nature and mankind, offered him greater strength than an invisible promise about the future. Esau chose the power of the world. Jacob received the promise of God. This moment created a symbolic division between two paths. One path represented physical power domination and visible authority. The other represented a sacred covenant faith and a promise that would unfold across generations. This detail also helps illuminate a controversial moment that occurs later in the story. When Jacob disguised himself as Esau in order to receive Isaac's blessing, he wore his brother's garments. Isaac, though nearly blind, still recognized the smell of the field upon him. According to the ancient traditions referenced in the Book of Jasher, this was not merely the scent of grass or the odor of a hunter returning from the wilderness. It was the unusual fragrance that emanated from the ancient garment of skins, the very garment that once belonged to Adam. For this reason, Esau's killing of Nimrod becomes a crucial turning point within the larger narrative. The power of the garment, the symbol of earthly dominion, fell into the hands of Esau, but the blessing and covenant of the promise belonged to Jacob. From that moment forward, the conflict between the two brothers took on a deeper significance. This was no longer simply a dispute between two members of the same family. It became a symbol of two different paths in human history. One path seeks power through strength. The other walks forward through faith and promise. And from that moment, the dark fate of Israel began to reveal itself more clearly than ever before. The power of the world often rests in the hands of the strongest. Yet the story of the promise continues to be written by those who persist in walking by faith. Chapter 27. And Esau at that time, after the death of Abraham, frequently went in the field to hunt. And Nimrod, king of Babel, the same was Amraphel, also frequently went with his mighty men to hunt in the field, and to walk about with his men in the cool of the day. And Nimrod was observing Esau all the days, for a jealousy was formed in the heart of Nimrod against Esau all the days. And on a certain day Esau went in the field to hunt, and he found Nimrod walking in the wilderness with his 2 men. And all his mighty men and his people were with him in the wilderness, but they removed at a distance from him, and they went from him in different directions to hunt. And Esau concealed himself for Nimrod, and he lurked for him in the wilderness. And Nimrod and his men that were with him did not know him. And Nimrod and his men frequently walked about in the field at the cool of the day, and to know where his men were hunting in the field. And Nimrod and 2 of his men that were with him came to the place where they were, when Esau started suddenly from his lurking place, and drew his sword, and hastened, and ran to Nimrod, and cut off his head. And Esau fought a desperate fight with the 2 men that were with Nimrod. And when they called out to him, Esau turned to them, and smote them to death with his sword. And all the mighty men of Nimrod, who had left him to go to the wilderness, heard the cry at a distance. And they knew the voices of those 2 men, and they ran to know the cause of it, when they found their king, and the 2 men that were with him, lying dead in the wilderness. And when Esau saw the mighty men of Nimrod coming at a distance, he fled, and thereby escaped. And Esau took the valuable garments of Nimrod, which Nimrod's father had bequeathed to Nimrod, and with which Nimrod prevailed over the whole land, and he ran and concealed them in his house. And Esau took those garments and ran into the city on account of Nimrod's men, and he came unto his father's house, wearied and exhausted from fight, and he was ready to die through grief, when he approached his brother Jacob and sat before him. And he said unto his brother Jacob, Behold, I shall die this day, and wherefore then do I want the birthright?" And Jacob acted wisely with Esau in this matter, and Esau sold his birthright to Jacob, for it was so brought about by the Lord. And Esau's portion in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham had bought from the children of Heth for the possession of a burial ground, Esau also sold to Jacob, and Jacob bought all this from his brother Esau for value given. And Jacob wrote the whole of this in a book, and he testified the same with witnesses, and he sealed it, and the book remained in the hands of Jacob. And when Nimrod the son of Cush died, his men lifted him up and brought him in consternation and buried him in his city. And all the days that Nimrod lived were 215 years, and he died. And the days that Nimrod reigned upon the people of the land were 185 years. And Nimrod died by the sword of Esau in shame and contempt, and the seed of Abraham caused his death as he had seen in his dream. And at the death of Nimrod, his kingdom became divided into many divisions, and all those parts that Nimrod reigned over were restored to the respective kings of the land who recovered them after the death of Nimrod. And all the people of the house of Nimrod were for a long time enslaved to all the other kings of the land. Chapter 28. And in those days, after the death of Abraham in that year, the Lord brought a heavy famine in the land, and whilst the famine was raging in the land of Canaan, Isaac rose up to go down to Egypt on account of the famine, as his father Abraham had done. And the Lord appeared that night to Isaac, and he said to him, "Do not go down to Egypt, but rise and go to Gerar to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, and remain there till the famine shall cease." And Isaac rose up and went to Gerar, as the Lord commanded him, and he remained there a full year. And when Isaac came to Gerar, the people of the land saw that Rebekah, his wife, was of a beautiful appearance, and the people of Gerar asked Isaac concerning his wife, and he said, "She is my sister," for he was afraid to say she was his wife, lest the people of the land should slay him on account of her. And the princes of Abimelech went and praised the woman to the king. But he answered them not, neither did he attend to their words. But he heard them say that Isaac declared her to be his sister, so the king reserved this within himself. And when Isaac had remained 3 months in the land, Abimelech looked out at the window, and he saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah, his wife. For Isaac dwelt in the outer house belonging to the king, so that the house of Isaac was opposite the house of the king. And the king said unto Isaac, "What is this thou hast done to us in saying of thy wife, She is my sister? How easily might one of the great men of the people have lain with her, and thou wouldst then have brought guilt upon us." And Isaac said unto Abimelech, "Because I was afraid lest I die on account of my wife, therefore I said, She is my sister." At that time Abimelech gave orders to all his princes and great men. And they took Isaac and Rebekah his wife, and brought them before the king. And the king commanded that they should dress them in princely garments, and make them ride through the streets of the city, and proclaim before them throughout the land, saying, "This is the man, and this is his wife. Whoever toucheth this man or his wife shall surely die." And Isaac returned with his wife to the king's house, and the Lord was with Isaac, and he continued to wax great, and lacked nothing. And the Lord caused Isaac to find favor in the sight of Abimelech, and in the sight of all his subjects. And Abimelech acted well with Isaac, for Abimelech remembered the oath and the covenant that existed between his father and Abraham. And Abimelech said unto Isaac, "Behold, the whole earth is before thee. Dwell wherever it may seem good in thy sight until thou shalt return to thy land." And Abimelech gave Isaac fields and vineyards, and the best part of the land of Gerar to sow and reap, and eat the fruits of the ground, until the days of the famine should have passed by. And Isaac sowed in that land, and received 100-fold in the same year, and the Lord blessed him. And the man waxed great, and he had possession of flocks, and possession of herds, and great store of servants. And when the days of the famine had passed away, the Lord appeared to Isaac, and said unto him, "Rise up, go forth from this place, and return to thy land, to the land of Canaan." And Isaac rose up and returned to Hebron, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all belonging to him, as the Lord commanded him. And after this, Shelah, the son of Arpachshad, died in that year, which is the 18th year of the lives of Jacob and Esau. And all the days that Shelach lived were 433 years, and he died. At that time, Isaac sent his younger son Jacob to the house of Shem and Eber. And he learned the instructions of the Lord, and Jacob remained in the house of Shem and Eber for 32 years, and Esau his brother did not go, for he was not willing to go, and he remained in his father's house in the land of Canaan. And Esau was continually hunting in the fields to bring home what he could get. So did Esau all the days. And Esau was a designing and deceitful man, one who hunted after the hearts of men and inveigled them. And Esau was a valiant man in the field, and in the course of time went as usual to hunt. And he came as far as the field of Seir, the same as Edom. And he remained in the land of Seir hunting in the field 1 year and 4 months. And Esau there saw in the land of Seir the daughter of a man of Canaan, and her name was Jehudith, the daughter of Beri, son of Epher, from the families of Heth, the son of Canaan. And Esau took her for a wife, and he came unto her. 40 years old was Esau when he took her, and he brought her to Hebron, the land of his father's dwelling place, and he dwelt there. And it came to pass in those days, in the 110th year of the life of Isaac, that is in the 50th year of the life of Jacob. In that year died Shem the son of Noah. Shem was 600 years old at his death. And when Shem died, Jacob returned to his father to Hebron, which is in the land of Canaan. And in the 56th year of the life of Jacob, people came from Haran. And Rebekah was told concerning her brother Laban, the son of Bethuel. For the wife of Laban was barren in those days, and bare no children, and also all his handmaids bare none to him. And the Lord afterward remembered Adinah the wife of Laban, and she conceived and bare twin daughters. And Laban called the names of his daughters, the name of the elder Leah, and the name of the younger Rachel. And those people came and told these things to Rebekah. And Rebekah rejoiced greatly that the Lord had visited her brother, and that he had got children. Chapter 29. And Isaac the son of Abraham became old and advanced in days, and his eyes became heavy through age. They were dim and could not see. At that time Isaac called unto Esau his son, saying, Get, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow, rise up and go forth into the field, and get me some venison, and make me savory meat, and bring it to me, that I may eat, in order that I may bless thee before my death, as I have now become old and gray-headed. And Esau did so. And he took his weapon and went forth into the field to hunt for venison, as usual, to bring to his father as he had ordered him, so that he might bless him. And Rebekah heard all the words that Isaac had spoken unto Esau. And she hastened and called her son Jacob, saying, Thus did thy father speak unto thy brother Esau. And thus did I hear. Now therefore hasten thou, and make that which I shall tell thee. Rise up and go, I pray thee, to the flock, and fetch me 2 fine kids of the goats, and I will get the savory meat for thy father, and thou shalt bring the savory meat, that he may eat before thy brother shall have come from the chase, in order that thy father may bless thee. And Jacob hastened, and did as his mother had commanded him. And he made the savory meat, and brought it before his father, before Esau had come from his chase. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Who art thou, my son? And he said, I am thy firstborn. Esau, I have done as thou didst order me. Now therefore rise up, I pray thee, and eat of my hunt, in order that thy soul may bless me, as thou didst speak unto me. And Isaac rose up, and he ate and he drank, and his heart was comforted, and he blessed Jacob. And Jacob went away from his father. And as soon as Isaac had blessed Jacob, and he had gone away from him, behold, Esau came from his hunt from the field, and he also made savory meat, and brought it to his father to eat thereof, and to bless him. And Isaac said unto Esau, And who was he that has taken venison, and brought it me before thou camest, and whom I did bless? And Esau knew that his brother Jacob had done this, and the anger of Esau was kindled against his brother Jacob, that he had acted thus toward him. And Esau said, Is he not rightly called Jacob? For he has supplanted me twice. He took away my birthright, and now he has taken away my blessing. And Esau wept greatly. And when Isaac heard the voice of his son Esau weeping, Isaac said unto Esau, What can I do? My son thy brother came with subtlety, and took away thy blessing. And Esau hated his brother Jacob on account of the blessing that his father had given him, and his anger was greatly roused against him. And Jacob was very much afraid of his brother Esau, and he rose up and fled to the house of Eber the son of Shem. And he concealed himself there on account of his brother. And Jacob was 63 years old when he went forth from the land of Canaan, from Hebron. And Jacob was concealed in Eber's house 14 years on account of his brother Esau. And he there continued to learn the ways of the Lord and his commandments. And when Esau saw that Jacob had fled and escaped from him, and that Jacob had cunningly obtained the blessing, then Esau grieved exceedingly, and he was also vexed at his father and mother. And he also rose up and took his wife, and went away from his father and mother to the land of Seir, and he dwelt there. And Esau saw there a woman from amongst the daughters of Heth, whose name was Basmath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and he took her for a wife, in addition to his first wife. And Esau called her name Adah, saying the blessing had in that time passed from him. And Esau dwelt in the land of Seir 6 months, without seeing his father and mother. And afterward Esau took his wives, and rose up, and returned to the land of Canaan. And Esau placed his 2 wives in his father's house in Hebron. And the wives of Esau vexed and provoked Isaac and Rebekah with their works, for they walked not in the ways of the Lord, but served their father's gods of wood and stone, as their father had taught them. And they were more wicked than their father. And they went according to the evil desires of their hearts, and they sacrificed and burnt incense to the Baalim, and Isaac and Rebekah became weary of them. And Rebekah said, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good then is life unto me? And in those days Adah the wife of Esau conceived and bare him a son. And Esau called the name of the son that was born unto him Eliphaz. And Esau was 65 years old when she bare him. And Ishmael the son of Abraham died in those days in the 64th year of the life of Jacob. And all the days that Ishmael lived were 137 years, and he died. And when Isaac heard that Ishmael was dead, he mourned for him, and Isaac lamented over him many days. And at the end of 14 years of Jacob's residing in the house of Eber, Jacob desired to see his father and mother, and Jacob came to the house of his father and mother to Hebron, and Esau had in those days forgotten what Jacob had done to him in having taken the blessing from him in those days. And when Esau saw Jacob coming to his father and mother, he remembered what Jacob had done to him, and he was greatly incensed against him, and he sought to slay him. And Isaac the son of Abraham was old and advanced in days, and Esau said, Now my father's time is drawing nigh that he must die. And when he shall die, I will slay my brother Jacob. And this was told to Rebekah, and she hastened and sent and called for Jacob her son. And she said unto him, Arise, go and flee to Haran to my brother Laban, and remain there for some time, until thy brother's anger be turned from thee, and then shalt thou come back. And Isaac called unto Jacob and said unto him, Take not a wife from the daughters of Canaan, for thus did our father Abraham command us, according to the word of the Lord, which he had commanded him, saying, Unto thy seed will I give this land. If thy children keep my covenant that I have made with thee, then will I also perform to thy children that which I have spoken unto thee, and I will not forsake them. Now therefore, my son, hearken to my voice to all that I shall command thee, and refrain from taking a wife from amongst the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Haran, to the house of Bethuel thy mother's father, and take unto thee a wife from there, from the daughters of Laban thy mother's brother. Therefore take heed, lest thou shouldst forget the Lord thy God, in all his ways in the land, to which thou goest, and shouldst get connected with the people of the land, and pursue vanity, and forsake the Lord thy God. But when thou comest to the land, serve there the Lord, do not turn to the right or to the left from the way which I commanded thee, and which thou didst learn. And may the Almighty God grant thee favor in the sight of the people of the earth, that thou mayest take there a wife according to thy choice, one who is good and upright in the ways of the Lord. And may God give unto thee and thy seed the blessing of thy father Abraham, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, And mayest thou become a multitude of people in the land whither thou goest, and may God cause thee to return to this land, the land of thy father's dwelling, with children and with great riches, with joy and with pleasure. And Isaac finished commanding Jacob and blessing him, and he gave him many gifts together with silver and gold, and he sent him away. And Jacob hearkened to his father and mother. He kissed them, and arose, and went to Paddan Aram. And Jacob was 77 years old when he went out from the land of Canaan from Beersheba. And when Jacob went away to go to Haran, Esau called unto his son Eliphaz, and secretly spoke unto him, saying, Now hasten, take thy sword in thy hand, and pursue Jacob, and pass before him in the road, and lurk for him, and slay him with thy sword in one of the mountains, and take all belonging to him, and come back. And Eliphaz the son of Esau was an active man and expert with the bow, as his father had taught him, and he was a noted hunter in the field, and a valiant man. And Eliphaz did as his father had commanded him, and Eliphaz was at that time 13 years old, and Eliphaz rose up and went and took 10 of his mother's brothers with him, and pursued Jacob. And he closely followed Jacob, and he lurked for him in the border of the land of Canaan, opposite to the city of Shechem. And Jacob saw Eliphaz and his men pursuing him. And Jacob stood still in the place in which he was going in order to know what this was for. He did not know the thing. And Eliphaz drew his sword, and he went on advancing, he and his men, toward Jacob. And Jacob said unto them, What is to do with you that you have come hither? And what meaneth it that you pursue with your swords? And Eliphaz came near to Jacob, and he answered and said unto him, Thus did my father command me, and now therefore I will not deviate from the orders which my father gave me. And when Jacob saw that Esau had spoken to Eliphaz to employ force, Jacob then approached and supplicated Eliphaz and his men, saying to him, Behold all that I have, and which my father and mother gave unto me, that take unto thee, and go from me, and do not slay me. And may this thing be accounted unto thee a righteousness. And the Lord caused Jacob to find favor in the sight of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, and his men. And they hearkened to the voice of Jacob, and they did not put him to death. And Eliphaz and his men took all belonging to Jacob, together with the silver and gold that he had brought with him from Beersheba. They left him nothing. And Eliphaz and his men went away from him, and they returned to Esau to Beersheba. And they told him all that had occurred to them with Jacob, and they gave him on all that they had taken from Jacob. And Esau was indignant at Eliphaz his son, and at his men that were with him, because they had not put Jacob to death. And they answered and said unto Esau, Because Jacob supplicated us in this matter not to slay him. Our pity was excited toward him, and we took all belonging to him and brought it unto thee. And Esau took all the silver and gold which Eliphaz had taken from Jacob, and he put them by in his house. At that time, when Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and had commanded him, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife from amongst the daughters of Canaan, and that the daughters of Canaan were bad in the sight of Isaac and Rebekah. Then he went to the house of Ishmael, his uncle. And in addition to his older wives, he took Machlath, the daughter of Ishmael, the sister of Nebaioth, for a wife. Chapter 30. And Jacob went forth, continuing his road to Haran. And he came as far as Mount Moriah, and he tarried there all night, near the city of Luz. And the Lord appeared there unto Jacob on that night. And he said unto him, I am the Lord God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac thy father. The land upon which thou liest I will give unto thee and thy seed. And behold, I am with thee, and will keep thee wherever thou goest, and I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and I will cause all thine enemies to fall before thee. And when they shall make war with thee, they shall not prevail over thee, and I will bring thee again unto this land with joy, with children, and with great riches. And Jacob awoke from his sleep, and he rejoiced greatly at the vision which he had seen. And he called the name of that place Bethel. And Jacob rose up from that place, quite rejoiced, and when he walked his feet felt light to him for joy. And he went from there to the land of the children of the east, and he returned to Haran, and he sat by the shepherd's well. And he there found some men going from Haran to feed their flocks, and Jacob made inquiries of them. And they said, We are from Haran. And he said unto them, Do you know Laban the son of Nahor? And they said, "We know him, and behold, his daughter Rachel is coming along to feed her father's flock." Whilst he was yet speaking with them, Rachel, the daughter of Laban, came to feed her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. And when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, he ran and kissed her and lifted up his voice and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was the son of Rebekah, her father's sister. And Rachel ran and told her father, and Jacob continued to cry, because he had nothing with him to bring to the house of Laban. And when Laban heard that his sister's son Jacob had come, he ran and kissed him and embraced him and brought him into the house and gave him bread, and he ate. And Jacob related to Laban what his brother Esau had done to him and what his son Eliphaz had done to him in the road. And Jacob resided in Laban's house for 1 month, and Jacob ate and drank in the house of Laban. And afterward Laban said unto Jacob, "Tell me what shall be thy wages, for how canst thou serve me for naught?" And Laban had no sons, but only daughters, and his other wives and handmaids were still barren in those days. And these are the names of Laban's daughters, which his wife Adinah had borne unto him. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. And Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored, and Jacob loved her. And Jacob said unto Laban, "I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel thy younger daughter." And Laban consented to this, and Jacob served Laban 7 years for his daughter Rachel. And in the 2nd year of Jacob's dwelling in Haran, that is in the 79th year of the life of Jacob, in that year died Eber the son of Shem. He was 464 years old at his death. And when Jacob heard that Eber was dead, he grieved exceedingly, and he lamented and mourned over him many days. And in the 3rd year of Jacob's dwelling in Haran, Basmath, the daughter of Ishmael, the wife of Esau, bare unto him a son, and Esau called his name Reuel. And in the 4th year of Jacob's residence in the house of Laban, the Lord visited Laban and remembered him on account of Jacob, and sons were born unto him. And his firstborn was Beor, his second was Alib, and the third was Korash. And the Lord gave Laban riches and honor, sons and daughters, and the man increased greatly on account of Jacob. And Jacob in those days served Laban in all manner of work in the house and in the field. And the blessing of the Lord was in all that belonged to Laban in the house and in the field. And in the 5th year died Jehoshaphat, the daughter of Beeri, the wife of Esau, in the land of Canaan. And she had no sons but daughters only. And these are the names of her daughters, which she bare to Esau. The name of the elder was Marzith, and the name of the younger was Puith. And when Jehoshaphat died, Esau rose up and went to Seir to hunt in the field as usual, and Esau dwelt in the land of Seir for a long time. And in the 6th year, Esau took for a wife, in addition to his other wives, Ahlibamah, the daughter of Zebeon, the Hivite, and Esau brought her to the land of Canaan. And Ahlibamah conceived and bare unto Esau 3 sons, Yush, Yalan, and Korah. And in those days, in the land of Canaan, there was a quarrel between the herdsmen of Esau and the herdsmen of the inhabitants of the land of Canaan. For Esau's cattle and goods were too abundant for him to remain in the land of Canaan, in his father's house, and the land of Canaan could not bear him on account of his cattle. And when Esau saw that his quarreling increased with the inhabitants of the land of Canaan, he rose up and took his wives and his sons and his daughters, and all belonging to him, and the cattle which he possessed, and all his property that he had acquired in the land of Canaan. And he went away from the inhabitants of the land to the land of Seir and Esau, and all belonging to him dwelt in the land of Seir. But from time to time Esau would go and see his father and mother in the land of Canaan. And Esau intermarried with the Horites, and he gave his daughters to the sons of Seir the Horite. And he gave his elder daughter Marzith to Anah, the son of Zebeon, his wife's brother. And Puith he gave to Azar, the son of Bilhan, the Horite. And Esau dwelt in the mountain, he and his children, and they were fruitful and multiplied. Chapter 31. And in the 7th year Jacob's service, which he served Laban, was completed. And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for the days of my service are fulfilled. And Laban did so. And Laban and Jacob assembled all the people of that place, and they made a feast. And in the evening Laban came to the house, And afterward Jacob came there with the people of the feast, and Laban extinguished all the lights that were there in the house. And Jacob said unto Laban, Wherefore dost thou do this thing unto us? And Laban answered, Such is our custom to act in this land. And afterward Laban took his daughter Leah, and he brought her to Jacob, and he came to her, and Jacob did not know that she was Leah. And Laban gave his daughter Leah, his maid Zilpah, for a handmaid. And all the people at the feast knew what Laban had done to Jacob. But they did not tell the thing to Jacob. And all the neighbors came that night to Jacob's house. And they ate and drank, and rejoiced and played before Leah upon timbrels, and with dances, and they responded before Jacob, Hileah, Hileah. And Jacob heard their words, but did not understand their meaning. But he thought such might be their custom in this land. And the neighbors spoke these words before Jacob during the night, and all the lights that were in the house Laban had that night extinguished. And in the morning, when daylight appeared, Jacob turned to his wife, and he saw, and behold, it was Leah that had been lying in his bosom. And Jacob said, Behold now, I know what the neighbors said last night. Hileah, they said, and I knew it not. And Jacob called unto Laban, and said unto him, What is this that thou didst unto me? Surely I served thee for Rachel, and why didst thou deceive me, and didst give me Leah? And Laban answered Jacob, saying, Not so is it done in our place to give the younger before the elder now. Therefore, if thou desirest to take her sister likewise, take her unto thee for the service which thou wilt serve me for another 7 years. And Jacob did so, and he also took Rachel for a wife, and he served Laban 7 years more. And Jacob also came to Rachel, and he loved Rachel more than Leah. And Laban gave her his maid Bilhah for a handmaid. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, the Lord opened her womb, and she conceived and bare Jacob 4 sons in those days. And these are their names: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, and she afterward left bearing. And at that time Rachel was barren, and she had no offspring, and Rachel envied her sister Leah. And when Rachel saw that she bare no children to Jacob, she took her handmaid Bilhah, and she bare Jacob 2 sons, Dan and Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had left bearing, she also took her handmaid Zilpah, and she gave her to Jacob for a wife. And Jacob also came to Zilpah, and she also bare Jacob 2 sons, Gad and Asher. And Leah again conceived and bare Jacob in those days 2 sons and 1 daughter. And these are their names: Issachar, Zebulun, and their sister Dinah. And Rachel was still barren in those days, and Rachel prayed unto the Lord at that time, and she said, O Lord, God, remember me and visit me. I beseech thee, for now my husband will cast me off, for I have borne him no children. Now, O Lord God, hear my supplication before thee, and see my affliction, and give me children like one of the handmaids, that I may no more bear my reproach. And God heard her, and opened her womb, and Rachel conceived and bare a son. And she said, The Lord has taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, saying, May the Lord add to me another son. And Jacob was 91 years old when she bare him. At that time, Jacob's mother Rebekah sent her nurse Deborah, the daughter of Uz, and 2 of Isaac's servants unto Jacob. And they came to Jacob to Haran. And they said unto him, Rebekah has sent us to thee, that thou shalt return to thy father's house to the land of Canaan. And Jacob hearkened unto them in this which his mother had spoken. At that time, the other 7 years, which Jacob served Laban for Rachel, were completed. And it was at the end of 14 years that he had dwelt in Haran, that Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wives, and send me away, that I may go to my land, for behold, my mother did send unto me from the land at Canaan, that I should return to my father's house. And Laban said unto him, Not so, I pray thee. If I have found favor in thy sight, do not leave me. Appoint me thy wages, and I will give them, and remain with me. And Jacob said unto him, This is what thou shalt give me for wages, that I shall this day pass through all thy flock, and take away from them every lamb that is speckled and spotted, and such as are brown amongst the sheep and amongst the goats. And if thou wilt do this thing for me, I will return and feed thy flock, and keep them as at first. And Laban did so, and Laban removed from his flock all that Jacob had said and gave them to him. And Jacob placed all that he had removed from Laban's flock in the hands of his sons, and Jacob was feeding the remainder of Laban's flock. And when the servants of Isaac, which he had sent unto Jacob, saw that Jacob would not then return with them to the land of Canaan, to his father, they then went away from him. And they returned home to the land of Canaan. And Deborah remained with Jacob in Haran, and she did not return with the servants of Isaac to the land of Canaan. And Deborah resided with Jacob's wives and children in Haran. And Jacob served Laban 6 years longer. And when the sheep brought forth, Jacob removed from them such as were speckled and spotted, as he had determined with Laban, and Jacob did so at Laban's for 6 years. And the man increased abundantly, and he had cattle and maidservants and men servants, camels and asses. And Jacob had 200 drove of cattle, and his cattle were of large size and of beautiful appearance, and were very productive. And all the families of the sons of men desired to get some of the cattle of Jacob, for they were exceedingly prosperous. And many of the sons of men came to procure some of Jacob's flock, and Jacob gave them a sheep for a manservant, or a maidservant, or for an ass, or a camel, or whatever Jacob desired from them, they gave him. And Jacob obtained riches and honor and possessions by means of these transactions with the sons of men, and the children of Laban envied him of this honor. And in the course of time he heard the words of Laban's sons, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he acquired all this glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban and of his children, and behold, it was not toward him in those days as it had been before. And the Lord appeared to Jacob at the expiration of the 6 years, and said unto him, Arise, go forth out of this land, and return to the land of thy birthplace, and I will be with thee. And Jacob rose up at that time, and he mounted his children and wives, and all belonging to him, upon camels. And he went forth to go to the land of Canaan, to his father Isaac. And Laban did not know that Jacob had gone from him, for Laban had been that day sheep shearing. And Rachel stole her father's images, and she took them, and she concealed them upon the camel upon which she sat, and she went on. And this is the manner of the images. In taking a man who is the firstborn, and slaying him, and taking the hair off his head, and taking salt, and salting the head, and anointing it in oil. Then taking a small tablet of copper, or a tablet of gold, and writing the name upon it, and placing the tablet under his tongue, and taking the head with the tablet under the tongue, and putting it in the house, and lighting up lights before it, and bowing down to it. And at the time when they bow down to it, it speaketh to them in all matters that they ask of it, through the power of the name which is written in it. And some make them in the figures of men of gold and silver, and go to them in times known to them, and the figures receive the influence of the stars, and tell them future things. And in this manner were the images which Rachel stole from her father. And Rachel stole these images which were her father's, in order that Laban might not know through them where Jacob had gone. And Laban came home, and he asked concerning Jacob and his household, and he was not to be found. And Laban sought his images to know where Jacob had gone, and could not find them. And he went to some other images, and he inquired of them. And they told him that Jacob had fled from him to his fathers to the land of Canaan. And Laban then rose up, and he took his brothers and all his servants, and he went forth and pursued Jacob, and he overtook him in Mount Gilead. And Laban said unto Jacob, What is this thou hast done to me, to flee and deceive me, and lead my daughters and their children as captives taken by the sword? And thou didst not suffer me to kiss them, and send them away with joy. And thou didst steal my gods, and didst go away. And Jacob answered Laban, saying, Because I was afraid lest thou wouldst take thy daughters by force from me. And now with whomsoever thou findest thy gods, he shall die. And Laban searched for the images, and he examined in all Jacob's tents and furniture, but could not find them. And Laban said unto Jacob, We will make a covenant together, and it shall be a testimony between me and thee. If thou shalt afflict my daughters, or shalt take other wives besides my daughters, even God shall be a witness between me and thee in this matter. And they took stones, and made a heap, and Laban said, This heap is a witness between me and thee. Therefore he called the name thereof Gilead. And Jacob and Laban offered sacrifice upon the mount, and they ate there by the heap, and they tarried in the mount all night. And Laban rose up early in the morning, and he wept with his daughters, and he kissed them, and he returned unto his place. And he hastened and sent off his son Beor, who was 17 years old, with Abichoroth the son of Uz, the son of Nahor, and with them were 10 men. And they hastened and went and passed on the road before Jacob. And they came by another road to the land of Seir. And they came unto Esau, and said unto him, Thus saith thy brother and relative, thy mother's brother, Laban the son of Bethuel, saying, Hast thou heard what Jacob thy brother has done unto me, who first came to me naked and bare? And I went to meet him, and brought him to my house with honor. And I made him great, and I gave him my 2 daughters for wives, and also 2 of my maids. And God blessed him on my account, and he increased abundantly, and had sons, daughters, and maid servants. He has also an immense stock of flocks, and herds, camels, and asses, also silver and gold in abundance. And when he saw that his wealth increased, he left me whilst I went to shear my sheep, and he rose up and fled in secrecy. And he lifted his wives and children upon camels, and he led away all his cattle and property which he acquired in my land. And he lifted up his countenance to go to his father Isaac to the land of Canaan. And he did not suffer me to kiss my daughters and their children. And he led my daughters as captives taken by the sword. And he also stole my gods, and he fled. And now I have left him in the mountain of the brook of Jabbok, him and all belonging to him. He lacketh nothing. If it be thy wish to go to him, go then, and there wilt thou find him, and thou canst do unto him as thy soul desireth. And Laban's messengers came and told Esau all these things. And Esau heard all the words of Laban's messengers, and his anger was greatly kindled against Jacob. And he remembered his hatred, and his anger burned within him. And Esau hastened, and took his children and servants, and the souls of his household being 60 men. And he went and assembled all the children of Seir the Horite, and their people being 340 men, and took all this number of 400 men with drawn swords. And he went unto Jacob to smite him. And Esau divided this number into several parts, and he took the 60 men of his children and servants, and the souls of his household as one head, and gave them in care of Eliphaz, his eldest son. And the remaining heads he gave to the care of the 6 sons of Seir the Horite, and he placed every man over his generations and children. And the whole of this camp went as it was, and Esau went amongst them toward Jacob, and he conducted them with speed. And Laban's messengers departed from Esau, and went to the land of Canaan, and they came to the house of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. And they told her, saying, Behold, thy son Esau has gone against his brother Jacob with 400 men. For he heard that he was coming, and he is gone to make war with him, and to smite him, and to take all that he has. And Rebekah hastened, and sent 72 men from the servants of Isaac to meet Jacob on the road. For she said, Peradventure Esau may make war in the road when he meets him. And these messengers went on the road to meet Jacob. And they met him in the road of the brook, on the opposite side of the brook Jabbok. And Jacob said, when he saw them, This camp is destined to me from God. And Jacob called the name of that place Machnaim. And Jacob knew all his father's people. And he kissed them and embraced them and came with them. And Jacob asked them concerning his father and mother. And they said they were well. And these messengers said unto Jacob, Rebekah, Thy mother has sent us to thee, saying, I have heard, my son, that thy brother Esau has gone forth against thee on the road with men from the children of Seir the Horite. And therefore, my son, hearken to my voice, and see with thy counsel what thou wilt do. And when he cometh up to thee, supplicate him, and do not speak rashly to him, and give him a present from what thou possessest, and from what God has favored thee with. And when he asketh thee concerning thy affairs, conceal nothing from him. Perhaps he may turn from his anger against thee, and thou wilt thereby save thy soul, thou, and all belonging to thee, for it is thy duty to honor him, for he is thy elder brother. And when Jacob heard the words of his mother, which the messengers had spoken to him, Jacob lifted up his voice, and wept bitterly, and did as his mother then commanded him. Israel, a harsh beginning. So far, we have journeyed through bloody wars, assassinations, and even sacred treasures stolen from Eden. But now, a deeper question emerges that demands an answer. Where did the name Israel truly come from? And why, from the very moment it first appeared, did that name carry such an overwhelming weight? The answer does not lie in a magnificent coronation ceremony. It is found in chapter 32 of the Book of Jasher, where the name Israel enters history not among music and royal thrones, but in the thick darkness beside the brook of Jabbok, when Jacob stood at the most fragile moment of his life. Because before there was a nation called Israel, there was only a man named Jacob, trembling in fear. He was on his way back to his homeland after many years in exile. Yet waiting ahead of him was a shadow from his past, Esau, the brother whose birthright Jacob had taken, the brother whose blessing he had stolen. And now that brother was approaching with 400 men and drawn swords. The Book of Jasher portrays Jacob that night with none of the glory of a hero. He was alone, dividing his people into separate camps out of fear. And eventually he found himself standing by himself in the silent darkness. And it was in that loneliness that the struggle began. Both the Bible and the Book of Jasher describe a mysterious man who suddenly confronted Jacob. What followed was not a symbolic vision, but a real physical struggle, a grueling contest that lasted throughout the entire night until the first light of dawn appeared. In Jewish tradition, this being is understood in a mysterious way. He resembles an angel, yet at the same time, the encounter carries the depth of a direct confrontation with God himself. But what made this moment so intense was not the identity of the opponent. It was Jacob's relentless determination. Even after his hip was dislocated, even as exhaustion consumed his body, and the fears of a lifetime weighed upon him, Jacob refused to let go. He clung to the powerful being and declared the words that would shape history. "I will not let you go unless you bless me." In that moment, Jacob revealed his true nature, a struggler. A man who had struggled with his brothers since the womb, struggled with Laban to survive, and now struggled with heaven itself to prove that his life had meaning. Then the declaration came, "Your name shall no longer be Jacob, but Israel." In the original meaning, Israel can be understood as the one who wrestles with God. This name does not carry the comfort of rest. It carries the energy of struggle. And that is the root of what we might call a harsh destiny. From that moment forward, Jacob became the source of a people whose very name was born from a struggle. Israel is not a name of ease. It is a mark of testing. Look at Jacob himself. He received the blessing, yet he walked with a limp. He prevailed, yet his hip remained permanently wounded. This pattern would echo throughout the entire history of Israel, chosen yet constantly tested, blessed yet accompanied by suffering. So if you ask where the name Israel truly began, the answer is this: it began with a sleepless night, with a wounded body and a hand that refused to let go. That name was not a gentle gift placed into the hands of a nation. It was an invisible mark declaring that this lineage would never walk an easy path. They would wrestle with empires, with exile, and with their own inner nature. Yet within that wound lies a quiet promise. The limping man was not abandoned. The wounded man was still chosen to continue writing history. Chapter 22. And at that time, Jacob sent messengers to his brother Esau toward the land of Seir, and he spoke to him words of supplication. And he commanded them, saying, "Thus shall ye say to my lord, to Esau, Thus saith thy servant Jacob, Let not my lord imagine that my father's blessing, with which he did bless me, has proved beneficial to me. For I have been these 20 years with Laban, and he deceived me and changed my wages 10 times, as it has all been already told unto my lord. And I served him in his house very laboriously. And God afterward saw my affliction, my labor, and the work of my hands. And he caused me to find grace and favor in his sight. And I afterward, through God's great mercy and kindness, acquired oxen and asses and cattle and men servants and maid servants. And now I am coming to my land, and my home to my father and mother, who are in the land of Canaan. And I have sent to let my Lord know all this, in order to find favor, in the sight of my Lord, so that he may not imagine that I have of myself obtained wealth, or that the blessing with which my father blessed me has benefited me." And those messengers went to Esau and found him on the borders of the land of Edom, going toward Jacob, and 400 men of the children of Seir the Horite were standing with drawn swords. And the messengers of Jacob told Esau all the words that Jacob had spoken to them concerning Esau. And Esau answered them with pride and contempt, and said unto them, "Surely I have heard, and truly it has been told unto me what Jacob has done to Laban, who exalted him in his house, and gave him his daughters for wives. And he begat sons and daughters, and abundantly increased in wealth and riches in Laban's house through his means. And when he saw that his wealth was abundant, and his riches great, he fled with all belonging to him from Laban's house, and he led Laban's daughters away from the face of their father as captives taken by the sword, without telling him of it. And not only to Laban has Jacob done thus, but also unto me has he done so, and has twice supplanted me, and shall I be silent? Now therefore I have this day come with my camps to meet him, and I will do unto him according to the desire of my heart." And the messengers returned and came to Jacob, and said unto him, "We came to thy brother to Esau, and we told him all thy words, and thus has he answered us. And behold, he cometh to meet thee with 400 men. Now then know and see what thou shalt do, and pray before God to deliver thee from him." And when he heard the words of his brother, which he had spoken to the messengers of Jacob, Jacob was greatly afraid, and he was distressed. And Jacob prayed to the Lord his God, and he said, "O Lord God of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, thou didst say unto me when I went away from my father's house, saying, I am the Lord God of thy father Abraham, and the God of Isaac unto thee. Do I give this land and thy seed after thee? And I will make thy seed as the stars of heaven, and thou shalt spread forth to the four sides of heaven, and in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And thou didst establish thy words, and didst give unto me riches, and children, and cattle, as the utmost wishes of my heart didst thou give unto thy servant. Thou didst give unto me all that I asked from thee, so that I lacked nothing. And thou didst afterwards say unto me, Return to thy parents, and to thy birthplace, and I will still do well with thee. And now that I have come, and thou didst deliver me from Laban, I shall fall in the hands of Esau, who will slay me, yea, together with the mothers of my children. Now therefore, O Lord God, deliver me, I pray thee also from the hands of my brother Esau, for I am greatly afraid of him. And if there is no righteousness in me, do it for the sake of Abraham and my father Isaac. For I know that through kindness and mercy have I acquired this wealth. Now, therefore, I beseech thee to deliver me this day with thy kindness, and to answer me. And Jacob ceased praying to the Lord, and he divided the people that were with him with the flocks and cattle into 2 camps, and he gave the half to the care of Damasek, the son of Eleazar Abraham's servant, for a camp with his children, and the other half he gave to the care of his brother Elianas, the son of Eleazar, to be for a camp with his children. And he commanded them, saying, Keep yourselves at a distance with your camps, and do not come too near each other. And if Esau come to one camp and slay it, the other camp at a distance from it will escape him. And Jacob tarried there that night, and during the whole night he gave his servants instructions concerning the forces and his children. And the Lord heard the prayer of Jacob on that day. And the Lord then delivered Jacob from the hands of his brother Esau. And the Lord sent 3 angels of the angels of heaven, and they went before Esau and came to him. And these angels appeared unto Esau and his people, as 2,000 men riding upon horses, furnished with all sorts of war instruments. And they appeared in the sight of Esau and all his men to be divided into 4 camps, with 4 chiefs to them. And one camp went on, and they found Esau coming with 400 men toward his brother Jacob. And this camp ran toward Esau and his people, and terrified them. And Esau fell off the horse in alarm, and all his men separated from him in that place, for they were greatly afraid. And the whole of the camp shouted after them when they fled from Esau. And all the warlike men answered, saying, Surely we are the servants of Jacob, who is the servant of God, and who then can stand against us? And Esau said unto them, Oh, then my Lord and brother Jacob is your Lord, whom I have not seen for these 20 years, And now that I have this day come to see him, do you treat me in this manner?" And the angels answered him, saying, "As the Lord liveth, were not Jacob, of whom thou speakest, thy brother, we had not let one remaining from thee and thy people. But only on account of Jacob we will do nothing to them." And this camp passed from Esau and his men, and it went away, and Esau and his men had gone from them about a league, when the second camp came toward him with all sorts of weapons. And they also did unto Esau and his men as the first camp had done to them. And when they had left it to go on, behold, the third camp came toward him. And they were all terrified, and Esau fell off the horse. And the whole camp cried out and said, "Surely we are the servants of Jacob, who is the servant of God, and who can stand against us?" And Esau again answered them, saying, "O then Jacob, my lord, and your lord is my brother. And for 20 years I have not seen his countenance, and hearing this day that he was coming, I went this day to meet him, and do you treat me in this manner?" And they answered him and said unto him, "As the Lord liveth, were not Jacob thy brother? As thou didst say, we had not left a remnant from thee and thy men, but on account of Jacob, of whom thou speakest, being thy brother, we will not meddle with thee or thy men." And the third camp also passed from them. And he still continued his road with his men toward Jacob, when the fourth camp came toward him, and they also did unto him and his men as the others had done. And when Esau beheld the evil which the four angels had done to him and to his men, he became greatly afraid of his brother Jacob, and he went to meet him in peace. And Esau concealed his hatred against Jacob, because he was afraid of his life on account of his brother Jacob, and because he imagined that the four camps that he had lighted upon were Jacob's servants. And Jacob tarried that night with his servants in their camps, and he resolved with his servants to give unto Esau a present from all that he had with him and from all his property. And Jacob rose up in the morning, he and his men, and they chose from amongst the cattle a present for Esau. And this is the amount of the present which Jacob chose from his flock to give unto his brother Esau. And he selected 240 head from the flocks, and he selected from the camels and asses 30 each, and of the herds he chose 50 kine. And he put them all in 10 droves, and he placed each sort by itself, and he delivered them into the hands of 10 of his servants, each drove by itself. And he commanded them, and said unto them, "Keep yourselves at a distance from each other, and put a space between the droves. And when Esau and those who are with him shall meet you and ask you, saying, Whose are you, and whither do you go, and to whom belongeth all this? Before you shall say unto them, We are the servants of Jacob, and we come to meet Esau in peace. And behold, Jacob cometh behind us. And that which is before us is a present sent from Jacob to his brother Esau. And if they shall say unto you, Why doth he delay behind you from coming to meet his brother, and to see his face? Then you shall say unto them, Surely he cometh joyfully behind us to meet his brother. For he said, I will appease him with the present that goeth to him, and after this I will see his face, peradventure he will accept of me. So the whole present passed on in the hands of his servants, and went before him on that day. And he lodged that night with his camps by the border of the brook of Jabbok. And he rose up in the midst of the night, and he took his wives and his maidservants, and all belonging to him. And he that night passed them over the ford Jabbok. And when he passed all belonging to him over the brook, Jacob was left by himself, and a man met him, and he wrestled with him that night, until the breaking of the day, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint through wrestling with him. And at the break of day, the man left Jacob there, and he blessed him, and went away. And Jacob passed the brook at the break of day, and he halted upon his thigh. And the sun rose upon him when he had passed the brook, and he came up to the place of his cattle and children. And they went on till midday, and whilst they were going, the present was passing on before them. And Jacob lifted up his eyes, and looked. And behold, Esau was at a distance coming along with many men, about 400. And Jacob was greatly afraid of his brother. And Jacob hastened and divided his children unto his wives and his handmaids. And his daughter Dinah he put in a chest, and delivered her into the hands of his servants. And he passed before his children and wives to meet his brother, and he bowed down to the ground. Yea, he bowed down 7 times, until he approached his brother, And God caused Jacob to find grace and favor in the sight of Esau and his men. For God had heard the prayer of Jacob, and the fear of Jacob and his terror fell upon his brother Esau. For Esau was greatly afraid of Jacob, for what the angels of God had done to Esau. And Esau's anger against Jacob was turned into kindness. And when Esau saw Jacob running toward him, he also ran toward him, and he embraced him, and he fell upon his neck, and they kissed, and they wept. And God put fear and kindness toward Jacob in the hearts of the men that came with Esau. And they also kissed Jacob, and embraced him. And also Eliphaz, the son of Esau, with his 4 brothers. Sons of Esau wept with Jacob, and they kissed him and embraced him, for the fear of Jacob had fallen upon them all. And Esau lifted up his eyes, and saw the women with their offspring, the children of Jacob, walking behind Jacob, and bowing along the road to Esau. And Esau said unto Jacob, Who are these with thee, my brother? Are they thy children or thy servants? And Jacob answered Esau and said, They are my children, which God hath graciously given to thy servant. And whilst Jacob was speaking to Esau and his men, Esau beheld the whole camp, and he said unto Jacob, Whence didst thou get the whole of the camp that I met yesternight? And Jacob said, To find favor in the sight of my Lord, it is that which God graciously gave to thy servant. And the present came before Esau, and Jacob pressed Esau, saying, Take, I pray thee, the present that I have brought to my Lord. And Esau said, Wherefore is this my purpose? Keep that which thou hast unto thyself. And Jacob said, It is incumbent upon me to give all this, since I have seen thy face that thou still livest in peace. And Esau refused to take the present. And Jacob said unto him, I beseech thee, my Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand, for I have therefore seen thy face, as though I had seen a God-like face, because thou wast pleased with me. And Esau took the present, and Jacob also gave unto Esau silver and gold and bdellium, for he pressed him so much that he took them. And Esau divided the cattle that were in the camp, and he gave the half to the men who had come with him, for they had come on hire, and the other half he delivered unto the hands of his children. And the silver and gold and bdellium he gave in the hands of Eliphaz, his eldest son. And Esau said unto Jacob, Let us remain with thee, and we will go slowly along with thee, until thou comest to my place with me, that we may dwell there together. And Jacob answered his brother, and said, I would do as my Lord speaketh unto me. But my Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with their young who are with me go but slowly. For if they went swiftly, they would all die. For thou knowest their burdens and their fatigue. Therefore let my Lord pass on before his servant, and I will go on slowly for the sake of the children and the flock, until I come to my Lord's place to Seir. And Esau said unto Jacob, I will place with thee some of the people that are with me, to take care of thee in the road, and to bear thy fatigue and burden. And he said, What needeth it, my Lord, if I may find grace in thy sight? Behold, I will come unto thee to Seir, to dwell there together, as thou hast spoken. Go thou then with thy people, for I will follow thee. And Jacob said this to Esau, in order to remove Esau and his men from him, so that Jacob might afterward go to his father's house, to the land of Canaan. And Esau hearkened to the voice of Jacob, and Esau returned with the 400 men that were with him on their road to Seir. And Jacob, and all belonging to him, went that day as far as the extremity of the land of Canaan in its borders, and he remained there some time. Chapter 33. And in some time after Jacob went away from the borders of the land. And he came to the land of Shalem, that is the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, and he rested in front of the city. And he bought a parcel of the field, which was there from the children of Hamor, the people of the land, for 5 shekels. And Jacob there built himself a house, and he pitched his tent there, and he made booths for his cattle. Therefore he called the name of that place Succoth. And Jacob remained in Succoth 1 year and 6 months. At that time, some of the women of the inhabitants of the land went to the city of Shechem to dance and rejoice with the daughters of the people of the city. And when they went forth, then Rachel and Leah, the wives of Jacob with their families, also went to behold the rejoicing of the daughters of the city. And Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, also went along with them, and saw the daughters of the city, and they remained there before these daughters, whilst all the people of the city were standing by them to behold their rejoicings. And all the great people of the city were there. And Shechem the son of Hamor, the prince of the land, was also standing there to see them. And Shechem beheld Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, sitting with her mother before the daughters of the city. And the damsel pleased him greatly, and he there asked his friends and his people, saying, Whose daughter is that sitting amongst the women, whom I do not know in this city? And they said unto him, Surely this is the daughter of Jacob the son of Isaac the Hebrew, who has dwelt in this city for some time. And when it was reported that the daughters of the land were going forth to rejoice, she went with her mother and maidservants to sit amongst them, as thou seest. And Shechem beheld Dinah, the daughter of Jacob. And when he looked at her, his soul became fixed upon Dinah. And he sent and had her taken by force. And Dinah came to the house of Shechem, and he seized her forcibly, and lay with her, and humbled her. And he loved her exceedingly, and placed her in his house. And they came and told the thing unto Jacob. And when Jacob heard that Shechem had defiled his daughter, Jacob sent 12 of his servants to fetch Dinah from the house of Shechem. And they went and came to the house of Shechem to take away Dinah from there. And when they came, Shechem went out to them with his men, and drove them from his house, and he would not suffer them to come before Dinah. But Shechem was sitting with Dinah, kissing and embracing her before their eyes. And the servants of Jacob came back and told him, saying, When we came, he and his men drove us away, and thus did Shechem do unto Dinah before our eyes. And Jacob knew moreover that Shechem had defiled his daughter. But he said nothing. And his sons were feeding his cattle in the field, and Jacob remained silent till their return. And before his sons came home, Jacob sent 2 maidens from his servants' daughters to take care of Dinah in the house of Shechem, and to remain with her. And Shechem sent 3 of his friends to his father Hamor, the son of Chittichem, the son of Pered, saying, Get me this damsel for a wife. And Hamor, the son of Chittichem the Hivite, came to the house of Shechem his son, and he sat before him. And Hamor said unto his son Shechem, Is there then no woman amongst the daughters of thy people, that thou wilt take an Hebrew woman, who is not of thy people? And Shechem said to him, Her only must thou get for me, for she is delightful in my sight. And Hamor did according to the word of his son, for he was greatly beloved by him. And Hamor went forth to Jacob to commune with him concerning this matter. And when he had gone from the house of his son Shechem, before he came to Jacob to speak unto him, behold, the sons of Jacob had come from the field, as soon as they heard the thing that Shechem the son of Hamor had done. And the men were very much grieved concerning their sister. And they all came home fired with anger before the time of gathering in their cattle. And they came and sat before their father. And they spoke unto him kindled with wrath, saying, Surely death is due to this man and to his household, because the Lord God of the whole earth commanded Noah and his children, that man shall never rob nor commit adultery. Now behold, Shechem has both ravaged and committed fornication with our sister, and not one of all the people of the city spoke a word to him. Surely thou knowest and understandest that the judgment of death is due to Shechem, and to his father, and to the whole city, on account of the thing which he has done. And whilst they were speaking before their father, in this matter, behold, Hamor, the father of Shechem, came to speak to Jacob the words of his son concerning Dinah, and he sat before Jacob and before his sons. And Hamor spoke unto them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give her unto him for a wife, and intermarry with us. Give us your daughters, and we will give you our daughters, and you shall dwell with us in our land, and we will be as one people in the land, for our land is very extensive. So dwell ye and trade therein, and get possessions in it, and do therein as you desire, and no one shall prevent you by saying a word to you. And Hamor ceased speaking unto Jacob and his sons, and behold, Shechem his son had come after him, and he sat before them. And Shechem spoke before Jacob and his sons, saying, May I find favor in your sight, that you will give me your daughter, and whatever you say unto me, that will I do for her. Ask me for abundance of dowry and gift, and I will give it and whatever you shall say unto me, that will I do. And whoever he be that will rebel against your orders, he shall die. Only give me the damsel for a wife. And Simeon and Levi answered Hamor and Shechem, his son, deceitfully, saying, All you have spoken unto us, we will do for you. And behold, our sister is in your house. But keep away from her until we send to our father Isaac concerning this matter, for we can do nothing without his consent. For he knoweth the ways of our father Abraham, and whatever he saith unto us, we will tell you, we will conceal nothing from you. And Simeon and Levi spoke this unto Shechem and his father, in order to find a pretext, and to seek counsel what was to be done to Shechem and to his city in this matter. And when Shechem and his father heard the words of Simeon and Levi, it seemed good in their sight. And Shechem and his father came forth to go home. And when they had gone, the sons of Jacob said unto their father, saying, Behold, we know that death is due to these wicked ones and to their city, because they transgressed that which God had commanded unto Noah and his children and his seed after them. And also because Shechem did this thing to our sister Dinah, in defiling her, for such vileness shall never be done amongst us. Now therefore know and see what you will do, and seek counsel and pretext what is to be done to them, in order to kill all the inhabitants of this city. And Simeon said to them, Here is a proper advice for you. Tell them to circumcise every male amongst them, as we are circumcised. And if they do not wish to do this, we shall take our daughter from them and go away. And if they consent to do this, and will do it, then when they are sunk down with pain, we will attack them with our swords, as upon one who is quiet and peaceable. And we will slay every male person amongst them. And Simeon's advice pleased them, and Simeon and Levi resolved to do unto them as it was proposed. And on the next morning, Shechem and Hamor his father came again unto Jacob and his sons to speak concerning Dinah, and to hear what answer the sons of Jacob would give to their words. And the sons of Jacob spoke deceitfully to them, saying, We told our father Isaac all your words, and your words pleased him. But he spoke unto us, saying, Thus did Abraham his father command him from God, the Lord of the whole earth, that any man who is not of his descendants, that should wish to take one of his daughters, shall cause every male belonging to him to be circumcised as we are circumcised. And then we may give him our daughter for a wife. Now we have made known to you all our ways that our father spoke unto us, for we cannot do this, of which you spoke unto us, to give our daughter to an uncircumcised man, for it is a disgrace to us. But herein will we consent to you, to give you our daughter. And we will also take unto ourselves your daughters, and will dwell amongst you, and be one people, as you have spoken. If you will hearken to us, and consent to be like us, to circumcise every male belonging to you, as we are circumcised. And if you will not hearken unto us to have every male circumcised, as we are circumcised, as we have commanded, then we will come to you, and take our daughter from you, and go away. And Shechem and his father Hamor heard the words of the sons of Jacob, and the thing pleased them exceedingly. And Shechem and his father Hamor hastened to do the wishes of the sons of Jacob. For Shechem was very fond of Dinah, and his soul was riveted to her. And Shechem and his father Hamor hastened to the gate of the city, and they assembled all the men of their city, and spoke unto them the words of the sons of Jacob, saying, We came to these men, the sons of Jacob, and we spoke unto them concerning their daughter, and these men will consent to do according to our wishes. And behold, our land is of great extent for them, and they will dwell in it, and trade in it, and we shall be one people. We will take their daughters, and our daughters we will give unto them for wives. But only on this condition will these men consent to do this thing, that every male amongst us be circumcised, as they are circumcised, as their God commanded them. And when we shall have done according to their instructions to be circumcised, then will they dwell amongst us together with their cattle and possessions, and we shall be as one people with them. And when all the men of the city heard the words of Shechem and his father Hamor, then all the men of their city were agreeable to this proposal, and they obeyed to be circumcised for Shechem. And his father Hamor were greatly esteemed by them, being the princes of the land. And on the next day, Shechem and Hamor his father rose up early in the morning, and they assembled all the men of their city into the middle of the city. And they called for the sons of Jacob, who circumcised every male belonging to them on that day and the next. And they circumcised Shechem and Hamor his father, and the 5 brothers of Shechem, and then everyone rose up and went home. For this thing was from the Lord against the city of Shechem, and from the Lord was Simeon's counsel in this matter, in order that the Lord might deliver the city of Shechem into the hands of Jacob's 2 sons. Chapter 34. The Massacre at Shechem, when anger opens a dangerous crossroad. After the night of wrestling beside the stream of Jabbok, Jacob stepped into a new identity, Israel. That name marked the transformation of a man who had once relied on cunning into a figure marked by spiritual struggle. Yet this transformation also opened a new chapter for his entire family. The sons of Israel grew up in a world filled with tension, where family honor, ancient laws, and the raw force of survival flowed together like a powerful current. The strength symbolized by the name Israel seemed to pass into the next generation, though it appeared in a harsher form, more violent and less restrained by wisdom. The event at Shechem, recorded in Genesis chapter 34 and retold with additional detail in the book of Jasher, became the first moment when that strength slipped away from the path of wisdom. The story began with the pain of a young woman and quickly grew into a storm that swept through an entire city. Everything began when Dinah, the daughter of Jacob and Leah, left her family's encampment and went into the city of Shechem. The city lay in the land of Canaan and stood under the authority of Hamor the Hivite. Ancient sources describe Shechem as an important trading center, where nomadic clans such as Jacob's family often interacted with local inhabitants. During a festive gathering in the city, Dinah appeared among the daughters of the land, and it was there that Prince Shechem first saw her. The book of Genesis describes that Shechem loved the young woman, and his soul clung to her. Yet before any formal proposal could take shape, Shechem used his power to seize Dinah. In the ancient societies of the Near East, such an act struck directly at the honor of the woman's entire family. Family honor rested heavily on the protection of daughters and sisters. So this event carved a deep wound in the hearts of Jacob's sons. Ancient texts portray Jacob's initial response with restraint. He held his peace until his sons returned from the fields. Meanwhile, Shechem expressed a desire to marry Dinah and sent his father Hamor to negotiate with Jacob's household. Hamor presented a political proposal. The 2 families could intermarry, their peoples could merge, and trade and land could be shared between them. In the world of ancient Canaan, such a proposal held the potential to form a powerful alliance between Jacob's pastoral clan and the city-state of Shechem. Yet in the hearts of Israel's sons, anger had already ignited. Simeon and Levi, Dinah's full brothers, rose to lead the response of the family. They saw the event as a humiliation that demanded a powerful answer. Instead of choosing negotiation as their path, they constructed a calculated strategy. They declared that the marriage between Dinah and Shechem could proceed under one condition: every male in the city of Shechem must undergo circumcision, the sacred sign of the covenant that their forefather Abraham had received from God. In the tradition of Abraham's, circumcision represented far more than a physical act. It symbolized entry into the covenant between God and the descendants of Abraham. Because of this sacred meaning, the condition presented by Simeon and Levi sounded like an invitation into a shared spiritual identity. Hamor and Shechem accepted the proposal. They convinced the men of the city that joining with Jacob's family would bring prosperity and expansion. The city opened itself to a rare collective ritual. Every male citizen underwent circumcision at the same time. The book of Jasher recounts that 3 days later, when the wounds were still fresh and the pain had reached its height, Simeon and Levi entered the city carrying their weapons. The moment carried clear tactical meaning. The warriors of the city moved slowly and lacked the strength for battle. The 2 sons of Israel stepped into the city like living blades. Genesis records that they killed every male in the city, including Hamor and Shechem. The Book of Jasher expands the scene with descriptions of chaos spreading through the streets, as the two brothers attacked the other sons of Jacob, also entered the city driven by vengeance and the desire for plunder. Livestock, silver, gold, and goods were taken away. Women and children were carried out of the city as spoils of war. Within a few hours, the thriving center of Shechem turned into an empty ruin. This event created a moment of deep tension within the family of Israel. Jacob saw the consequences immediately. He understood that the surrounding Canaanite tribes would interpret the event as a brutal massacre. He told his sons that their actions had placed the family in danger and had stirred hostility across the entire region. The response of Simeon and Levi also appears in the book of Genesis. They asked their father a direct question: should their sister be treated as a prostitute, while the family remained silent? Their answer flowed from the logic of ancient honor culture, where the violation of family dignity demanded a decisive response. Yet the story continued far beyond that day. Many years later, as Jacob approached the end of his life, he gathered his sons and spoke blessings over them. In those final words, he recalled the event at Shechem. He described Simeon and Levi as men whose swords had become instruments of violence. He condemned their anger as a fierce and destructive force, and declared that their tribes would be scattered within Israel. That pronouncement shaped the course of history. The tribe of Levi later entered a sacred calling spreading throughout Israel as priests and servants of the sanctuary. The tribe of Simeon gradually lost its political prominence within the map of the tribes. The event at Shechem therefore carried a meaning far greater than a family revenge. It opened one of the earliest lessons about the power of Israel. That power held the ability to defend honor, yet it also carried the potential to fracture the community from within. The story left a lasting imprint within Jewish tradition. It revealed that the descendants of Israel carried within them a powerful energy of struggle. When that energy joined with wisdom and discipline, it became a force that protected the people. When anger guided their actions, that same power could rise like a storm that swept away both the guilty and the innocent. For this reason, the event at Shechem stands as one of the earliest chapters in Israel's long journey of learning how to govern its own strength. The nation entered history with the identity of those who had wrestled with God. The path ahead required a deeper lesson: strength finds its rightful place when guided by righteousness and compassion. And through that guidance, the covenant retains its true meaning. Not only that, the fall of the city of Shechem carries a meaning far beyond an act of family revenge. When we examine this event within the long flow of biblical history, we encounter one of the earliest moments of testing for a new structure of power that was beginning to form in the land of Canaan. It marks the emergence of a tribal confederation, the early precursor of what would later become the nation of Israel. The sons of Jacob standing among the ruins of Shechem were not merely brothers belonging to the same household. They were the first living seeds of a tribal system that would eventually grow into a great people. Each son of Jacob later became the patriarch of a distinct tribe, and these 12 tribes together formed the foundational structure of ancient Israel. The connection between the 12 sons of Israel and the formation of a nation. In biblical texts such as Genesis and Exodus, and in the tradition preserved in the book of Jasher, Jacob, after receiving the name Israel, had 12 sons: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Joseph, and Benjamin. Over time, each of their descendants developed into a separate tribe. In the ancient societies of the Near East, a tribe functioned as a basic political and military unit. Each tribe possessed its own leadership, its own territory, its own warriors, and its own traditions, yet all shared a common origin from the patriarch Israel. A major turning point occurred when Jacob's family migrated to Egypt, during the period when Joseph rose to power as a ruler in that land. The book of Exodus records that the Israelite community in Egypt grew rapidly across many generations. From a small family of only several dozen people, they expanded into a large population consisting of hundreds of thousands of adult men, not including women and children. When the entire population is considered, many scholars estimate that the community may have reached several million people by the time of the Exodus. After approximately 400 years living in Egypt, the Great Migration led by Moses brought them back to the land of Canaan. When they entered the Promised Land, the tribes of Israel began settling and dividing the territory among themselves. The book of Joshua describes the process of dividing the land of Canaan into regions assigned to each tribe. The map of ancient Israel emerged directly from these 12 ancestral lines. The tribe of Judah became the most powerful of all. They controlled the southern region of Canaan, including the city that would later become Jerusalem. From the name Judah came the word Judaism, referring to the Jewish faith, and from it also developed the term Jew, meaning a member of the Jewish people. In later history, the kingdom of Judah became the religious and political center of the Israelite nation. The tribe of Levi assumed a completely different role. They became the priestly and spiritual class of the nation. The Levite priests served in the tabernacle and later in the Temple of Jerusalem. Because of this sacred responsibility, the tribe of Levi did not receive one large territorial region of its own. Instead, Levites lived scattered throughout many cities across the land of Israel. Northern tribes, such as Dan, Asher, and Naphtali, settled near the Mediterranean coast and in the northern hill regions. Zebulun and Issachar occupied fertile lands within the Jezreel Valley. Benjamin held a smaller but strategically important territory located between Judah and the northern tribes. Joseph, one of the most important figures in the story of Israel, came to be represented by two tribes through his two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh. This arrangement preserved the number of tribes at 12 within the territorial structure. This system of 12 tribes formed the political framework of ancient Israel. For many centuries, they functioned as a loose confederation united by a shared religious faith and by the collective memory of their patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. In biblical tradition, each tribe of Israel also carried its own symbol. The tribe of Judah became associated with the image of the lion. This symbol originated from Jacob's blessing over Judah in the book of Genesis, where he described Judah as a young lion possessing strength and authority. The symbol of the Lion of Judah later became a powerful image within Jewish tradition and appeared in many religious and political symbols. It represents courage, authority, and leadership. In the history of ancient Israel, the most famous kings, including King David and King Solomon, came from the tribe of Judah. For this reason, the image of the Lion of Judah became closely linked with the idea of kingship and the protection of the nation. Internal tensions within the history of Israel. One striking feature of Israel's history lies in the presence of two powerful tendencies within the nation itself. One tendency emphasizes wisdom, patience, and trust in the covenant with God. The other reflects a strong warrior spirit and a readiness to respond forcefully to external threats. These two tendencies appeared very early in the story of Jacob's family. Jacob often appears in the narratives as a man who thinks carefully and plans with caution, while several of his sons demonstrate swift and intense reactions when confronted with dishonor. The tension between these two approaches continues to appear repeatedly throughout Israel's history, from the period of the Judges through the conflicts with the Philistines and into the era of the ancient kingdoms. When we look again at the event of Shechem, we can see one of the earliest moments when the warrior energy of the Israelite tribes emerged with great clarity. The actions of Simeon and Levi reflected a fierce determination to defend the honor of their family through overwhelming force. At the same time, Jacob's reaction revealed a more cautious perspective, one that focused on the long-term consequences for the entire community. When we observe the history of Israel, from the time of the patriarchs to the modern era, a clear thread of continuity begins to appear. The story of the 12 sons of Jacob laid the foundation for the tribal structure, the territorial map, the cultural symbols, and even the internal tensions of the nation. The sons who once stood among the ruins of Shechem carried within them both the strength and the burden of a legacy that was still taking shape. From them emerged a people who would pass through migrations, wars, periods of exile, and eras of restoration. From the perspective of many historians and biblical scholars, the story of the 12 tribes of Israel stands as one of the most important foundations for the history of the land of Canaan and the broader Middle East. From a small family living in tents, a people arose with a distinct identity, their own laws, and a deeply rooted religious faith. From those turbulent beginnings, the history of Israel began a journey that would stretch across thousands of years. A journey in which each new generation would learn again how to balance strength, justice, and responsibility toward the sacred covenant that their ancestors had received. Chapter 35 to 40, the Great War of Canaan, when Israel faced the world. After the bloody event at Shechem, a wave of fear and fury spread across the land of Canaan. In the eyes of the surrounding city-states, Jacob's family was no longer a group of wandering herdsmen living among tents and flocks. They had become a dangerous force, a new seat of power rising in the very land that the kingdoms of Canaan considered their own domain. The rulers of the major cities understood one thing clearly: if this family continued to grow, an entirely new order could emerge across the region. For that reason, the kings of Canaan began to view the destruction of Israel as a matter of survival. The Book of Jasher recounts that after the events at Shechem, many kings throughout the land sent messengers to one another to discuss the growing threat. Eventually, the 7 most powerful kings of Canaan formed a massive military alliance. They gathered armies from different cities, assembling chariots, archers, and infantry in order to launch a large campaign to destroy the family of Jacob before they could grow stronger. What began as a conflict between 2 families quickly turned into the first war of survival for the descendants of Israel. Jacob saw the shadow of war approaching. Ancient texts describe that he felt deep concern when he heard that the cities of Canaan were assembling their armies. In his eyes, his household remained small compared to kingdoms protected by fortified walls and vast military forces. But the sons of Jacob reacted in a completely different way. They stepped onto the battlefield with a burning warrior spirit, as though the events at Shechem had awakened a hidden strength within their bloodline. At the center of these battles stood Judah. The Book of Jasher devotes many passages to describing Judah as an extraordinary warrior. When Judah stepped onto the battlefield, he led his brothers like a natural commander. The ancient text describes his battle cry as sounding like the roar of a lion shaking the courage of his enemies. In one battle near the city of Gash, Judah is described as charging directly toward the city gate with tremendous force, breaking through the defenses and storming into the ranks of the opposing army. The soldiers of Canaan watched him advance, like a storm sweeping across the battlefield. The image of Judah fighting like a lion among sheep became a powerful symbol in Israel's tradition. From that moment forward, the title the Lion of Judah became associated with strength, leadership, and courage. Alongside Judah, the other brothers also revealed astonishing abilities in battle. Naphtali is described as a warrior of remarkable speed. In several passages of the Book of Jasher, he appears on the battlefield like a shadow, striking swiftly and disappearing before the enemy can react. Simeon and Levi, the 2 brothers who had once stood at the center of the Shechem incident, continued to display a fierce and relentless style of warfare. They led direct assaults against the Canaanite forces, and the warriors under their command fought with a determination that threw many opposing troops into confusion and panic. Battles erupted across several locations, including fortified cities such as Hazor, Sarton, and Gash. These cities possessed thick defensive walls and large military forces. Yet the ancient texts describe the sons of Israel attacking with a strength far beyond what their enemies expected. The Book of Jasher even compares their power to that of ancient warriors from the world before the Great Flood, as though some echo of that heroic age still lived within their blood. The alliance of the 7 kings of Canaan, though far larger in numbers, gradually descended into chaos under the pressure of these relentless attacks. Armies that had marched forward with confidence began to retreat when they realized they were facing a group of warriors with an unbreakable fighting spirit. Within the tradition preserved in the Book of Jasher, many Canaanite soldiers came to believe that the strength of Jacob's sons came from divine assistance. They described it as the fire of God burning in the hands of the sons of Israel. After many fierce battles, the alliance of the Canaanite kings finally collapsed. The cities that had participated in the war withdrew their armies and accepted the continued presence of Jacob's family in the land. This victory carried enormous significance. It established a new balance of power in the land of Canaan. The kings of the region began to look upon the family of Israel with caution, recognizing them as a force that could not easily be destroyed. Yet that victory also carried a deeper consequence. It established a new order within the Promised Land. After this war, no king of Canaan dared to openly attack the household of Israel again. They were forced to accept the presence of this people as a formidable and untouchable power. But the dark fate appeared once more. Victory achieved through violence stamped itself upon the destiny of Israel. They would have to fight in order to survive. They became a people whose safety was often secured through military strength and a constant readiness to defend themselves against surrounding powers. Across the centuries that followed, the history of Israel continued to repeat this pattern. A relatively small nation frequently faced alliances far larger than itself, yet repeatedly demonstrated a fighting ability that astonished its opponents. This became the underlying pattern of Israel's military history across 4,000 years. From the warriors described in the Book of Jasher, who shattered entire city-states with their own hands, to modern armies that stand surrounded by powerful nations, the same spirit echoes through time. They often stand as the weaker side in numbers, yet they possess individuals of exceptional strength and strategic brilliance, a kind of spiritual inheritance from their ancestor Jacob, the man who seized hold of the angel and refused to release his grip until he received the blessing. The harshness of this destiny lies in one reality: God chose them to stand as witnesses to him. Yet the cost of that calling required them to live like an island, surrounded by a hostile ocean. They received a promise of a land, yet every portion of that land would be secured through struggle and sacrifice. That curse did not end in the ancient world. If we look at the map of the Middle East in these very days, in March 2026, we can see the genetic code of Israel's struggle facing one of the most complex tests since the founding of the modern state. This time, the opponent is no longer a local alliance of Canaanite kingdoms like the ones faced by the sons of Jacob in ancient times. Instead, it is a far larger and more powerful structure, what many observers describe as the axis of resistance. At the center of this network stands Iran, a regional power whose influence stretches from Tehran all the way to the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. And as the world has seen over the past month, the situation has escalated dramatically. For decades, the conflict existed largely in the shadows of what analysts called proxy wars. Now that barrier has been torn away. Direct airstrikes and retaliatory cruise missile attacks have pushed the region into a new level of instability. Within this context, we can observe the collision of two opposing worldviews. On one side stands Iran, a nation that views the presence of Israel as something incompatible with the historical direction of the region. On the other side stands Israel, asserting its right to exist through overwhelming military capability, a legacy that many interpret as a continuation of the spirit of the patriarch Jacob, the man who accepted injury, yet refused to surrender the identity of Israel. Israel today lives in the reality of a true warrior nation. Its Iron Dome defense system and modern missile shields operate constantly at full capacity, just as the sons of Jacob once stood surrounded by neighboring peoples who rejected their presence. Israel in 2026 faces a geopolitical environment in which Iran has approached the threshold of nuclear capability. This is the core of the tension. What Tehran describes as justice and self-defense, Tel Aviv perceives as a potential death sentence for the survival of its people. Yet the harsh reality of this struggle lies not only in the necessity of survival. It also appears in the devastating humanitarian cost that such conflicts produce. When a nation stands at the center of geopolitical confrontation, the line between defense and destruction can become dangerously thin. What we see in the news today, from direct airstrikes to tragic incidents such as the recent attack on a school in Iran that left hundreds dead, reveals a painful truth. Whether through cruise missiles or coordinated strikes, the final victims are often innocent civilians. Amid the cold language of military reports and casualty statistics, We must remember that behind every life lost stands a shattered family and a future cut short. Whether on the other side of a border or within cities caught in the center of destruction, the blood of innocent people carries the same color of grief. In this moment, let us pause for a brief reflection and prayer for the victims of these conflicts, for the children who no longer reach their classrooms, for the mothers who wait for sons who will never return home. Let us pray for a moment of awakening, so that these cycles of violence may finally come to an end, and so that humanity will no longer feel compelled to defend identity with blood. We bring part 2 to a close here at the moment, when the name Israel had become a terror echoing across the land of Canaan. With swords, spears, and an unbreakable faith, the 12 sons of Jacob had built a fortress of honor that no alliance of kingdoms could penetrate. They stood there at the height of their strength, confident that they were masters of their own destiny. Yet history often moves in deeply ironic ways. When a people has learned how to defeat every enemy outside their borders, they sometimes stumble before a shadow that grows from within. The dark fate reveals a striking truth. The one capable of bringing down a warrior of Israel was never the mighty kings of Canaan, but a brother of the same blood. At the very moment when they felt most invincible, a silent fracture began to spread through jealousy and betrayal. It began with bitter glances, with a coat of many colors, and it ended with the desperate cries of the youngest brother Joseph, echoing from the depths of a dry desert pit. That betrayal did more than sell a single man. It sold the freedom of an entire nation. From the position of conquerors, the descendants of Israel would soon find themselves standing before the towering pyramids of Egypt, not as allies, but as people in chains. 400 years of slavery awaited them like a painful purification meant to strip away their pride and force them to relearn the lesson of humility before they could truly become a nation. Our journey will continue in part 3, The Curse of Egypt and the Great Exodus. Why would a warrior people who had defeated every enemy bow beneath the power of the pharaohs for 4 centuries? And when hope seemed to fade away, how did Moses awaken the ancient instinct of struggle that lay sleeping within the blood of those enslaved people? Thank you for watching today's video. If the mysteries of the Book of Jasher have led you to see the currents of history in a new way, remember to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you will not miss the moment when Moses stands face to face with the magicians of Egypt in the next part. Leave your thoughts in the comments. Is the strength of Israel a blessing or a burden? The destiny of Israel continues, and the greatest secret still lies ahead.